You a jackass. You a jackass. You ain't suing anybody. Your days of flim-flamming people are done. And I have a really good idea that I'm talking to another person about protecting the community from people like you, with receipts, with proof, and with your own words. You ain't got nothing on me, jackass.
Avalanche danger is considerable, so I gotta be careful, really careful, stick to my little terrain. And yeah, it's just a lot of vertical. So they're going pretty slow. Glad they won't be there though.
Protecting the community from people like you, with receipts, with proof, and with your own words. You ain't got nothing on me, jackass.
Grab your popcorn.
No way, man.
So I made it to the top finally, and it's just just shy of 3,000 feet vertical and 3 miles. It's a gradual grade all the way down. Should be a good ride down. A lot of powder, burnt down trees, typical Idaho skiing.
They're all sitting in a little room eating muffins, drinking coffee together, and then they go out and they play court. You think it's a joke?
I would never try.
Because I think Aaron Cox, when he tricked me, was saying part of the truth. Whoa.
Aaron Recop. Aaron Recop. That's your real name. One crazy place. Okay. When it comes to this truth community, so to speak, there is no such thing as content here. They never had it. The only thing that's been done is they got your queen bees and your master king, right? And they're putting out the videos for you. Now, what people have been doing is just mocking these videos, just doing repetitive, adding their spin. That's what the truth community was. You know what I mean?
It went fairly well. It lasted probably longer than I planned on it lasting. I only did 1 lap. I was tempted to do 2, but I think I'm gonna go back home. The snow wasn't as fluffy as I thought it would be. You know, hiking up, it was really light, but it was almost, there was almost a crust layer in between some of the powder layers and whatnot. So it rode okay, but kind of not as smooth as if it was just pure powder. It's a good day, mellow, and yeah.
rock TV show starting next week on BBC Three. Hope you all watch it. This is the introductory music. It's called The Flying Duck Theory. This next number is for people who have to work 24 hours a day, like us, like Uncle Bob over there, 24-hour people.
Absolutely right, too. The Vibrators and a whole number of numbers from the album V2, 24-hour people.
And I'm fixing to crash this place.
A disgusting, drug-pushing,
Any of you other paid fucking shills that are hanging out or about, go, 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 go. Go, 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 go.
I don't think you're doing right because you are slandering, you're using pseudoscience, you're trying to program me with blind faith, and I'm gonna call you out on all of it. You are trying to turn me into a programmed mind. I do know that much. You, Shala Ali Chaz, is trying to program me to fucking take a story of Esau and take it to the motherfucking heart and read a book, the Proverbs section. You're gonna program me that math is waking up. A man-made system is waking up. Okay.
happened with the tub, and it was ugly. It was horrible, and it was unsightly.
You're a violator.
These people are pros at emotional extortion and blackmail.
Last night, we exclusively revealed the Albanese government has rejected 3 high-level requests from Ukraine to help fight Russian cyber warfare. The under-siege Ukrainian government has sent 3 separate requests to Anthony Albanese's senior ministers asking for funding to help the Russian cyber attacks. Ukraine's ambassador last night confirmed this on my program as well. Claire O'Neill was asked about our story at the press club today.
Australia provided assistance to the Ukrainian government early on in the war last year with cyber security assistance. There's been reports this week that the government has knocked back several requests from Ukraine for further assistance. Can you just explain what the situation is, and are we open to providing further assistance?
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. So can't get into the detail on those, but I can say we're open to discussions with Ukraine about how we can help them, and we do consider proposals from time to time. Thanks.
So she said they're open, but the rejection letter, as I revealed last night, we showed the correspondence last night, it was a firm rejection letter from the government. Now, joining me now is a cybersecurity expert who's on the front line in Ukraine helping to fight Russian warfare, Internet 2.0 co-founder Robert Potter, live from Kiev in Ukraine. Robert, thanks so much for joining me. Firstly, why does Ukraine need cyber security assistance from Australia? Why is this such an important issue?
Well, cybersecurity is hugely important to Ukraine on a range of issues. So everything from using cyber intelligence to investigate ongoing Russian war crimes in the country, all through to protecting Ukraine's critical infrastructure and financial institutions. Ukraine has been subject to the world's first cyber war, and Australia has a lot of capability, as do a lot of advanced economies like Australia, the United States and Canada, who have a lot of capabilities that the Ukrainians can really use during this situation. And it's also not just a one-way street. So Ukraine is subject to a huge amount of cyber attacks by Russia, which means they learn very quickly and they get access to samples of malware, viruses and things like that, which they can then share with their international partners. They've also got a huge amount of experience in fortifying their critical infrastructure against cyber attacks. So it's a two-way street, and there's a lot that we can learn from the Ukrainians as well.
Well, not sure you have dinner plans for tonight, but if not, we know there's a big barbecue in Emmett happening and everyone's invited. Ammon Bundy, the anti-government activist and the only former candidate for governor with a $10,000 warrant over his head, put out the public proffer this afternoon by posting it on People's Rights Network. Lisa and Ammon Bundy are hosting a big barbecue at their house tonight. Come eat Bundy beef cooked on the Traeger and enjoy good weather and friends. Bring the whole family, they say. Come anytime. Eat around 6. I'm not exactly sure what Bundy beef consists of, but I do know this open invitation has remarkable timing considering Bundy's beef with the law, and specifically the Gem County Sheriff's Office. We were told deputies showed up to his house a couple of times this morning to serve that warrant, but Bundy was nowhere to be found. And by the time they showed up a second time, they did find a couple of members of Bundy's People's Rights Network on the property, but still no Bundy, they said. So as it stands now, there's still a warrant to bring Bundy in for contempt, which is related to the St. Luke's lawsuit against him, but not because he hasn't shown up to any of the hearings or participated in any way. The warrant is for Bundy continuing to violate a protective order from the court to remove the harassing and threatening postings against St. Luke's employees from his PRN website. As for the lawsuit, St. Luke's was just granted a default judgment this morning by Judge Lynn Norton. As to what damages Bundy will be responsible to pay, well, that has yet to be determined. Judge Norton also ordered Bundy to respond to discovery, meaning he has to answer questions and provide documents related, or requested, I should say, by St. Luke's health system. She also ordered Bundy and the designated representatives for his campaign and the People's Rights Network to come in and sit down for depositions. And Bundy has to do all of this by May 24th. So it seems he's not going to get away with not answering to the lawsuit, which stems from the days-long protest Bundy and his PRN network staged outside St. Luke's in Boise, prompting them to go on lockdown for a couple of hours last March. Okay, so to recap, Bundy's lost the St. Luke's lawsuit. He's been ordered to participate in the damages phase. He still has a contempt warrant out for him, and he's serving his famous Bundy beef for all and any to eat tonight on the Emmett homestead, where you're also invited to bring your sleeping bag, by the way, because he's opening up the orchard for campers to keep possible law enforcement impediments in place. We don't know. Somewhere, T-Swift's song Anti-Hero is playing unironically, I'm sure. We did reach out to the Gem County Sheriff's Office to see if they plan to show up for the feast tonight. You can insert your goose is cooked joke here, but we have yet to hear back.
This is not a lark show.
Japanese lunar lander is presumed lost after flight controllers were unable to make contact with the spacecraft as it attempted to land. Let's bring in live now Fred Watson, Australia's astronomer at large. Fred, good to see you. Thanks for your time. What went wrong with this mission? Do we know?
We don't know what went wrong, and it was something that happened right at the very end of the spacecraft's flight as it was descending towards the lunar surface. The telemetry coming back to the mission controllers said that everything was going fine, that the spacecraft was descending, and then the rate of descent increased suddenly, and then they lost contact. And that suggests what is euphemistically called a hard landing. In other words, it crashed onto the lunar surface, which is a great shame. This is a very brave attempt to send a robotic spacecraft funded by private agencies rather than a public concern like NASA or JAXA, the Japanese space agency.
And so what would then happen to that spacecraft? Does it burn up? Does it continue floating around space? What happens next to it?
So it is almost certainly in, I would guess, quite small pieces on the surface of the moon. The moon doesn't have an atmosphere, and so it can't burn up on the way in like things do when they enter the Earth's atmosphere or re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. So it would be a hard landing. I'm assuming, you know, from what I've read, that what happened was that the propulsion system failed. Perhaps by propulsion I mean the braking rockets that are slowing it down so that it makes a soft landing on the surface. If that happens, then you've just got the moon's gravity, albeit only 1/6 of the Earth's gravity, but it's still enough to pull something down. And a spacecraft like that would, it wouldn't explode. It is very unlikely it would explode, but it would certainly be damaged beyond repair. There might be a debris pile. It is possible that a NASA spacecraft which orbits the moon, the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, might eventually pick up the pieces, and by that I mean detect them rather than go down and get them, to detect the pieces as has happened before with previous landings on the moon. So that's something that we might find out more about down the track.
But I think it's been a big week in space news. Scientists have, for the first time, detected seismic waves through the core of Mars. Now, what does that actually mean? Why is it significant?
Well, it's the way we probe the interior of the Earth is, and it's been done for more than 100 years, is to look at the way earthquakes are transmitted through the central regions of the Earth. That's how we know that the Earth has a solid and a liquid metal core. Now, there is a spacecraft on Mars. It's now been switched off as of December last year. It's called InSight, and its job was to measure seismic waves traveling through the body of Mars, through the undersurface. And some recent analysis done by scientists at the University of Maryland and elsewhere has shown that we can now track these seismic waves through the core of Mars, the central core, which, as I said, on Earth is a mixture of solid and liquid iron. It turns out that Mars's core is liquid, so it's molten. It does not have a central solid core like the Earth does. Composition is quite different. The Earth's core is nickel and iron, mostly iron. Now, Mars's core seems to have a high percentage of some quite unusual elements, most notably sulfur and oxygen, which are much lighter than iron. And so they make up apparently something like 20% of the core of Mars. And what that suggests is that Mars may have had a very different story to tell when it comes to its origins, the way planets were formed. We tend to assume rocky planets like the Earth and Mars all formed the same way. But given this difference in their central composition, maybe that is not the case.
Okay, we also have a new image of a black hole. We'll show this picture to our viewers now, and I might just get you to explain, Fred, exactly what it is that we're looking at here.
Okay, so this is a black hole at the center of a galaxy. It is a supermassive black hole, many, in fact, billion times the mass of our sun. And we know that galaxies do have these supermassive black holes at the center. This one's particularly important. It's a galaxy that rejoices in the glamorous name of M87. It has been well studied by ground-based radio telescopes in the past. And so we have seen an image already of the black hole at the center of M87. What we've seen now, perhaps could concentrate on the center of the image that you were just showing, is the way that black hole relates to the jet of material that it's spitting out. This is only detectable by very large arrays of radio telescopes spread all over the Earth. So you've effectively got a telescope the size of our planet to look at these things and see the detail that is emerging. We know that black holes like this do spit out material, not from the black hole itself, but from the disk of debris around it at very high speeds. And what this new image shows is just how that connects to the black hole itself, how the black hole organizes that, what's called an accretion disk of debris around it, focuses it into a jet, and then spits that jet out at speeds almost the speed of light. Very exciting astronomy.
Very exciting indeed, Fred Watson. We've all learned something there in the last few minutes, I think. Really appreciate you joining us to explain all of that. Thank you.
Always a pleasure. Many thanks.
Those of you who have not yet subscribed to Blaze TV, maybe you're watching on YouTube, make sure to, you know what? You can cheerfully tap that like button today. We're I don't know, we're in a good mood right now. So go, you don't have to do it gently. You can do it a little rough if you want to, but make sure to tap the like button. I'm talking about hitting a thumbs up, Chad. I don't know where your mind went. Make sure that you
exactly where my mind
subscribe and comment. Let us know, where do you think Tucker Carlson is going next? Tell us in the comments below. So speaking of Tucker, one of the main points that Tucker constantly was making whenever it related to January 6th footage was that we still don't know why Ray Epps, the Marine veteran whose actions on January 6th led to claims that he may have been involved a little bit more, because we have Ray Epps, who is the only person seemingly at the protest, seemingly in Washington, D.C. at all, at the time of the protest, who has somehow skated away from any sort of charges being brought on him, even though I would argue he has the most footage, evidence against him saying things like, let's go to the Capitol, let's do this. I mean, actual evidence. If you want to call someone, an inciter, he incited the insurrection, that would be the guy that you would hang it all on. And somehow, magically, he has no charges. So we're like, who is Ray Epps? Is he involved with the FBI? The administration constantly stonewalls this. Now that we have constant questions about Ray Epps, now 60 Minutes is somehow running a puff piece about Ray Epps, and where he goes in and talks about, oh, well, I was a loyal Fox News watcher, but now, I mean, I don't know, Tucker Carlson is just obsessed with me and just trying to ruin my life, I guess. I'm the victim here. Watch.
Who is Ray Epps?
That question has animated Fox News host Tucker Carlson for nearly 2 years.
Gates, they're all telling us before this thing that
where he goes in and talks about, oh, well, I was a loyal Fox News watcher, but now, I mean, I don't know, Tucker Carlson is just obsessed with me and just trying to ruin my life, I guess. I'm the victim here. Watch.
Who is Ray Epps?
That question has animated Fox News host Tucker Carlson for nearly 2 years.
Wow, it's so weird how that's just getting stuck right there on that video. Oh man, here we go.
he's going to any means possible to destroy my life and our lives.
Why?
To shift blame on somebody else. If you look at it, Fox News, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Ted Cruz, Gates, they're all telling us before this thing that it was stolen. So you tell me, who has more impact on people, them or me?
Epps, once a loyal Fox News watcher, told us he doesn't understand how he got cast as the villain. The Epps version is more mundane. They believed the 2020 election had been stolen from Donald Trump and considered January 6th a legitimate protest.
It was a sloppy election. And then to top that off, you have talking heads reporting that there's problems with the voting machines and different things like that. The election's stolen. So yeah, we had concerns. I wanted to be there. I wanted to witness this with my own eyes.
Okay. So just to be clear, because he really is gaslighting the American people right now, he says somehow magically it's Marjorie Taylor Greene's fault, it's Matt Gaetz's fault, it's Tucker Carlson's fault, it's all these other people's fault for inciting an insurrection, even though he is the one literally inciting an insurrection on camera, and somehow he's the victim here. Watch.
Ray Epps was never seen committing an act of violence that day or entering the Capitol. Epps told us when he saw the violence, his fervor to enter the building became a desire to play peacemaker.
The line back and forth. Step down, we're good here, that kind of thing. And I kept it that way for quite some time.
Epps says he left the Capitol grounds to help evacuate an injured man.
So
the time,
I'm going to stop this right
2:54
here.
PM.
So magically, the footage that they get is a bunch of puff piece footage of Ray Epps pretending to play peacemaker, even though what they're mad about is that he has been exposed actually saying, we got to take this to the Capitol. We got to go in. We've got to do it. This was stolen. He's amping people up. Now, all of a sudden, he's the victim here, and you should feel sorry for him. Isn't it fascinating that the media has spent 2 years demonizing every single person who was in Washington, D.C. at the time of the protest and calling for them to be seemingly imprisoned for the rest of their lives, I guess. They want the book thrown at all of these people. You had the QAnon shaman who they were like, oh my gosh, he was holding a spear. No, idiot, that was just a flag. But, you know, they want these people, throw them away, lock them up, throw away the key for all of them. But somehow, this one gets to go on 60 Minutes and do an exclusive interview, and this so happens to be the one that doesn't add up at all, that we have all of these questions that, by the way, have never been answered.
Yeah. Well, and then there's a lot. I mean, he's got a text message to his son saying,
His nephew, yes.
His nephew, I mean,
yes.
I orchestrated this.
He sure
I
did.
orchestrate this. And so it's convenient that they've got these, step back, step back. I was not there for January 6th. I was here in this studio when it all went down, as were you. 2 weeks prior to that, I was in Washington, D.C., and a couple of times prior to January 6th, I had made visits to Washington, D.C. for various protests. I was there to see what was going on, but I was not there for January 6th. You know how many people over these last 3 years have criticized me and said that I was there planning an insurrection, helping people organize for January 6th? They've tried to make me go, I wasn't even there. Do you know how many people I'm talking to the viewers and the listeners, how many people you and I know that were there? People who are in jail to this day without charge. We don't even know where they are being held in confinement in maximum security prisons and solitary confinement. We don't even know where they are. And they're over here, and he's going, Tucker Carlson's obsessed with me. Why?
Yeah.
By your definition, anyone that was there, and I'm talking to the Riri's on the left, the progressive crazies, anybody that was there on January 6th, I don't care if you were peeing in the woods or a homeless person, you were part of the insurrection. If you were in Washington, D.C., within a 5-mile radius of the Capitol, you were an insurrectionist, okay? And now Ray Epps is somehow getting some kind of free pass. And then you go on Twitter and you see the same wild-eyed leftist, crazy, progressive nut jobs out there who are called for everybody to be nothing short of a guillotine in the streets. Those people are defending Ray Epps.
Yeah.
So you have to sit back and go, what the hell is going on? Because you're willing to completely throw out the script and flip-flop it for this one guy. Now ask yourself, critically, ask yourself, why the hell is this happening? Why is it happening? What are they trying to pull over your eyes? Because this is deceptive.
I mean, think about it. Donald Trump, who they claim incited an insurrection, said, go let your voices be heard peacefully and patriotically. He posted it on Twitter. And they accused him of all sorts of things. He's a traitor, he should be locked up. I mean, just now, they're so excited about him being indicted and arrested because they want what they think is going to be somehow some sort of vengeance for the darkest day in democracy's history. That's how much they care about inciting an insurrection.
Yeah.
Ray Epps is like, yeah, hey, bud, I orchestrated it. I told people to go there. And he's given a pass because he claims, oh, well, I just directed people to the Capitol. So? Nobody else gets that excuse. So ask yourself why. Ask yourself why the mainstream media now is willing to, the man who has the most evidence against him that he instigated this, said himself he instigated it, now all of a sudden is having the media do puff pieces making you feel sorry for him. There's only one reason that makes sense. One. Only one.
That's right. That's right. And CBS is going to show you the clips of him walking by going, hey, you don't want to get hurt. They don't want to get hurt. Let's keep everybody. They just happen to have the camera there filming him, keeping the peace, almost like a Fed. You know, and then he, at a strategic moment before the Capitol was breached, he had to leave to take care of an injured person. Amazingly convenient. See, this is why we are accused of being conspiracy theorists, because when you put this kind of crap out there and it doesn't map out by the syllogism in my head, and philosophically you can't make, 2 and 2 equal 4, and then you happen to have the cameras there and 60 Minutes is going to run a little story like this, you have to fill in the gaps somewhere and be like, this doesn't make sense. It doesn't line up.
Right. Well, I mean, I'd just like to say Operation Mockingbird is alive and well in 2023. Clearly. If you don't know what that is, look it up.
If you like that clip, there is plenty more where that came from. Click the link in the description below to subscribe to the News and Why It Matters YouTube channel to watch the full episode.
This is Los Angeles Times. Against their will, a proposed law would make it easier to detain people with mental illness. The first thing I'm going to think is, what is the standard for mental illness? And how will that standard change over time? The author of the newest effort is State Senate Senator Susan Talamantes Eggman, in her bill SB 43 arrives at a time when untreated mental illness is both a heartache and a frustration for families and communities throughout the state. Eggman's bill would expand the criteria by which people in extreme psychological distress can be detained against their will by the police, crisis teams, and mental health providers. This is mental hygiene. Tavistock level mental hygiene. Yeah, this is disturbing as a precedent. It is among recent attempts by lawmakers to make it easier to help individuals, many of them homeless, who are suffering from potentially life-threatening psychosis. The amount of work we have done since 2020 is huge, but it has not made a huge dent in helping the most ill. We can't do it all through voluntary care. We need the full continuum of care. I wonder what that means. Full continuum. From prevention to early intervention, all the way to conservation, to conservatorships. Again, let me read that. From prevention to early intervention. That's possibly through a type of predictive model. We'll get there. So the sickest of people don't fall through the cracks and splatter on the sidewalks, they say. We won't spend any more time on that. I just want to show you the evidence. I just want to show you the receipts. Involuntary institutionalization. Yeah, they claim homeless. So, okay. We see how they stretch things, man. And then I think about, okay, what do you mean by mental illness? What constitutes mental illness? And then I think of stuff like this. What psychology says about COVID non-compliers. They're less open to new ideas and more extroverted and driven by self-interests. This non-compliance alludes to some type of mental illness, some type of danger to the community. So now, not only is it, let's say, mental illness, but it's also this other type of mental illness that's connected to transsexualism, right? This type of identity dysphoria, what they would call gender dysphoria. Olympia, this is out of Washington. This is Bill 5599. Under current law, if a child who has run away from home goes to a licensed shelter, right? Say the parents don't agree with their, perspective on gender or their pursuit of changing who they are genetically. Right. And I think parents have a right to that, especially if they're minors. Run away from home, goes to a licensed shelter. That shelter is required to notify the parents unless a compelling reason applies. The bill allows certified shelters to contact the Department of Children, Youth, and Families in lieu of parents in certain additional instances, such as when a youth is seeking reproductive health services, abortion, or gender-affirming care, genomic manipulation, generational genetic engineering, I call it, transhumanist technologies, of course. We also saw a similar dynamic with, let's just say, therapeutic interventions by way of scamdemic, right? Always at the children. Get them early. Affect the generations of the future today. This bill is an important step in ensuring young people across the state have a roof over their heads during an already challenging period in their life. While we hope that that every child has a supportive family that will provide them with acceptance and the care they need, it's crucial that we, the state, provide housing options to those in crisis. I don't think people realize how serious this is, because it's a precedent. Even if this level of policy is rather low, it's the precedent alone that should be alarming and should cause people to start waking up. And they refer to some of the studies I've showed you earlier. Access to gender-affirming care has been proven to lower rates of adverse mental health outcomes. Again, here we are. This is the argument, the appeal, the coddling. Let's just make them feel better. Let's change them so they'll feel better, regardless of the biobehavioral disruption during the process. And improve the overall quality of life for transgender and gender diverse youth. Improve the overall quality of life, as if they know what that quality of life is, as if they know what quality or life is. So we're dealing with forms of medicalization I've shown you here. Bodily disease, convid, reproduction, and sex, abortion pill is an example, as well as hypersexual lifestyles, polyamory, right, which I believe induces a type of mental illness over time. Unless you're just totally detached from any semblance of human essence, I think. If you could just go around screwing random people, there's something seriously wrong with you on a very deep human level, I would argue. And it might not be your fault you're like that, right? You might have been abused as a youth, and you're not able to connect to people in that way. So I have to be sensitive there. Addictive substances, we talked about that, and mental disease, of course. Now, what's the obstacle here with this last one? The obstacle is community, family, and child-parent hierarchy. This is another technology. It's a political technology that disrupts the child-parent hierarchy. Hierarchy in that the parent has control of the child. The parent makes the decisions. I'm sorry, this is just how it is and how it has to be, at least until that child's no longer a minor. This is a political technology that disrupts that prime relationship. Arguably the most important relationship, because from that comes families. From that comes societies and communities and relationships in general. You learn how to relate to other people through your parents. And the first relationship you ever have is with your mother. Family is the obstacle to transhumanism. Family is the obstacle to technocracy. And more precisely, the parent-child hierarchical relationship and the familial roles therein. The familial roles between the parent-child, even extended family, they all play a role. Those roles no longer exist. Because technology, atomization, etc., we've talked about this. They've displaced everyone. So now everyone is in a bubble. You'll see it today. People don't have dinner together anymore. Everyone's on their phones in some separate room or at the same table on their phones, completely detached from each other in an interpersonal setting. These social institutions safeguard the public from state, political, and technocratic control. Hence, importance of atomization, familial role displacement, and the demonization of Christianity. Because Christianity, as a faith, right, as a body, is rooted in the tradition of the family and the hierarchies, the order therein. Hence the push for progressive equality in everything. They must break these hierarchies. The Frankfurt School research does a good description of how this is done, culturally speaking. Better technology doesn't mean better humans. It's my argument that we need to make better humans. We need to focus on human scale things that we can accomplish on a human scale. It's not to say we shouldn't develop technologies. It's not to say we should make technologies to help us in life. But there has to be limitations, right? There has to be parameters. There has to be an understanding of consequence that supersedes the understanding of development and progress, so-called. And a lot of this is rational when we think about these things here. Learned helplessness over time, speaking to lifestyle, diet, etc. Socioeconomic disease, right? Poverty, for instance, makes it very difficult for people to be educated on certain things or to even have the energy to do certain things because they're exhausted because of what poverty provides as an experience. Amoral/ultra-moral society. That's interesting, right? Paradoxical as always. It's not supposed to make sense. It's not supposed to be logical. Technocracy, especially this hyper-progressive technocracy, it works from a paralogic. Rules for thee, not for me situation. You get it. What I mean by amoral and ultra-moral is that an aspect of it is amoral because it's do what you want. Polyamory, abject drug use, hedonism. But it's also ultra-moral in that they want to make laws that say you can't say certain words to certain people because it's bad. See how that works? And of course, chronic disease. All of these things give up a population of people to these technologies and these overbearing powers. Let's talk about these powers. Pandemicism, socio-bioengineering model of governance. This is what we're experiencing, and in my view, an aspect of biogovernance. And in biogovernments, you have the concepts like biopolitics, biosecurity, and of course, bioidentity, which we've covered at length here for quite some years now. Bioidentity, for those that aren't familiar with that term, is my way of describing the digital identification. I look at it as a bioidentity because it's not only a digital identity or a form of digital identification, but one of its fundamental aspects, I'd say its most significant component, is the fact that it's connected to your biology, right? So bioidentity. Why everything bio? Again, go back to the point I made earlier about the best way to have full spectrum dominance and control a population to the degree that you predict, manage, and control them. So if an efficient, sterile, clean, equal, perfect, efficient society can exist, you must break the barriers of the final frontiers, the brain and the body. Bio-body. Brain is in body. Body houses all human experience. Pandemicism. Forms of medicalization. We talked about that today. Technological scale solutions to human scale problems. Okay. Now, let's continue here. Let's show you some of the structure of this. Similar to the political. When we think of the political, we think of what? Like state control, culturally influenced. I constantly teach that here. Similar to the political, the pandemical. We make up terms here, okay? So bear with me. The pandemical is an acquired realm in which scenarios and issues can be rendered subject to state authoritarian measures. When you want the state to control something, say a body of people, a population, or a movement, or if you want to impose a type of worldview or a type of like belief system or value system, the best way to accomplish that is to make it a political thing. Somehow make it political because the state controls the political, but it's also culturally influenced the political. So not only do you have to make it political, but you have to influence the culture first. And this is what we see being done through identity politics. And we talked about that last show quite a bit. The pandemical is similar to the political in that instead of making things political to control and influence, you make things medical to render populations or systems or environments rendered subject to state authoritarian measures. So what you do is instead of making things political to control people, you make things medical so they become patients, hence medicalization. What I mean by pandemical is using the concept, because it's just an idea, it's not a thing, the concept of a pandemic as a way to medicalize a body of people and bodies of individuals into subjects or patients, turning everyone into patients. This is another way to get control. Politicalization and medicalization. That these are some of the key methods that are being used to, in a sense, structure this new digital transhumanist kind of world. Pandemical scenarios render the subjects or issues to patient status. Yes, lab rats. Medicalization, patient status. So not only does the body, the person, or maybe the group become medicalized, but even issues become medicalized. Not just people and bodies and populations and groups, but issues. For instance, I'll give you an example. Visiting people in a hospital creates an issue that is medicalized. You have to wear a certain thing on your face, or you have to show certain proof of a medical intervention. Family parties become medicalized issues. Relationships between people become issues, not of interpersonal relating, not of love, not of joy, not of interests, but of medical things. Even everyday issues and scenarios and situations become medicalized. This is another aspect of full spectrum dominant. You control what people do. You control what people say. And it's rational because you've medicalized it such that only medical experts and public health experts can intervene as an authority, just like only politicians can intervene regarding policy that addresses issues similar to how medical intervention addresses issues. Pandemicism, mass disease as control mechanism. Top-down, expert-based, society-wide control through technocracy. Examples of politicization is identity politics. We saw that post-Trump. That's how they accomplished what they accomplished. By politicizing literally everything. Race, sex, gender, orientation, comic books, I mean, they politicize beer, okay? Literally, beer. What are the experts? Who are the experts? Politicians, doctors, scientists, academics. What we see here is the organized effort of two sectors, public health and public policy, essentially life and law. Life and law. Who do we know as authority over life and law? Think about it. Think about what they've accomplished in a matter of 3 very short years. We've lost faith in our society, our industries, our brothers and sisters, even ourselves. Forms of pandemicism, that these are the two elements of focus for medical industry, big technology industry, as well as state military industry. Because when we look at what DARPA is doing, it's not too far from what NVIDIA is doing. And it's surely not too far from what Johns Hopkins is doing. And it's no different from what Fox News and CNN and MSNBC is saying. Bodily disease and mental disease, brain and body. Forms are to be universalized. Example, universal medicine. This arrangement warrants the development of policy, state behavioral regulatory systems. That's what policies are. Yeah, they do help in here and there. State behavioral regulatory systems. Social engineering. Control mechanism is a frame of perception, and this is a false frame. The false frame of perception in this medicalized pandemicist kind of world is germ theory. And in germ theory, we find virology, vaccinology, immunology, epidemiology, and of course, its frame, modeling technology. I call it data-driven epistemology. So through this false frame of germ theory, our ontology with regard to disease, our perception of what disease is, how it behaves, for instance, spreads, is false. This is how they control the perception of disease from other people. So when we see masks, when we see, people coughing, we think contagion, we think transmission, we think virus. Therefore, we'll do whatever the virologists, the vaccinologists, the immunologists say. Another appeal to authority, but it is done through this type of framing of perception. This is an ontological type of attack. Recent operations. So we got the historical precedent, then we have recent operations that compound the anchoring, the acceptance. We have SARS, we had the bird flu, and of course, the recent CV19 and many others. MERS, there's a bunch of them. And in this operation, again, it's always external and internal. Always. Externalized medicine and internalized medicine. Externalized medicine is the medicalized infrastructure, and internalized medicine is the medicalized body. And if you guys remember, the medicalized infrastructure, just like I talked about medicalized issues, experiences like visiting family, there's also a medicalized infrastructure, an environmental function. So what we saw medicalized infrastructurally was stickers on the ground, signs telling you to stay apart, silly plastic walls put between people. Signs everywhere. Now, medicalizing the infrastructure affects the ontology as well. It literally creates an environment of disease that does something to us all psychologically. So there's a medicalized infrastructure, the external environmental function, but also the internalized medicine, which is the medicalized body or the biological function. And that is injections, therapies, drugs, but even PPE, masks, for instance. Still part of the body. Still consider that internalized and that it's on your body. And then devices, phones. You couldn't get into certain places without that phone that gave information about your internal biological function. I'm describing to you how there's a framework for how all of this works. And it isn't exhaustive, okay? I'm sure there's much more to this that if I spent say plenty of more time on. I could give you more, but I think this is good enough. So what you have is ubiquitous internal control from external mechanisms. That's the key. That's the key to biosecurity. And controlling bodies and minds remotely. Ubiquitous internal control in that everyone has some type of technology put in their body that can be tracked and traced and is connected to some type of device and also some type of industrial computer or cloud database, which is the external mechanism that controls it. Whoever's in control of that data or whoever is in authority over the mandates, whether that be, BioNTech or EcoHealth or WHO or CDC or the American government. Those are the external mechanisms that control you through the ubiquitous internal mechanisms in your body. So what this essentially is socio-bioengineering. Socio in that it's social, it's groups of people. Bio in that it requires the body, the infiltration of the body. And an aspect of that body is the mind, which leads to the perspective or the perception, hence ontology. So it's not only your body and how your body functions, but also your mind and how your mind functions. Your perspective and perception of the thing. Is it real? Is it unreal? Should you listen? Should you not? They have control over that. Full spectrum dominance. The one thing that separates us all and makes us pure individuals is our body. Lastly, from bodily disease, we go to the next stage. And interestingly, this next stage, in tandem, was rolled out as a reaction to the first stage. If the first stage is bodily disease, and the next stage is mental disease, isn't it fascinating that the mental disease was exacerbated as a reaction to the bodily disease under the form of lockdowns, social distancing, injections? Coincidence? I think not. Mental disease. Control mechanism is the function of perception ontology again, but this time it's different. What type of perception? Mental disease deals with the frame of perception, false frame, called neurochemical or pharmacological model. In that model, we find things like neurology or neurobiology, psychiatry, right? And the goal is for new technologies, neurotech, nanobio things, and genomics. So if you guys remember, and we did a show on it here, where I showed you all the new studies that were saying, hey, our concept of neurochemical function and, serotonin, dopamine, it doesn't really work the way we've always thought. And SSRIs, though they do work in many cases, tend to have more of a placebo effect and really don't do what we thought they did. And my position was that it appears as if they're moving models. They're going from a pharmacological or neurochemical based model of medicine to a genomic model of medicine or hormonal therapeutic model of medicine. And we see that being structured through the new technologies being practiced and experimented on with transsexuals, gender affirming care as an example. So if you're paying attention, what you see is technological developments and movements, goals, ends are being done under the guise of political movements. So what happens in this process is it's very hard for people to discover the evil behind it and the connections. Also, the progressive element that's leading somewhere, the logic. The average person cannot pick this up because they're too distracted by the political and cultural layer over the technological development. And then when you look further into some of these companies, you see their goals regarding mRNA technology, genomic CRISPR technology, in relation to dementia and brain function, the Brain Initiative, or the In-Brain Project. Society is being moved in certain directions that lead towards these ends, unbeknownst to them. So what happens is you have your cake and you eat it too. And people are given what they want, like say made happy because they got some procedure that makes them feel better about themselves. But at the same time, these highly connected technologies are accomplished and produced and developed to the degree that they can be diffused and standardized into the world, therefore bringing the digital transformation. And not just bringing like Internet of Bodies, but also bringing new digital currency, bringing a new housing arrangement through 15-minute cities, for instance, bringing a new travel arrangement through electric vehicles, fixing the environment through digitizing everything. All of these things are connected. When you see the infrastructure and how the money, the organizations, they're all networked. It's not about nation. It's not about company or corporation even. Corporations are integrated. They're all using the same platforms. Look at Amazon's AWS. They're massive. What an amazing time to be alive, to see this happen far before it's complete. Like, we're still able to live and do what the hell we want to do. We're still able to live normal lives, which is beautiful. And I believe it will be this way for quite some time. But there will be a lot of bumps along the road. I'm concerned about the young children that are being slowly molded into this new human 2.0. Our historical precedent for this type of neurotech is things like autism, transsexualism, and of course, abnormal psychology. And I guess in abnormal psychology, we could look at things like maybe schizophrenia, narcissism, for instance, different forms of mental disorders. What this does, as a historical precedent anchoring effect, it socially solidifies the presupposition of neurochemical models, which is a key mechanism of control. Just like contagion is a key mechanism of control biosecurity-wise, or say public health-wise, the neurochemical model or pharmacology, say that what we learn through psychology, is the control mechanism for neurotech models of the future. And or we could call it the neurobiology model. It grants expert authority. So just like contagion grants public health experts and epidemiologists and wizards of these non-sciences to have authority over human bodies and minds, neurobiology models, pharmacology, and psychiatry grants expert authority over mental health. These operations justify these technologies and these interventions. They moralize them as well. Again, just like you make everything political, just like you make everything medical, underlying that process is a moral drive. The medicalization, the politicization of things can't be foisted, imposed without a moral drive. Hence the importance of faith and moral consistency, moral absolutism and transcendence through a faith, a truth. At the gate of all of this comes a moral drive that has been written on all of our hearts, atheists included. To solve this mental health problems, gosh, we need some solutions, right? Next stage, wrong thing, religious political belief as potential candidates for mental illness categorization. I pray it doesn't go there, at least not in our lifetime. But I've shown you plenty of evidence to suggest that we're not too far away from that. The precedent has been set. The goals are clear to see. Socio-bioengineering, full spectrum dominance, subject to same biobehavioral security model as the bodily disease. Mental disease will be approached just as bodily disease will be approached because they come from the same substrate. The mind, the brain specifically. The brain is an aspect of the body. The body houses it. The brain is not the brain without the body. The mind is not the mind without the body. Speaking of this moral push, right? This moral drive, almost that type of ultra-moral agenda that we see in the hyper-progressive technocratic left, but also in the neoconservative, neoliberal right, just as technocratic, if not more. We see them pushing this moral drive to help people in need. And today, it tends to be those suffering from certain dysphorias, that regard gender, sex, etc. The new movement of health, because this is a new health movement. When we think of medicalization, when we think of bodily disease, mental disease, this is a health movement, but it's under the guise of happiness, especially with regard to the trans identification. It's let's alter them biologically to create an outcome of happiness, which is completely illogical and I would argue very dangerous. The greatest of follies is to sacrifice health for any other kind of happiness. There's something very powerful and poignant about this quote today, because I believe what these institutions, these industries, and these social movements are doing is precisely going against this idea. Let's bring a scripture to buttress this. How about Proverbs 14:8? The wisdom of the prudent is to give thought to their ways, but the folly of fools is deception. What I see here is a slippery slope. Slippery slope, the unraveling of science. This is an example of the big oops and the consequences of the slippery slope that we saw happen over 3 years. November 2022, they already were admitting to this. COVID jabs, we flew the airplane while we were still building it. You know it's trouble when they're admitting this stuff. And that's with mRNA. You don't think there's going to be similar consequences for, say, gender-affirming care, say all these new type of weirdo neurotechnologies and nano-bio internet of things? Think about it. Can't trust any of these people. Not only are they trying to fly planes while they're still building the planes, they don't even know how to fly. They're not even pilots. Yet these are the experts we're supposed to trust with our health and our minds at the expense of our spirits and the truth. Now this is next level insanity. That's why I saved it for the end. And that's why I presented to you the idea of the slippery slope. Because the slippery slope slips deep and the consequences could be dire. And when you're dealing with a transhumanist, technocratic world of today that's hopped up on nanotechnology and integrating nanomachines, you get silly, stupid, crazy, insane, psychopathic, demonic things like this. You're at pmc.org. Genome editing for involuntary moral enhancement. It ain't no games, man. Now imagine you being set up in a confused, paradoxical society of amoral agents structuring a political, medicalized system of ultra morality with technological solutions as the only trusted solutions and experts as the only trusted pilots of said technology. People wanting to tinker with genetics and tinker with hormones with an ultra moral purview of right and wrong. Put those together. What do you get? This is what you get. Genome editing for involuntary moral enhancement. Cambridge Quarterly of Healthcare Ethics. The International Journal of Healthcare Ethics Committee, 2019. Right before the scamdemic. Fascinating. During the previous years, voluntary moral bioenhancement has been contrasted to compulsory moral bioenhancement. This is taking wrong think to the next level, to the genetic level. In this paper, a third possible type of moral bioenhancement is discussed. Genome editing for moral enhancement of the unborn that is neither voluntary nor compulsory, but involuntary. Involuntary moral bioenhancement might engineer people who will be more moral than they otherwise would have been. The possibilities of genome editing aimed at moral enhancement of our offspring is assessed. It is argued that genome editing might have the potential to engineer our offspring in 3 domains: to be more empathetic, to be less violently aggressive, lower testosterone, and to have a higher potential for complex moral reflection. Consider the ultra-moral / amoral society we're in. Interesting. Genome editing is discussed in 3 domains, and a proposal made that a combination of VMBE and IMBE might be the best option humans have to become better. Wow. To become better. Humans, better. What makes better humans? Truth. Love. morality, human scale issues, human scale dilemmas. Yet here, and once again, we see technological scale solutions, genetic modification, and not just voluntary, no, involuntary, and not just involuntary, but in vitro. Prior to birth, Brave New World. Now, we talked about mental disease, we talked about autism, we talked about gender dysphoria, and all of these different issues that are being used to create new technologies, hormonal but also genomic. Right? Not only autism, though, not only mental illness like depression, anxiety, schizophrenia, dementia, not only gender dysphoria, but even ADHD. I have a recent article here from April 8th. More and more I'm seeing everything is going towards a genomic solution. We went from this chemical-based pharmacological neuroscience kind of thing, and now we're going towards everything genomic and hormonal. This is true transhumanist medicalization happening. Groundbreaking new research identifies the cause, literally the cause, crazy, the cause, as if you know. As if all of these screens aren't contributing to this ADHD, as if diets, malnutrition, and different forms of attentional abuse through, say, neglect in certain family dynamics aren't contributing to the development of ADHD. As if you know. The point, again, isn't the truth. It's the belief of those who hear it in the pursuit of a type of specific technological development. And what other development than, of course, the granddaddy of them all, and it has been used for quite some time. It's not like this is new. They've been using it. CRISPR. The team used CRISPR to insert this type of mutation in a homologous mouse genes, which cause hereditary hyperactivity. The mice displayed symptoms of ADHD in 15 behavior tests, making them a reliable model for studying the disorder. This finding is a major step forward in our understanding of the genetic basis of ADHD, said Professor Ohad Burke, one of the authors of the study. In addition to the scientific importance of finding a clear delineation of a novel genetic basis, just like they want to make everything based on viruses, they also want to make everything based on genetic, or at least we're going to see this contrast, this doubling force of viral threats and genetic error to be fixed and solved through their specific type of technological solutions, the war on hormone and gene and molecular pathways for ADHD. Both the mutant human cells and the mouse strain carrying the human mutation can serve as an effective model system for the discovery of novel medications for ADHD. Of course, new novel medications too. So not only are they going to essentially, and I would argue eventually, want to edit genes in the womb, just like they want to do extensive studies on genetically engineering moral babies. Of course, they would genetically engineer ADHD-proof babies as well. If we understand the devices that will be employed for transhumanist agendas medically, say through mental disease, bodily disease, the brain-body frontier, what's the system? What system is going to be aggregating the data such that these doctors can know what the hell they're doing with all this fancy stuff? AI, of course, universal AI, AI totalitarianism. Researchers improve AI that can tell from your voice if you're depressed. Artificial intelligence can now more accurately detect whether you're depressed by analyzing the sound of your voice, thanks to new research by University of Alberta computing scientists. What does this remind you of? How ridiculous. This reminds me of that application that had AI that could tell if you had COVID or not by coughing into the microphone, or the COVID detecting dogs. Remember all of this nonsense? It's the same. It's along the same lines of pseudoscience, but it's not about the truth again. It's about, will people believe it, such that we can introduce these technologies that have other applications. Once we discover, oh, it doesn't work for this, but hey, we're going to use it in all these other industries. Crazy. Absolutely crazy, man. Health GPT hints at a future of fitness apps with personalized assistance. There it is. AI personalized assistant that will help you be healthy, disconnecting you from your right and your duty to take care of your body and yourself. And in that process, you lose your understanding of what anything biological means. It's just, it's so crazy. And again, you see young people here because these are the targets. Will AI be the next frontier in behavioral health? I believe it will be. Like most things, they aim to apply language models to. That's why I've done this whole show about mental illness and bodily disease, bodily disease, mental disease as type of pandemicism that uses false pandemics and false, or should I say real disease, to not just create devices and technologies, but also to apply algorithmic systems that automate and denature and dehumanize complete industries and institutions, the medical industry just being one of them. We saw business, we saw art. I mean, this is across the board. In 2017, researchers from the World Wellbeing Project conducted a study of 1,200 Facebook users to determine if they could create better screening and diagnostic tools for depression by examining users' social media posts. Now, think about all these individuals that are out there on the Twitters and the social medias talking all types of crazy nonsense, whether it's racist stuff, whether it's hateful stuff, whatever, evil stuff. They're using social media as the database for behavioral or for human behavior. We talk about that all the time here. I use it myself to understand how populations are thinking, at least the ones terminally online. Problem here is that algorithms could be used to, let's say, shuffle or structure social media data into potential mental illness, or should we say potential threats, hence pre-crime. You see where the logic of this leads, and the importance of addressing what AI is truly going to be used for, not just to scale your little entrepreneurial pursuit or your ability to create any piece of art you want. Much deeper stuff they have planned for this. As a social media algorithm was used to analyze data from more than 500,000 posts from consenting users and picked out linguistic cues, words related to depressed moods, loneliness, hostility, etc. that might predict depression. What else might it predict? Possibly violence, right? Possibly wrongthink, right? The study found that linguistic markers could predict depression with significant accuracy up to 3 months before a person receives a formal diagnosis. Today, other researchers are expanding their focus to assess the potential of artificial intelligence in psychiatry and therapy to include facial recognition, biometrics, text analysis, software, and other tools. The aim is to supplement clinicians' efforts to spot mental illnesses earlier, predictive models, and improve treatments for patients. But as with many issues involving AI, researchers have questions about its effectiveness and remain wary of potential bias in detecting conditions and other ethical issues. And surely, as we saw with the last 3 years regarding biomedical interventions, they circumvent all of those potential consequences, say, regarding ethics and safety. It is my contention, definitely TikTok, but I would argue most significantly Twitter, is actually a platform to farm behavioral data for this precise type of technology. And the reason I believe that is to be the case is because from my study of Twitter, it's extremely toxic in more ways than one, especially from a political perspective. It's extremely toxic, and it documents and expresses some of the most lowest levels of human behavior. And I think this is also by design, and it is not a surprise why Elon Musk has invested in it, given that he is not only trying to create an X app of all things, which is in a sense going to be, if it's produced, a type of platform for the bio-identity, but also he's very interested in creating a type of singularity, creating a type of super AI integrated system that forms a congruence with human brains, especially when we see its role in the social engineering and psychological operations of the COVID scamdemic. This has always been the case, similar to how Pokemon Go was an application, a military application that actually was structuring the network, the digital network for geofencing infrastructure that will be used in smart cities. So I do understand that a lot of these technologies are for this process, similar to how I showed you Snapchat earlier was not just some fun little filter social media platform, but actually a premier platform for Web3 and spatialism, specifically through their first project of VR glasses that aim to create a type of XR platform. No other social media platform is doing this. It's very interesting when you consider the fact that Snapchat is almost forgotten, yet they're building something totally different on the back end. And I think Twitter is doing something very similar with regard to pre-crime, biobehavioral social engineering on the part of AI, and human social field dynamics. It's very Lewin-esque, very Tavistock-ish going on here. Now, this isn't to say we aren't to ever use Twitter, but be careful what you do on Twitter, I'd argue. Be careful what you do on any platform. Now, there will come a time where even things as possibly as honest and true as, say, faith and logic and reason are demonized, persecuted. I have no problem being persecuted for truth, but it's different when we are socially engineered to behave in ways we shouldn't. We're very dark places in all of us, what Jung would call our shadows, are in a sense tapped by way of social engineering, agitation, propaganda, algorithmic capture that tends to send you nothing but violence and horrible sights day to day as you scroll and scroll and scroll, to the degree that you start to behave in ways that you shouldn't. Say you start to speak in ways that's condemning to your spirit in the pursuit of one-upping another. This type of social media narcissism now, where everyone's so bitter, angry, spiteful. Through this algorithmic capture, this is precisely what it produces. These lowest areas of man, the worst ways to communicate, flourish in these communities that could be by design. Or if not by design, it could be perfect fruit for these types of algorithms, for these data collection projects that want to know the darkest angles of human behavior. Especially when we understand the one area AI is always going to fail in, though they're in pursuit of its acquisition: emotionalism, human emotion. Very interesting how Twitter, as an example, is a perfect platform to provide all of those things in a purely data-driven form. This one, Artificial Intelligence for Mental Health and Mental Illness, an overview, 2019. Yeah, empathy, absolutely. Absolutely. Something a lot of these social media platforms lack. Because I think humans are essentially, by our fallen nature, we're driven to the negativistic. We're driven to the darker aspects. It's harder to work towards the empathy and the positive. I think that's what that describes our need for a savior and our purpose in this life of coming to the truth and reuniting ourselves with the Most High God through Christ and being real and true and transcend this flesh in these ways that we're accustomed to, which tend to be the darkest if you pay attention. It isn't to say we're purely bad in some Gnostic sense, but it is to say we're predisposed to those of the uncomely, those of the dark. We reviewed 28 studies of AI and mental health that use electronic health records, mood rating scales, brain imaging data, novel monitoring systems, and social media platforms to predict, classify, or subgroup mental health illnesses, including depression, schizophrenia, or the psychiatric illness, or other psychiatric illnesses, and suicide ideation and attempts. Collectively, these studies revealed high accuracies and provided excellent examples of AI's potential in mental health care. But most should be considered early proof of concept works demonstrating the potential of using machine learning algorithms to address mental health questions and which types of algorithms yield the best performance. As AI techniques continue to be refined and improved, it will be possible to help mental health practitioners redefine mental illnesses more objectively than currently done in the DSM-5. Wow, you know how disturbing that is? Because the DSM-5 is extremely flawed, and there cannot be any objective understanding of the subjectivity of human behavior in the type of standardized way that the DSM attempts to do. Imagine them want to ramp up that standardization that DSM already fails at through artificial intelligence. That's insane. Imagine the consequences of that, especially when they redefine what mental illnesses are. Imagine when they start to put things that clearly aren't mental illnesses as mental illnesses under, or should we say subject to, a type of standardized algorithm. Crazy. Absolutely insane. Identify these illnesses as at an earlier or prodromal stage when interventions may be more effective. Prediction. Predictive models. And personalized treatments based on an individual's unique characteristics. However, caution is necessary in order to avoid overinterpreting preliminary results, and more work is required to bridge the gap between AI and mental health research and clinical care. This was 2019. Several years ago, man. AI has developed much more since then. And as they say, it's at its worst right now. Now, I don't think it ever will be accurate in this sense. I don't think you can apply standardized objective systems of efficiency to ephemeral, subjective, and relative dynamics of human behavior. It's like trying to say a machine is conscious. It doesn't work. But that's beside the point. Again, it's not about what's true in this world, in their eyes. It's about what you believe. It's about what they can get you to accept and comply to, as well as what can they, as well as the technology that they can develop and implement in pursuit of a type of sterile, universal, digitized, efficient system of man, machine, industry, institution. And the only way to conquer this, of course, through the environment, we see that through the sustainability efforts, but more importantly, through human behavior. And this is done through attacking and controlling human action, body, human behavior, mind, brain. The brain, body, final frontier.
A line of swimsuits. I'm talking about AI, artificial intelligence, the missing link between computers and human thought.
You mean machines that think?
Yes, and with a will of their own. They could process raw data 1,000,000 times faster than we, yet still be able to make the leaps of intuition that inspired our greatest minds.
Sounds as if the human race could become quite expendable. Except for butlers, of course.
Of course.
This is not a LARP show.
I like this character. Yeah. Okay. Ed Stairs, you need to listen to this. I hope somebody tweets this to you or DMs you or whatever, emails the link, whatever they do. You need to listen to this. Okay? You may always be an idiot, but you don't have to be a useful idiot, especially not to a terrorist like Clovis Harmon or Angela G, who are looking for a martyr. Here's something you need to know, Ed Stairs. Clovis Harmon bragged that my daughter's death was a gift to some people who wanted to use her death to raise money. She didn't say that last part. I know that was the motivation. Because I had been shutting down fundraisers by the people who killed my daughter at the time when I still believed she had committed suicide, because I had not spoken to that state trooper who tipped me off to what they knew about it and were not acting on, because a state trooper cannot challenge the University of Massachusetts and its associated wealthy backers. Okay? You know what I'm talking about, Ed Stairs, because you're from a Massachusetts-connected family. You've said so yourself. Clovis Harmon recruited Ed Stairs as part of her effort to silence and intimidate me. To the general public, what this is about: terrorism in the United States, the Occupy movement, cult, whatever you want to call that pile of brain turds, is, and probably always has been, entangled with the mafia in the United States, because that's where their creative youngsters get their training. How to be a law unto themselves, be berserkers, be nutcases, recruit, scam and compromise people, blackmail, the whole thing. So there's this big documentary being planned. Clovis Harmon speaks of it. She talks about she's sitting on a gold mine. Blazing Scar, whatever she calls herself, holds the database full of clips that people are using over there in New Zealand. Anna Cooper is a New Zealand woman who's engaged in a LARP marriage with Thomas Schoenberger. Thomas Schoenberger believes it's real. There's somebody else in New Zealand who has all of the skills of a bomb maker. His name is Aiken Drum. Now you might say, why would somebody who could be making bombs, might be making bombs, allow his skills to be seen while he quietly converses with his fellow terrorists in their live streams? And he's always working on these little projects with his soldering iron and his, workshop. Well, it's a good marketing ploy, actually. The pedo-baiting blackmailers, Daniel Dowd, Jesse Davis, that crowd in Sewertown, they do that when they're showing off their hidden camera blackmail equipment that they invest a lot of money in, and they're showing off that, hey, you need that done, you can call them up. You might say, I'm giving them all a plug, aren't I? Well, they don't like the kind of plugs I give. So Ed Stairs got himself arrested, or he didn't get himself, he happened to be arrested in a raid on a house that I believe was his brother's house. It was a drug raid. Him and some others, including his brother, are still waiting for the rest of it to play out in court. It's all in pre-trial. He was talking about it just in the last few days. That's no big deal. Sewer Town, Trailer Park, Angela G. Angela G. Now, there's an interesting character. We're going to talk a lot about her today. They're all in that scene. In fact, there's this one Treach Renfro. He calls himself Treach Shiftskin. Okay? And he is exactly that, a shifty little guy, a snake. They're all snakes. But Treach Shiftskin is one of the interesting ones who appears to not really understand what he got himself into. He's playing games. Well, he thinks it's clever to name himself after the word treachery. So that tells you what he is right there. Not too bright. He was pulled into the Pizzagate cult to such a degree that he quit his job, believing he had been convinced that he was going to be able to be a professional pedo catcher without bothering to enroll in a police force academy and get a badge. Okay. And when you look at his Twitter following, he lost his Twitter page, but he still has a big following. They're all gangbanger looking types. A lot of them have the word M-O-B-B, mob with 2 B's in their names. And it's a music. It looks like just a hip hop rap music crowd. No big deal, no crime there. But you get the social setting. And there was an interesting 3-way conversation between Treach Renfro, who is, in fact, I believe, when I'm characterizing people, that's just my opinion of them. My opinion of Treach Renfro is that he's a gangbanger wannabe. He's not a strong personality. He's not a strong man. He had some video up maybe 2 years ago in which he was trying to challenge Thomas Schoenberger's piano playing abilities. And it was a really wild stream to watch because Thomas Schoenberger is not a performer when it comes to the piano. His composing is mostly in his head. And he puts it out into music form. He's had childhood lessons on the piano. He knows his music. He composes it. He works with arrangers. They work with instruments together. It's not the kind of thing that a person who just plays the piano on stage does. So Treach Renfro was in this Jerry Springer type expose of the fact that Thomas Schoenberger is not a performer when it comes to the piano. And Schoenberger did not want to show himself on camera. At the time, he was on medication that had that unfortunate effect of making you puff out. And as a young man, anyone can see from the pictures that Thomas still uses from his youth, he was a damn good-looking guy. He was what we used to call a hunk. And he used that charm and that physical attraction when he was young. But here he was, a seasoned veteran whose physical prowess was puffed out by medication and neglecting himself, not being out working out at the gym every day, etc. So they took pictures. These trolls found pictures of him from that time and harassed and just harangued him for not being willing to subject himself to further humiliation. Because that's all these people are, is young thugs. And Renfro was he appeared to be trying to figure out what was going on because he believed himself to be part of a good group. This was the Occupy cult. Obama and Jesse Davis are deep in that cult, pretending that they're exposing Thomas Schoenberger. when they put out emails showing that, in fact, Thomas Schoenberger was involved with the Occupy movement because his friends were. He was part of that. This terrorist scammer, Lisa Clapier, more scammer than terrorist, was heavily involved with the conversations with Pavana Davis. But it's all theater. It's all theater. That's what they do. That's what Occupy believes itself to be. But it is satanic theater. Clovis Harmon spoke to some of the same types of people who had surrounded my daughter and killed her. Clovis Harmon is a member of that. Now, Clovis Harmon is using a Massachusetts man named Ed Stairs. They've got him in the same place they were trying to get Treach Renfro. The difference between Ed Stairs and Treach Renfro is that Treach Renfro is a weak little guy who can be pushed around by domineering women. Ed Stairs appears to have some more basic street smarts. For one thing, he disclosed himself that he grew up in a connected family. His father was drinking buddies with a Massachusetts patriarchal capo. I talked about that recently. Now, the reason that's significant in what I'm saying today is that when you grow up in that situation, you learn very young from listening to your dad tell his stories and from seeing what's going on around you up there in Massachusetts, that you don't play games with this stuff. Ed Stairs his family moved down here to Texas. And Clovis Harmon, in some conversation somewhere, came across him and recruited him to send him after me. And he was young enough not to be street smart about what Clovis is. And he's still not very street smart because he still thinks he has to be polite to these people, even though he clearly tries to distance himself from the more irresponsible criminals. But he has a view of himself exactly the same as Treach Renfro. He's going to be a hero, taking down the pedophiles. And I wish I could applaud them both for that, because that is heroic, that needs to be done. But that's not what those two are doing. Ed Stairs is beginning to figure that out. He makes remarks. He made a channel called Pedophile News and Drama, or Pedophile Catcher News and Drama. That's what it is. And he talks about some of the problems that he's finding out are part of this. That while they go to all this risk and expense to supposedly catch a predator, those predators are not ending up in prison. And he's beginning to question the usefulness of what he's doing. One of the things that this filthy cult does not like is somebody who starts using their brain cells to ask questions. Clovis Harmon was shouting recently, you could practically hear her rubbing her hands together in greedy glee as she said she's sitting on a gold mine. Oh, they're gonna make me and Thomas and a whole bunch of other people the center of their great documentary. It's gonna be reality TV. Now, bear in mind that Clovis thinks that my daughter gave her life willingly as a gift to these people. She said that in the same video where she described the manner in which my daughter died, in order to prove to me that she was indeed having conversations with the people who were with my daughter when she died. And she included details that nobody had ever made public. Now she's got her clutches into Ed Stairs. Ed Stairs has some issues. He and his brother, as I said, they got caught up in that drug raid. They're now going through pretrial, hoping it'll all just go away. And the trolls are using it to harass him, to manipulate, psyop him. And he's on this airplane rise. They're flying from place to place to do out-of-state pedo catches. There's a lot of money going into this because apparently there are some other terrorists involved in this. Gabe Hoffman, Mossad. It's a good way to take down the United States. Create a vigilante group whose primary purpose is to go after men based on pedophile accusations and don't involve the police, because the police might have that sticky problem of having enough training to actually figure out if the guy is a real pedophile or if he's being entrapped by a bunch of occupied perverts, the narcissistic sociopaths. Now this woman, Angela Davis, whew, there's a Freudian slip, Angela G. I said I was going to talk about her, yes. She's the one who was putting together the spreadsheets, and now I'm realizing there was a lot more to that spreadsheet than the names of all the COVID test kit parts. She was also putting together the spreadsheets of who matches up with what, so that, and working closely with Clovis to develop these crews that are now involved in this documentary. And I'll get back to possible bomb maker Aiken Drum shortly. Now, I thought Angela G was kind of stupid because I watched her go through the motions of being recruited into this this group, true crime, pedo hunting group, vigilante group. And she's the one who recently hosted a airplane tracking live stream to track Ed Stairs live in real time as he traveled back from one of his pedo catching things. Now, Ed Stairs already kind of joked, slightly, softly joked, that maybe he shouldn't be telling these people his travel plans, because he is thinking about what they're doing to him. He knows what kind of problem he has. He's the son of a connected family who's in the pre-trial stage in a drug raid that may or may not have been a major thing. It sounds from what he said that it wasn't that big of a deal. But it's a big thing in your life when you have to deal with it. And when you're surrounded by drug-dealing thugs and hipsters and gangbanging wannabes like this crowd, it can be a problem. Particularly when you've been pulled into an organized ring with professional terrorists like Clovis Harmon, who tend to get paranoid and are also psychopathic. I don't envy Ed Stairs one bit. His position is not a good one, and he knows it. Angela G is working closely with the people who want to set up a reality TV blockbuster that's going to be worth $1 million. And what better way than to turn Ed Stairs into a hero, a martyr. I spoke in my previous stream about how the other members of this terrorist group, I named Aaron Cox, but there's also the Sentinels group with the pedo hunting stuff, the ones who actually stalk the young underage relatives of convicted sex offenders. That would be Laurie Alexandra Swan. Ernest Nicholson is one of the speakers of her channel, Doomsday Channel, Global Watchman News. Patriot, not Proud American. She used to be Tennessee Patriot. Yeah, I think she calls herself Proud American. That whole crew. You know, you've got these little, they're not real separate pockets. They're part of the same larger pocket. So Angela Davis, I mean, keep doing that. I'm sorry. Angela Davis is from the 60s. Angela G, okay, the redhead, who's setting up the airplane thing so they can all get to watch. They can all get to watch. And who is Aiken Drum working with over there in New Zealand? Somebody that I won't name, but somebody received a bunch of messages in Twitter from a Canadian named Kaidin, Kaidinn, was using the name Albert. And that person proposed the exact reality TV martyrdom plane explosion, Fort Neches style, that I just described. And there have been arrests in connection with that very group. After being told that this person was freaked out by these messages and blocked Albert, also known as Kaidin. And Kaidin is a big part of this crew that I'm talking about here with the Sewertown people, with Daniel Dowd, the one who put his daughter up on camera yesterday, trafficking her. Very little girl. What kind of man does that? What kind of man is visibly very angry on camera, and he's angry at somebody who has called him a child molester, a pedophile, and instead of taking that person to court for slander and defamation, he puts his own little girl on camera and addresses the accuser from behind his little girl. I have no reason to believe that the accuser was anything except the slanderer, except that I'm watching Daniel Dowd's behavior. Trafficking his own child. And also, this was in Treach Renfro's stream, but Angela G was there. And what Daniel Dowd was doing was giving the terrorist mob that gathers around Treach Renfro, Angela G, and Clovis Harmon a target to hate and blame the accuser. Don't look at what Angela G just did to Ed Stairs and is training people to think it's perfectly normal to do that to somebody who he went to Florida to confront a supposed online pedophile. So there's somebody in Florida that just got pulled into a very uncomfortable and possibly infuriating situation. And even if the guy deserves to be arrested and thrown in jail for the rest of his life, the fact is he's still out there, not arrested, possibly furious. And the people around him, because pedophiles are not lone actors, okay? Most of them are parts of groups They're friends with other pedophiles. They pass their victims around, and they get violent against people that might expose them. So Ed Stairs is part of a group that was involved with going after this Florida pedophile. He gets on a plane to come back to Texas, and you think those pedophiles are not watching the idiots in Sewertown, keeping track of what's going on? They're just two teams of the same game. That's all they are. And it's a deadly game. And so this guy is watching Angela G bring that plane, track, stalk with a whole stalker group. I mean, Ed Stairs was being actively stalked during that flight. Angela G was coordinating it. Now, I used to think, as I said, I used to think Angela G was just some dumb, bored, stupid bimbo, too high on her own cannabis to think straight. But I see her differently because I'm watching her behavior. She has been promoted to take Kim Arnott's place as the cult's den mother with her little puzzle social, let's sit back and virtue signal and relax, and let's stalk Ed Stairs while we're at it and claim that we're just following him because we love him so much. She plays that game. She also is acting more and more and more like Clovis Harmon. Clovis Harmon is getting ready to exit stage left because, we're kind of hoping she'll kick the bucket pretty soon. She's dying. She can't do it quick enough as far as I'm concerned. And she was going on about sitting on a gold mine because these people have promised her that her family is going to have $1 million after this. Aiken Drum was talking in that stream. I think it was Renfro's stream. It might have been Angela G's because there were two streams right close together and I watched them both. He's practically giggling with his anticipation of great wealth. That they've all been putting this documentary together that Treach Renfro is heavily involved in. Putting this documentary together, and it's vast, and it all centers on Thomas Schoenberger. And according to what's going on with Clovis Harmon, they're going to smear my daughter in it too. And they're already counting their money because it's a reality TV show. And they've already been involved in half a dozen murders. This crowd, this Occupy crowd, is a satanic murder machine. And Ed Stairs probably has not signed on the dotted line to be a willing martyr, because he sounds a little bit like he's looking around and wondering what's really going on here. Angela G bullies Treach Renfro as if Renfro may as well have Clovis in his stream. Bullies the heck out of him. She wouldn't get away with that if it was Ed Stairs' stream, because Stairs is a strong character. And this group does not like strong characters. They'll recruit them and try to use them, but if the strong character has a moral compass and goes his own way, he has to be eliminated. That's the way they work. That's what they do. It's really beginning to be very strange, because in the past, anarchy pretty much required violence, and that's what this group is still working on. Occupy is an anarchist, terrorist kind of movement, and they're still working on the pre-digital, the pre-cyberspace model that you have to you know, the villagers have to grab their pitchforks and torches and overthrow the king. Reality, that's not what's going on. The human race is evolving pretty rapidly into an anarchy civilization that is not going to need violence. What I'm doing right now, speaking about what these people have been planning and are in the early stages of carrying out, is more effective in stopping this kind of violence than if SWAT teams were to visit every one of them this afternoon. Because the ones who are participating will hear of this. This will be passed around. And they will disengage from the plan. And Ed Stairs can go on about his life, settle whatever he has to settle in court, and find a better way to carry out his honorable mission of defending our children. Same for Treach Renfro. He's a good-hearted guy. I can tell that in how he talks, but he's weak. He'll never challenge a bully like Angela G. They go on about China the Three, another one who's been part of this. The problem with China the Three is he's still very much politically, or at least the last time I looked at him, he still buys into the Occupy politics. He still hates the United States and wants to take us down. Well, he can sit up there in Montreal and stick his head up his butt, keep it warm. We don't need those kind of Canadians. But it doesn't matter. China the Three put out some real truth when he confronted Treach Renfro about allowing Thomas to frighten him. Thomas at that time was fully engaged in this cult. He left the cult. He still has friends who are Occupy mentality people because they are Californians for the most part. They're brain dead liberals. But that's the world today. That doesn't mean anything. He definitely walked away from this group that he refers to as the Matrix, that I referred to as a death cult. They're not going to let him walk away, of course. That's why you've got the active filth like Daniel Dowd putting his own little girl on his lap and trafficking her in his pedo fight. Who does that? What kind of man does that? And claims that the fact that the little girl is with her is proof that he's a wonderful father. With him, I should say, excuse me. The fact that he has custody of his daughter somehow it doesn't prove anything. All kinds of parents have custody of their children. And then we read about them in the headlines. Doesn't mean anything. A responsible father would never put his child in that kind of video and that kind of live stream. But these people are not responsible. They are terrorists. They are criminals. Angela G is an accountant who's working with these people to set up groups. She denies it, but she's been in live streams, they've talked about it. And this is the thing. They're not just going to drop their plans because I'm speaking about them. They have to continue to carry out their plans. So they'll keep showing up in different ways, and people who think I'm crazy and just making stuff up and blah, 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 you start watching them and you go, oh my gosh, they really are doing that, because they're just going to find a different way to do it. They're going to have to find a different way to advertise their terrorist trade skills. They're going to have to find a different way to network, recruit, and brainwash their patsies and their useful idiots, and train their cadres to take positions of conscious responsibility for their crimes. They have to keep that going, because if they don't, well, then they disappear, which is what I hope happens. They disappear. They stop. But they probably won't. They've got a lot invested in this reality documentary crap they're doing. If Ed Stairs does what Thomas Schoenberger did and takes 2 steps away from them, so that all they can do is try to harass them, and if his people that he knows in real life help him put his life together in such a way that it doesn't matter that he has these unfortunate experiences behind him, that doesn't matter that he has a stalker crew, he'll be able to live his life. That'll be a good thing. But if he continues to try to appease these people and cooperate with them and work with them, well, he's his own karma. The same thing for Treach Renfro. Now, Treach Renfro is confronting someone who is, I really need to point her out, because I mentioned that Angela G is a very key conscious cadre, trained and aware criminal in this, alongside Clovis Harmon. Although Clovis Harmon is not as, Clovis Harmon is a horrible, horrible, dangerous person, but she's a nutcase. And Angela G might be on her way to becoming as nutty as Clovis Harmon in yelling at people and bullying people, because she's already doing that in streams where she's a wrench holder and she believes that she's got some clout. But she has skills as a, I believe she's a CPA, certified public accountant. She has professional skills. She has money, she has business. She's working with putting together predatory groups that are not only going to exploit children, that they're going after the children, but they're going after elderly too, because we can be pushed. We elders are pushed into a social status that can be similar to childhood. And we can lose the rights to control our environment and our resources and own our own property, because it can be taken away from us. I mean, I'm not saying it as a complaint. It's not likely to happen to me. I've already dealt with all of that. But there are groups, there's always been these little church groups and things that are known to suddenly show up in the lives of some older person who might have an estate with people to inherit. And they've been known to actually get between an elderly person and that elder's own children and heirs, in order to alienate them so that the church can then grab the money, or real estate, or whatever, artwork, whatever it is they want to grab. And this group is definitely heavily involved in that. That's one of the reasons why they attack artists. Some of them are trying to get ownership of art. ownership of intellectual property rights. Things that a lot of people might not even recognize have value when they're clearing out the estate. I remember when a friend of mine's mother died, and she asked me to go house sit while she had to go downtown and take care of all the legal matters relating to her mother's death. And the reason she didn't dare leave the house without having somebody there, like me, to just sit there and keep people out, was that there were people showing up like vultures because there were rumors that her mother, who died practically penniless, except that they owned the building, they owned an apartment building, and they lived off the rentals. They didn't have anything valuable beyond that. But my friend had gone to college, got scholarships, had a really wonderful career, looked like a wealthy family. And there were people showing up like vultures because there were rumors that there was jewelry and there were other valuables. And these people were showing up and actually saying they needed to come in because Julia, that was the woman's name that had died, Julia had promised them this or that necklace or brooch or whatever. Because they thought, well, if they just go in and take it and then claim it's theirs. And once the family, which at that point consisted of 2 adult children who were kind of in shock because it was a very sudden heart attack, unexpected death. And what are they going to do about it? That's human nature. And that's what this group is. It's a group of ghoulish vultures. Just feeding off the death of our whole society. Feeding off our children. Feeding off our elders. Terry Joyce figures into this. And there's a lot of big money with the cult group. And, you know, Angela G and Clovis Harmon are not the first ones. Their comrade, Laurie Alexander Swan, was involved with Oxygen Network on the same kind of real true crime ahead of time documentary. I should have named this True Crime Ahead of Time. Because Laurie Alexander Swan has been involved with several people who later died. And she was in a position, if she could have pulled it off, she would have gotten the profits off the documentaries made about those people. But she couldn't pull it off because other people watching what's going on started talking about it. And that's what we're doing now. Angela G. Oh God, I hope Angela G ends up in jail soon. I am so disgusted with what she is at. She knows what she's doing. These idiots, these gutter sluts, these whores, these castrati, pedophilic manlings, they're not men. They're gross, drug addicts. They don't know what they're doing. They're just animals. Daniel Dowd is nothing but a filthy animal. But Angela G knows what she's doing. Treach Renfro knows what he's looking at, but he's not standing up to it. Ed Stairs is kind of standing up on one leg, thinking about standing up completely. That's their plan. And those are the people that are in place, drooling at the thought of the millions of dollars they'll make because they think this is going to end up being a big hit. Well, it's not. It's not going to happen. The entire media movie industry, insofar as money is concerned, is collapsing anyway, but these people don't have the brains to see that. Nobody's going to pay for their documentary. They're not going to be able to make the money after they've gone and murdered at least one of their own friends in their frenzied madness to make $1, to sit on a gold mine. Terry Joyce is involved with Steve Campion in New Jersey. No, he's in Pennsylvania, excuse me, Pennsylvania. Does a charlatan expose, scammer expose TV show, YouTube show. And he exposed what Terry Joyce is really part, because she'll tell you, she's proud of her membership in Occupy. She's proud of her relationships to people like the CEO of Revolution Radio, who was arrested for child porn on the dark web. And this whole group, Caden up there in Canada, Ray Johansson in Norway, that whole group, some of them have been arrested and are in jail, in prison. And it is international. And New Zealand is heavily involved, and Anna Cooper is involved. She's a wealthy, brain-dead, Botox-lipped idiot. Working with the New Zealand terrorists. I wish I knew Aiken Drum's legal name, because I'd make sure to put it out there. Anna Cooper at least expressed that she's creepy. She didn't realize this is what they're using her for. She sells art, physical artwork, internationally. It's a good way to ship stuff, isn't it? It's also well known. I have my experience, my professional experience with galleries. You people don't know shit about my actual background. Anna Cooper is right there in the middle of global money laundering transactions. And how are they going to get bomb parts from New Zealand into Texas? Because I think that's where the plan was. That plane is supposed to be blown up here in Texas, isn't it? Well, they got Anna Cooper's artwork. They got galleries here in Texas. Or wherever, actually. The bomb could be put on the plane anywhere. Because however they plan to do it. Terry Joyce is part of the whole targeting mechanism. Her friend Steve Campion is going after the Chinese dissidents. There are some Chinese cult people who are just, you want to believe some of the crazy stuff some cults teach. That's your business, okay? It's the universe is a free universe. But the Chinese Communist Party likes to use cult members who belong to cults that do not use alcohol, smoke tobacco, or eat junk food. People who are into real good health. They make the best organ donors. And everyone knows about the Chinese government hiring Terry Joyce's employer, Steve Hassan. Actually, that's Steve Campion's employer. Steve Campion's real name is Steve Lanuski. He has an LLC running his YouTube channel. So he's a real business person. He's registered. He's got money invested. And he's working with Steve Hassan to go after the Tai Chi Chinese dissidents. Steve Hassan and Rick Ross. That's why I slipped up and said New Jersey. Rick Ross is up there in New Jersey. Rick Ross is under contract with the Chinese Communist Party government as an anti-cult stalker to hunt Chinese dissidents and Chinese Americans who are Americans. Maybe go back 5 generations, just like Anglo-Americans, Irish Americans, Italian Americans, or any other Americans. The Chinese Communist Party wants them on their donor list and wants them dead. And we're right now seeing some people begin to wake up to the existence of illegal, underground, hidden Chinese police stations in places like Manhattan. And Steve Campion, in his things exposing David Wilcock, showed that David Wilcock, who's a patsy, an idiot, a scammer, just like the rest of these people, just like Angela G, and Jesse Davis, and Gabe Hoffman, anything to make that $1 million payoff. Dave Wilcock making his $1 million scamming people. They've got him off to the side, quietly going insane in an isolated mansion somewhere, and he puts on these live streams that Steve Campion restreams, showing that, yeah, they've got Wilcock off to the side going insane. But Steve Campion spoke about the Chinese volunteers who surrounded Dave Wilcock, basically did all the grunt work at his lectures. And Campion apparently went to one and saw that, what? They're all Chinese. What's going on? And he's speaking about it as if he doesn't know that maybe all this crazy UFO stuff, because the Tai Chi Chinese cult is New Age, they support that. So maybe part of what's been supporting Dave Wilcock's scam is a little bit of religious scammery. But this religious stuff, which is no different than any other religion, okay? It's no different than the Bible thumper that everyone throws $1 at, and they run the food pantry, and then you find out the pastor has a really fine house in the best part of town. So what? It's what people do. It's not terrorism. Stalking innocent people and busting up families, that's terrorism. So Steve Campion's going on about Dave Wilcock, and he shows that that's what it is. It's the Tai Chi people. That's the group that Steve Hassan used as an excuse to have my daughter killed. Sent his own staff in there. Because I practiced Tai Chi and spoke about it online. And she was a yoga teacher, and they also go after the Hare Krishnas. Well, she was not a Hare Krishna yoga person. She spent 2 years in a genuine Hindu ashram, not the Hare Krishnas. She was a certified yoga teacher. She works with veterans. She was a therapist. But Terry Joyce's friends were able to characterize her as being part of a cult so that they could go after her. They were able to characterize me because I spoke up in defense of the Tai Chi people. And I practiced Tai Chi. I wasn't a member of that group, that cult. I never joined any Tai Chi group. You can practice Tai Chi just by learning about it. I did go to a dojo. A very, very fine dojo. And learned it right there. But that's all it was. But Terry Joyce is convinced I'm on Steve Hassan's list of people to be taken out. That's why she's nuts. I mean, the woman is bona fide, totally nuts. Stupid. Okay, she really is stupid. And she's in all of this because she's going for that gold mine. The Hollywood real life gold mine. The Isaac Cappy gold mine. That's what she was after, money off him. She was going to make a lot of money talking about his death. She partnered up with one of the people that was involved with him and involved with his death. I'm talking about that filth Kate Schneider. Both of them heavily involved with Steve Campion. All of it going back to Steve Hassan. And most of these people in Seward Town, the Sentinel Camp, and the Trailer Park, Colleen Kokar, Tacos, Cults, and Cats, she's heavy into it, and so is Crano. Crano is involved with Clovis Harmon and Crano's shown herself to be willing to blow things up in Texas. She's been part of it. Treats Renfro's going on about she supposedly gave Thomas $40,000. No, she didn't. And she told you herself, Renfro. She was in one of Clovis's streams and she corrected everybody. She gave $40,000 to everybody not everybody, but a bunch of people in your little cult, Treats Renfro. 10,000 here and 10,000 there. Thomas Schoenberger was one of the people she gave money to and then expected services. He was supposed to do Clovis a favor for that money. And he told them both to kiss his royal ass. And kept the money and laughed at them. So go for it, Treats Renfro. Dig yourself in deeper. Renfro doesn't even know what he's doing. I feel sorry for him. Angela G knows what they're doing, though. She's one of the ringleaders. She's not a stupid woman. Terry Joyce is a stupid woman. But Steve Campion is not stupid, and he's a ringleader in it. He's going for the gold mine. These people, they're all looking for $1 million. Thinking they're going to get away with it. True crime ahead of time. Well, God bless some, have mercy on some. And to hell with the rest. Denise Matteau, over and out.
back to yet another episode of Watching the Watchers Live. My name is Robert Govea. I am a criminal defense attorney broadcasting from the Valley of the Sun, deep in downtown Phoenix, Arizona. Today, we're talking about instructions. Some of these instructions are, kind of boring a little bit, maybe you might think. I don't think so. But we're talking about jury instructions, very important, the critical part of a case. We have a lot of evidence that we have been following in Proud Boys trial day 60. We thought we were going to get to closing arguments today. The answer is no. But we are going to go through jury instructions and some other closing items that took place at the close of trial. It's Friday. Closing arguments are going to start next week on Monday. And so we're going to go through all of the trial proceedings for Proud Boys trial day 60. But there were some other instructions that were being sent out. And some of those instructions, some people are saying, may have gone over to Ray Epps or other people investigating Ray Epps or other people prosecuting Ray Epps to not prosecute him. But something interesting has happened. Ray Epps, even though we haven't been able to follow him, has suddenly sat down with 60 Minutes. And they're going to be releasing a full interview on that on Sunday with our pal Ray Epps hanging out with the 60 Minutes crew, talking about Lord knows what. We're going to break this down because Ray Epps made several additional appearances here on the January 6th Fedsurrection Day. And we've got Ray Epps right there. We're going to go through some of this new footage that came out in the Proud Boys trial, and then Julie Kelly assembled it. And it looks like to me, I don't know what you guys think about this, but look at that. That's an assault right there. Look at that. He makes physical contact with that officer, it looks like. And he's telling him, stop. Violent behavior certainly should be prosecuted or if the others are being prosecuted, why wouldn't he be prosecuted? But there's questions about whether Ray Epps is going to be filing a lawsuit against people like Darren J. Beatty over at Revolver News. And we're going to do a refresher on some of the reasons why the questions around Ray Epps are not conspiracy theories. In fact, they're pretty well rooted in fact. So we'll go through some of these highlights in a minute. But of course, my friends, we also have some motions to strike from the defense that I want to go through. Carmen Hernandez, on behalf of Zachary Real, submitted 2 motions, one yesterday and one today. And these are addressing those last minute disclosures, these things that just sort of popped up out of nowhere about the pepper spray with Zachary Real and some other allegations that the government just dropped at the last minute. And so the defense is responding to that. And we'll also, as I said, talk about jury instructions. And so, as you can see, we've got a lot to get to today. And if you want to be a part of the show, we have an amazing community and our friends over on our memberships, whether you're at watchingthewatchers.locals.com or if you are joining us on YouTube. We just had some amazing new gifts come in from our friend Dolphin Fan and Voice of the People. So we've got 10 new members courtesy of Dolphin Fan and Voice of the People. And we just have a ton of new members. Our morning streams are a lot of fun. It's a little bit more casual. Some of the segments that you might see on YouTube or on Rumble, we record those in the morning and, we kind of, have fun while we're doing it. And so we like to have a little casual stream, and then some of that stuff shows up on YouTube. Most of it does not. And so it's mostly member stuff. Come check us out either on YouTube or on Locals, watchingthewatchers.locals.com. We've got new members, Dustin, Johnny Boy. Hey, Johnny Boy. We got Gwennick, we got Annette, we got Daniela. Voice of the People's bringing in Alan, Tammy, JC, Starlet, and Scooby Fish. We're so grateful for you guys. Thank you for inviting them over. And if you're a member, don't forget to grab our private Telegram link. The books, all the things. We've all been there. We've all done that. And we know that they just don't work. But you know what? The books, all the things. We've all been there. We've all done. And lose weight the healthier way. In Field of Greens, attorneys who've been trying to subpoena him so that he can come in and testify back to Ray Epps. A lot of questions about Ray Epps. He hasn't really been available for many people to talk to. One group of individuals who would love to sit down with him are the Proud Boys and their defense attorneys who've been trying to subpoena him so that he can come in and testify in one of the most important trials in America taking place right now. But he didn't respond to a subpoena. The judge would not allow the Proud Boys to serve him by publication. And so Ray Epps is still a wanted man, wanted by the Proud Boys. but they have not been able to get him. But somebody is able to sit down with him, and that looks like it is 60 Minutes. In fact, they're sitting down with him on Sunday. Here is what they posted over on Twitter. They said the following: in conservative media, Ray Epps is a notorious villain. I don't know about conservative media. I mean, I guess if that's what you want to call it. I think it's reality media, people who have seen the footage, which we'll get to. They call Ray Epps a notorious villain, responsible for turning the protests on January 6th into a riot. And I take issue with this. We're not saying specifically that Ray Epps, this guy, is responsible for January 6th. Nobody's alleging that. Nobody's saying he is the main orchestrator, the person responsible for tipping the scale on this thing. No, we've got questions about whether he is a part of a much bigger operation, whether he was in cahoots with the feds or DHS or Homeland Security, whatever, any agencies. We just want to know more details about it. And Ray Epps is really a symbol of a much broader scheme that we'd like to investigate. But 60 Minutes is going to turn this into just a single isolated case of a dogpile of bullying on the internet, taking advantage of conspiratorial nonsense, which is weird because it's funny. You know, they're talking about here, they say it is a convoluted conspiracy theory he denies. All right, well, I guess we can look at the evidence. There's a lot of other conspiracy charges that a lot of other J6ers deny. In fact, there's a whole trial going on about this right now. The J6 trial that's taking place is about a conspiracy, a seditious conspiracy, in fact, alleging that 5 Proud Boys were responsible for it. You know what? They all deny it, and there's a ton of evidence to support their denial, but they're still being prosecuted. So why does a denial matter in any way, shape, or form? Who gives a crap what a denial is? A lot of other people denied their conspiracy, and they are charged, and they've been in custody. Some of them housed for 23 hours a day in solitary. Now, Ray Epps is in hiding. He's facing death threats, and we don't ever condone death threats or violence here, ever. But this hiding thing is curious because people do want to hear from him, including by legal process. But he's not sitting down and communicating with them. He's only communicating with what I would guess is friendly media called 60 Minutes, which is going to continue to promulgate this propaganda and shove it down our gullets. Now, I wanted to pause on this section right here. You see this Revolver piece? Why are they bringing that out? Revolver put together a brilliant summation of all the reasons why Ray Epps is a questionable figure in this saga. And they also included Tucker in this little montage here. And in this montage, we know Tucker has already been threatened with litigation by Ray Epps and his lawyers. The question was, is Revolver News also going to be threatened? Because they put together this beautiful, brilliant piece, which if you haven't read it yet, it's basically the de facto piece on all of the problems with the Ray Epps story. So he is here now saying it's a giant conspiracy theory, and the full interview will be out there on 60 Minutes. Wild that they talk about a conspiracy theory where they're playing clips with him. Literally there on January 6th. He's standing there. He's there on January 6th. Now, why did they pick these videos? They could have picked the other videos where he was whispering to Ryan Samsel at the first breach. They could have picked other videos like the one I'm about to show you to talk about their conspiracy theory, but they didn't do that at all. So we'll see what kind of garbage comes out on 60 Minutes when they actually air that. Darren J. Beatty says that if they dare decide to sue Revolver News, I assure you of this, we are not going to settle. So shout out to Darren J. Beatty. If you're not already following them over there, you certainly should. Darren at Darren J. Beatty, because this may be heating up. And Cernovich had another great tweet on this. Cernovich said that inclusion was just a shot across the bow, right? This was the weaponized media government conglomerate declaring war on Darren J. Beatty for daring to question their fictional narrative that they have been trying to cram down everybody's throat. So that is what we saw from 60 Minutes. We'll be very curious to see what that interview looks like. As we've been covering the Proud Boys trial, we know there have been a lot of different videos that have been released, and we have a nice summation of some of these videos from Julie Kelly, who, as we've explained here, is a great follow and somebody who's been on the top of really the J6 cases for a long time. And I want to go through a couple of these. I'm going to keep the audio off just for our censors out there. But Julie Kelly posted this yesterday after the trial, proceedings and said, here you go, check this out. New body-worn camera footage aired in the Proud Boys trial shows not just another assault by stormtrooper DC police, which they were very aggressive in a manner that was not the same as other protests in other places around this country. And some people, according to Dominic Pizzola's testimony, which he told the jurors, the crowd was actually pretty dang peaceful until they started lobbing projectiles and stinger bombs into the crowd. So here you see, here's another camera, but it's not even that violent yet. But here, guess who this is right here? It's Ray Epps. Look at that person standing right there. And here he is, showing that he is urging the police to calm down. Right? See, he's right there at the front entrance. And so there's Ray, and there are a bunch of other people there. And because we don't have all of this footage and we haven't been able to assemble all of it, are these all Trumpers? Are these all Trumpers, or all these? Is there any Antifa in here? Was there an investigation by the Metro PD, by the DC police, by the U.S. Attorney's Office, anybody at the DOJ, FBI, DHS to go and really flesh out who all of these people are? Because we know a bunch of people on the FBI's most wanted J6 list have not been picked up, including Ray Epps. So we have questions. If there are prosecutorial decisions of discretion and a prosecutor gets to exercise discretion, we have questions about what those check boxes are that determine whether a person is charged or not. We're looking at Ray Epps. He was there. He was touching other police, talking to other police. You can see him here. And as there are some bumps and the crowd starts to bump into each other, like they're all standing around here. Watch what happens. This guy's getting pushed in, and an officer is going to come up pretty close, and then Ray Epps is going to reach his arm out and look, this guy's saying, look, I'm not doing anything, man. I'm just standing right here. Standing right here. They're all just standing around. Doesn't look like cops have started lobbing projectiles into the crowd yet. But Ray Epps is then going to put his arm around this person and say, look, man, pull him back and watch these cops come in. He hey, blocks the cops off. You see that hand right there? He just blocked that cop right off there. Look at that hand. He's telling him, get back. And what? Look, he's blocking the cops off. Hey, get out of here. See that hand right there? And he's like even waving the cops off. Wow, that's pretty much contact right there. Wow, that's a violent assault right there. That's obstruction of justice, clearly. Cops are in there and Ray Epps is interfering. Wow. So we add that to all of the other things that we have questioned about this entire charade. And Ray Epps is in that footage. You see here, here's a close-up of the hand. Stop, stop, stop. He's saying, stop, 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 telling the cops. Everywhere we turn, there's Ray Epps. And again, it's not even about Ray Epps per se. He's just a symbol. He is just one person who is been identified. The question is, how many other Ray Epps were there? That's why we keep using it, because he stands out like a sore thumb. It's just him. So yeah, I would actually agree with Ray Epps that I don't think that he was responsible for the whole insurrection, but I do have questions about his involvement and about who he was talking to. And I've got questions about why he is not on trial and why the prosecutorial discretion has left him immune while huge swaths of the other country have been gobbled up without what I consider to be a lack of due process. Very curious. So now if we zoom out on this, we ask ourselves in summation, who is this guy, Ray Epps? You remember some of the details. He was here the night before January 6th, on January 5th, urging people to go into the Capitol. That's what he's doing right here. Into the Capitol. We go into the Capitol. It's on video, on record. He was also on the most wanted list on the FBI's post that they dropped on this tweet. This was a tweet that they posted. Look down here in the bottom corner. Number 16, Ray Epps. And his hand is reaching over across on Ryan Samsel. So not only did the FBI label him, saying that we wanted information about him, seeking information, violence at the Capitol, United States. So somebody at the FBI's office put him on this list, a violence list, not just like a curious, grandma, like many of the other grandmas they're arresting out there for stupid trespass charges and obstruction charges. This was a violent categorization. somebody watched footage at the FBI and they made a bunch of decisions. Yeah, that guy's violent. Put him on the list. Yeah, also violent. Put him on the list. Okay, update the list. That guy's been arrested. Okay, update the list. This guy's been arrested. Do we get this violent guy, number 16? No, we still want him. And it was because he was there at the breach. The video is here. Ray Epps is whispering into Ryan Samsel's ear. We've seen that video many times. So if he was at the breach, he was screaming the day before to go into the Capitol. The FBI considered him to be a violent person. We add into that fact that Ray Epps has a history of being an oath keeper. Admittedly, this was a screenshot from an event long time ago here in Arizona. Ray Epps, standing next to Stuart Rhodes, who was prosecuted with the Oath Keepers, met with Enrique Tarrio the days before January 6th. So they were hanging out together a long time ago when they were part of the Oath Keepers, attending similar events. So we go down all of the different indicia. My gosh, he's checking all the boxes. He's also got a history of as an Oath Keeper. Well, certainly there must be something that kept him from facing charges, right? For a long time, it was sort of implied that Ray Epps never went into the Capitol. That's a huge myth too. Giant hoax. He acknowledges in his own deposition, he said, at that point, I went in. Originally, he says, I took a couple steps in. The question was, did you follow the crowd did you leave the Capitol? Tell us what happened. Terrible question because they don't really want an answer. This was the question from the January 6th Select Committee. They asked 3 questions because they don't want an answer. Ray Epps gave him an answer that they didn't want. He says, yeah, I took a couple steps in. Yeah, I just looked around and I was sick. Tear gas, a lot of bad stuff. But I heard somebody screaming for a medic. So at that point, I went in. I went up where I found an individual. He was lifeless. I knelt down. He wasn't beating. Another medic showed up. And then we started getting ready to do CPR, right, is what he said. So I went in to save a bunch of people, is why he says. And you go through the rest of it. And he was in the Capitol, along with everybody else. And other people were saying they were there for similar reasons. They were there to go stop the destruction. They were there to help the cops. They were there to protect the building. Other people were making those same claims, but they got prosecuted, and Ray Epps didn't. Very strange. Very, very strange. So this is what the summation is on Ray Epps, but he's still not been prosecuted, and he's going to come out and call us all conspiracy theorists for looking at the evidence and asking questions. Of course, nonsense, but we'll see what he says, and then we'll pick back up on that next week after the interview. But turning our attention over to the Proud Boys trial, the defense filed a motion to strike because some of the evidence is not appropriate. And I want to run through a couple of these here. This was filed yesterday. And for context, remember, we're in the middle of the Proud Boys trial right now. We are going to be getting to closing arguments on Monday. We've got questions about Ray Epps. Those videos that I just showed you from Ray Epps came out in this trial. Many of those videos were related to new evidence that came out by the government saying that Zachary Real, the person who's drafting this motion, had a pepper spray in his hand or mace or something, and he was spraying officers in the face during this ordeal. Now, Zach, this entire time in his defense, have argued that he is not violent, but never was violent, and that had nothing, and that he was not that person, and that this was not what the government claims it is. And so after this testimony came out, during the cross-examination of Zachary Real, we were suspecting that the defense team was blindsided by this. Where did these videos come from that showed this spraying, which we covered earlier this week? And so now we turn around and we see Carmen Hernandez responded. She said, we, the defense, are asking the court to strike these recent video exhibits that purport to show Zachary Real pepper spraying cops. Ms. Hernandez says, my client moves this court pursuant to the rules, the due process clause and the confrontation clause, to strike several government exhibits that were brought out during cross-examination. Why? Well, of course, these materials had not been previously produced in discovery. They came from an unknown source, and they were not properly authenticated. She's talking about specific pieces of evidence, Exhibit 2004. She said on April 17th, earlier this week, after Zach completed his direct examination, which we read through here, The government produced 4 videos and other materials minutes before it began to cross-examine Mr. Real. 2 of the videos were CCTV videos, and 1 was an open source video. The 4th video was a clip of a body-worn camera, presumably the one that we just watched. The court denied counsel's objection that it had not had enough time to review the videos. So on the day of trial, Ms. Hernandez just finishes asking Zachary Real questions. The government says, okay, he talked about a couple things and we're going to use these videos to contradict his testimony. They show her the videos. She says, where the hell did these come from? I never seen these before in my life. They weren't in discovery. You never notified me about these. If they were in discovery, I would have brought them up. I would have dealt with them. I'd have filed motions and dealt with these things. And she's going to use them. And of course, in this courtroom, they have a fight over it. And the judge is like, well, yeah, they can do whatever they want. They're the government, Ms. Hernandez. And she's like, pfft. So she files an objection and she's overruled. She says, well, if they can use them, can I have more time so I can read them? No, of course not. You're the defense. Sit down, shut up. The government had not previously produced the video, she says, that it used to cross-examine Mr. Real. Never seen it. At the time, the government did not disclose to the court or to counsel that the video had recently been sent to the government by a source. Where'd this video come from? Whom the government is yet to identify. Wonder who that was. Probably Ray Epps' cousin. Undersigned counsel was unaware of the provenance of the video. Haven't seen it. The government moved the video into evidence through Mr. Real. The question was, off to the left, Zach, do you see the same TV tower that we're talking about? Yeah. And that also appears to be from January 6th? Yeah. And you'd say this fairly and accurately depicts how the crowd looked, right? How the stage looked and how the tower looked. And he says, yeah, you could say that. You can see the prosecutors laying foundation here. Now, the defense says, in light of the unknown provenance or the integrity of the videos, my client's response to the foundational questions, you could say that, is insufficient, saying he didn't properly agree with the foundation. The questions probed a single reference point in the scene. Mr. Real had no basis to determine whether the video fairly or accurately depicted the entire scene. He's not the videographer. He has no personal knowledge of the scene depicted in the nearly 8-minute video, and he has no knowledge about the video's integrity. And who knows what these prosecutors have done. The video did not indicate the time it was taken. Mr. Real was not the custodian of the video and could not otherwise supply evidence as to the type of camera that was used, its general reliability, the quality of its product, the purpose of its employment, the process by which it was focused, the reliability of the entire system or the video itself. And Real's response also lacked certainties, and you could say that. Notably, the following day, the court questioned the government and asked whether the body-worn camera videos that it sought to introduce is, quote, not something that you just plucked off the web. You guys just download this from some Twitter user? Is this a deep fake? Where'd this come from? Are you guys just rendering insurrections now in your AI systems now after you're done with your Joe Biden clips? Ms. Hernandez says, the following day, the government produced an additional clip of a different body-worn camera. Neither of the 2 body-worn camera clips were previously produced in discovery, so the defense has never even seen it, right? Nor is it clear who did the clipping of the videos for what and for what purpose. One of the clips is particularly unstable at the key moment when the government alleges that Mr. Real pointed the pepper sprayer. Again, the government relied on questions it asked Real to establish the foundation. However, Mr. Real doesn't have the ability to authenticate these clips. And without any indication of the integrity, the chain of custody, where these videos came from, or other authenticating factors, it can't be admitted. Over objection, of course, the court admitted both of them anyways. She says the videos were grainy, they were unclear, and at the critical point, one of the videos was completely unstable. Couldn't even see it. So springing such poor quality videos on Mr. Real at the last moment without any opportunity to inspect or review these things impairs his right to confront the evidence. In conclusion, Ms. Hernandez finishes, she says, neither the open source video nor the clips of the body-worn camera were properly authenticated. Their production for the first time during cross violates the rules, and the body-worn camera were very grainy, unclear, and unstable. and using them against Mr. Real, like the government did, without disclosing their integrity, violates the due process clause. It was unfair. It ambushed Mr. Real, and it provided unsubstantiated innuendo rather than evidence. And so it should be kept out even under 403, which is if it's more harmful than it is helpful, we keep it out of court. That's the rule. Accordingly, Mr. Real respectfully requests that the court strike the exhibits and testimony. Signed, defense attorney, doing an outstanding job, Miss Carmen Hernandez, filing motions up to the last minute. And this was a bit of a surprise. And as we were reading through the tweet thread, we were asking ourselves where this came from and how this got admitted. And it's because the government didn't disclose it and the defense had no idea about it, and the judge didn't care and said, well, he talked about it, and so he laid it down, and everything just gets admitted that they want to use. So that was Carmen Hernandez motion to strike yesterday. And another one got filed today. On April 21st, she says the following: Your Honor, we want to strike more, a big part of a government exhibit 1001. Now, this is an interesting situation. Apparently, there's a video recording that they played in court, and there's a transcript, or I would call them captions, on the video. You know, here how we do the shorts on this channel, and I always encourage people to, share those with a friend and say, hey, this is a kind of a fun channel, and they can come and watch the show, get a little snippet, see if they like it or hate it, and then stick around. But we print the captions on the video so you can see what it says. And sometimes those are right, and sometimes they're wrong, and sometimes they can be used. We don't do this, but you could see how you could use a transcript to maybe correct a word, or if there was ambiguity about a word, you could put what the word is. Like if you think that they said the word, or maybe somebody said the word we versus them or something like that, right? What did they say there? And you just put it up there. This is what was said. Oh, well, I guess that's what they said because it's imprinted on the screen. You can see how that might bias the jury. So here they're saying that there is no rule of evidence nor any precedent that supports the government's decision to burn in the captions on their exhibits. And she said, we told the government about this. There's no support for doing that. A prior case makes clear that if a recording is of poor quality and there's a number of voices that are all in the mix, and there is a dispute as to the identity of the speaker and the spoken words, then a transcript raises prejudice. Okay, January 6th was madness. There were people all over the place, right? And Ray Epps was also there, and other Ray Epps analogs. There's a lot of different people shouting things and throwing things, and there's cops and there's protesters and there's rioters and there's just madness. And there's a bunch of things being said and a bunch of noise being made. And so we might disagree about what is actually taking place. If the government burns it into the video, it makes it difficult for the jurors to be presented with that ambiguity. She says that here the recording is of poor quality and there's overlapping voices. Multiple people have been captured, and several of the witnesses testified that they were unable to distinguish any individual voices beyond the chats. Can't make anything out. So the government imprinted the transcript right on the videos so that the jurors couldn't come to their own conclusions. Indeed, the courts generally recognize the prejudice where a transcript of unintelligible tape blurs the difference between the evidence, namely the recording and the transcript. In a case, a limiting instruction doesn't erase the prejudice. You can't just tell the jurors to ignore the captions. A recording submitted has to be authentic. It has to be accurate and trustworthy. And it has to be comprehensible enough for the jury to hear it. So Ms. Hernandez says, accordingly, the court should exclude the recordings here. It's not audible. It's not comprehensible. She says this is supported by the fact that Zachary Real denies even making the statement. Under these circumstances, no transcript should be admitted because there's only two short phrases that are at issue here. And the only purpose of the transcript is giving clarity to that short phrase. And we don't know about the clarity of what that phrase says, and so it's going to prejudice Mr. Real if there's a transcript. She says there are only 5 or 6 words at issue here, and with so few words, there's no reason to put a transcript on the recordings. Here, the jury will be able to listen to and re-listen to the segment as many times as they want. The whole video is only 1 minute and 4 seconds, so there's no need for a transcript. And so certainly no need to imprint the words on the screen. The imprinted words will definitely influence the jury subliminally and directly. They're not going to serve as a valid aid to their fact-finding. They're going to supplant the jury's fact-finding role. And the only way to avoid this danger is to exclude the words altogether. And closing out, she says also, we don't even think the government's version of this is accurate. The exhibit lists the time as 12:53 to 12:55, but the data on the video says it was created at 12:54. So the legend on the exhibit is 1 minute earlier than the date of creation, which is the critical time. The bike racks are set aside at 12:53, more than a full minute before the video is being created. So questions about the footage. Where are they getting this footage? Lastly, the defense does not even agree with the government's view. The words that appear to have been shouted are F that, storm the Capitol. F that versus maybe F them, right? F that, storm the Capitol, or F them, right? We don't know exactly what they're trying to say. But in conclusion, she says, well, accordingly, our client, Mr. Real, respectfully requests the court strike the imprinted words, get rid of those captions from the video, starting at 10 minutes and 5 seconds. Respectfully submitted, yours, Carmen Hernandez, defense attorney for Zachary Real. Submitted in the Proud Boys trial, April 21st, day 60. And so there is a lot more to attend to. Let's see what happened in trial, courtesy of our friend at Roger Parloff. And I'm noticing today Roger's profile feels a little bit extra naked, doesn't it? I think we're missing something right here. All right, well, it is April 21st and day 60. He says that the defendant, Dominic Pozzola, became a different man on cross yesterday, calling him insolent and belligerent and hot-tempered. But he said, all that being said, it's not at all clear that Pozzola committed seditious conspiracy. And there was a little bit of change in Dominic yesterday, of course. He was being cross-examined by the prosecutor, Kinnearson, and he was very agitated that they were rummaging through his journal. And he called it a phony trial and a corrupt trial. And he said that their evidence is garbage. They were going through social media posts and they were saying, did you re-upvote this Parler post and so on? And so Pozzola was certainly aggressive back with the prosecutors. And I don't know how much that helps him personally. I think that a fair interpretation of his testimony would be that it may have been harmful to his case personally, in that, let's say you just advance this forward and you say that they're going to get convicted anyways, because this is DC and the jury is the DC jury, and you can just extrapolate from all of the other DC cases that we've seen. So if we're in a situation like that, and it probably is going to be a foregone conclusion that you're going to lose the trial, at that point, you basically got nothing to lose. So Dominic Pozzola, in my opinion, decided to sacrifice himself in a way for the other co-defendants of the case, to go out there and to become aggressive with the prosecutor, but to get some evidence out that they have not been able to get out. There's no other way to say the things or get anything admitted into this trial. We've tried, the 5-6 defense attorneys have tried, other than to get Dominic Pozzola to go in there and testify. So his testimony may have shaken a juror or two loose. We don't know. It may have helped to alleviate some of the burden on the other co-defendants. It may have resulted, we'll see, in maybe some exoneration of some of their charges. But simultaneously, it could have been a very risky thing, and maybe some would say an inadvisable thing, for Dominic Pozzola to do that. Because if he is convicted, if they're all convicted of seditious conspiracy, for example, the judge is probably going to sentence him pretty harshly for that disposition on the stand. Because what a judge is going to want to see from somebody is remorse and contrition. And it's going to be hard for Dominic Pizzola, if they are convicted, to turn around at sentencing and then say, Your Honor, I'm sorry, you're right. I shouldn't have done this thing, or I take back what I said, when literally in trial on the last day of testimony, he was saying the opposite, about socialism, radical socialists, and a lot of the principles that he was talking about, I think, are very valid principles that a lot of Americans agree with, but they were using them in the context of January 6th and twisting and contorting it, talking about, regular phrases and criminalizing all these thoughts about liberty and things like that. And so he is in a position where this could have shaken a juror loose. It could have provided cover for his co-defendants. Remember, when he took the stand, the first thing that he said was, I'm here taking responsibility for my actions. This is what we're doing here. So from that point forward, the whole line of testimony was basically going to be scorched earth. He had to go out and say all of these things. If he would have come out there and just been kind of milquetoast, didn't want to, and there's no new evidence admitted, then it's very likely he's going to be convicted regardless and going to be sentenced probably to a very high penalty regardless. Now, did this put him in a worse position or not? Only time is to be seen. But you can understand how a judge might look at that testimony and say, oh man, I'm going to give you the max because of this. You're not learning, from your mistakes. In fact, you're doubling down on it, and you're calling what's happening in my courtroom a scam and a hoax. Judge is not going to like that. However, in my opinion, the judge has not been given many breaks at all to the defense. So this was a last-ditch effort. It was a Hail Mary. It was a personal sacrifice. It should not be looked over as something other than selfless. He went out there and he's explaining it from his side. He's saying, I'll take full responsibility. And he's trying to exonerate all the other co-defendants who don't have the same opportunity to speak, because we see what the government does in twisting their lives and their records and turning them into monsters, even though they're not. We heard from Dominic Pizzola, former Marine. He is a businessman. He is a husband, a father. He's got a lot of hardship that he suffered as a result of COVID, right? All of these things stand out, but the government is trying to manipulate him and turn him into this conspiratorial insurrection. He decided to get up there and speak out and exonerate all of his co-defendants, and they would not be afforded that same opportunity. They could do it, but it's not advisable to have all the defendants testify because of what the government is doing. So a pretty selfless thing, pretty amazing. We'll see how it goes, but it's an emotional thing to do. On the one hand, you can be rallying behind him and say, man, this is wild that he is, throwing blows at this garbage prosecution, and cheer him on, while at the same time recognizing this is not good for him personally, or it could not be good for him personally. In other words, there's a serious to doing what he did. And I didn't want to gloss over that. It was a very, very monumental thing. Okay. A lot of the defense attorneys in that room and a lot of these co-defendants, they're sitting here with all of their hopes on this one testimony, on this one man's, effort to go out there and try to explain this and shake something loose in this trial. So with all of that being said, that long introduction, Judge Kelly is back on the bench. He comes out, he says, holy moly. All right, it has been a long trial. It's been a long week. Says, I don't think we've had a jury in every day of the week, every day. My inclination after reflecting on it, he says, is to avoid the situation that Mr. Pattis has posed. If only the government is getting its closing in or turning it over to Mr. Smith at 3:30, I think they're talking about, should we do the instructions? Should we do closing arguments? How should we break this down? We definitely don't want the defense or the government to go first and then, a couple days to go by and then the defense comes out. He says, it's been a long week and I'm worried about the jury losing its focus. And the prosecutor says, Your Honor, we respectfully disagree. All right. We've worked very hard to get ourselves to this point. There's little doubt in our minds that instructions can be fully presented to the jury in advance of the lunch break, and then we can begin opening statements. The jury has been told we'll be hearing those statements, and I think we've got a jury that's ready to hear the argument. We did give them some intimation that they'd be hearing closing arguments this week, and And the judge is saying, well, look, if I do this, then I'm going to tell the jury that it's my decision. Okay. You all have worked very hard. We are getting close to closings. The prosecutors want to do closings today. Says, I'm glad that we're in this position, and they have been very attentive. And all that said, I'm concerned about their focus, towards the late afternoon. It's Friday. It's Friday afternoon. Let me go through and knock out things I'm ready to decide. We sent around the revised jury instructions. He says, there's two things here, and I still have not seen the draft yet. So they're talking about the draft, and I haven't seen it published on the docket yet. But he says he's talking about intent for the assault charges, Donahoe's throwing of a water bottle, and Pizzola's struggle with officers over the shield, talking about the mental state and the destruction of property. Now he's talking about motions to exclude co-conspirator statements. He says, well, there's not adequate proof that a conspiracy exists. Now he's talking about the admission of certain statements. He says, I find that the government has met its burden to admit various statements. That Tario and Biggs joined the conspiracy on 12/19. We're getting dates. That Nordine, Real, Donahoe, Stewart, Wolkin joined the conspiracy on 12/20 when the chat was created. So the chat is the creation of the conspiracy. Good gosh. Bertino joined 12/23 in the chat, and Pizzola joined on January 2nd. So Judge Kelly is also denying a motion to exclude Nicole Miller's testimony to the effect that Enrique Tario created or had some role in the creation of this document. He said, no, it's her subjective judgment. And there was some metadata to support it, so they can think whatever they want. So the judge is just laying blows on the defense. Yeah, admitted for the government, admit various statements, deny a motion from the defense, keeping out this FBI agent, Nicole Miller, who was questionable in her credibility about disclosed documents. Judge Kelly is now ruling on Carmen Hernandez's motion, the one that we just read, to strike the video showing the pepper spray. He says, big surprise here, I'm going to deny that motion. He says the first video was open source, and the second and the third video were body-worn cameras. Says the government has a very low bar, and they established that Real was in the vicinity. Okay, they just said he was in the area because he recognized this scene, and they're implying that that's real, but they can't actually say that that's real. They're just implying it. He says, well, it established that he was dressed in camo hat, goggles, black jacket, and then the government showed him and asked him if you recognize it, and he said, yeah, you could say that. And he did not identify himself. I think a reasonable juror could say that that was him. He could say that a camo hat, a black coat, goggles, gaiter, he could say that that is Zachary Real. He could say that was him. And then there's later footage. Apparently this person is spraying somebody with pepper spray. So he continues, he writes, some analysis applies to the other videos, but there's no reason to believe that these are anything other than they appear. The police body-worn camera, says the judge. They even clearly more depict what I think is what appears to be Mr. Real. So it lends credibility to those documents. So all of those videos, they're all staying in. Now I want to turn to whether there was a discovery violation, because Carmen in her motion said that they didn't give the videos over to the defense so that the defense could read them or watch them in this case. He said, well, the specific clips were produced only very recently. The government only found them at the last moment. Wow. So even assuming that any discovery violation occurred, I'm not saying there is, striking the evidence would be draconian. The government produced them within a few days of learning about them. As soon as they got them, they disclosed them to you. And so your motion, Carmen, is denied. And so now we have a dispute about cell phone footage. And the only other issue before jury instructions is about a montage of videos in which a portion comes from Real's cell phone. This is the portion that contains a running transcript. Okay, so this is where they burned this into the video. F them, storm the Capitol. The judge said, my initial reaction before reading the cases was that we need a special instruction, but I don't actually think that's required. He says the words on the screen in the transcript, some cases say the audio has to be intelligible. He said, I was able to listen to it. He says, what the transcript purports to transcribe is clearly the audio passes muster. The judge says, I listened to it, it's good to go. Clearly passes muster. Carmen, you just can't hear. I listened to it. It's clear as day. Transcripts are fine. He says, but the case might find that might find if a transcript is sufficiently accurate. I did that. I think it's accurate. And so he says, the instruction says, look, jury, you're the fact finder. If you listen to the audio and you don't see what's in this transcript, use only what you hear as what was said. So we're not going to remove the transcript, but we're going to correct it if the jurors hear something different. Rather than just removing it and having a blank slate so that the jurors could come to their own conclusions, they're going to say, if you think your conclusion is different than our preordained conclusion that we would like you to see with our statement on the screen, then you can override our conclusion, right? It'd almost be like saying, hey, we're going to give you this ballot and we're just going to pre-mark who we think you're going to vote for. But if you have a different person you want to vote for, just erase that and then change it. Cool? And you're like, oh, that's kind of weird, but all right. So they're just
U.S. Special Forces soldiers have evacuated all American government workers and families, and a small number of diplomatic staff from other countries from the fighting in Sudan. An operation that flew into the capital, Khartoum, by helicopter involved over 100 troops, said to have lasted only an hour. These are fighters with the paramilitary group known as the Rapid Support Forces, or RSF, one of the two warring factions in Sudan, the other being the Sudanese army. The White House says no one was attacked during its operation and that they pulled out just under 100 people. But other countries' efforts appear to be facing problems, despite pledges by the RSF and Army that they would coordinate evacuations of foreigners. On Sunday, the two sides were accusing each other of attacking a convoy of French nationals. Both said one French person was wounded, and the Egyptian government said one of its workers was shot and wounded without giving details. This stranded student from Nigeria says they have no food, little water, and almost no chance of escape.
Is it like we are cursed or something? Like you see other countries evacuating their nationals, they're eager, they're showing that care, they're valuing their lives, but for us, our own country is just full of excuses. There is no hope of survival. Everyone is just running helter-skelter.
People who are not government workers, such as foreign students or local Sudanese, have a less clear escape route. Some countries are encouraging people to head overland to the port of Sudan for an evacuation by sea, such as this Saudi ship that recently returned from Sudan. The U.S. says it may deploy Navy assets to the port to assist Americans arriving there, but has warned it's a dangerous journey and previously said it would not coordinate evacuations for what it calls private individuals. Other Western countries are expected to send planes for their citizens, but it's not certain when they may arrive.
I don't know what kind of hypnosis they used on these people, but it sure as hell didn't work on me.
For years. Today, we're going to set the record straight. I believe you will be shocked by what you hear and see today. Also, the implications will be profound. All we have ever wanted was the truth in this matter, with the great hope that the document was indeed a valid representation of the original document. Think of that. We were trying to clear the president. It didn't work out that way. We had to follow the evidence. We let the evidence determine the direction of the investigation. That's what we always do on any investigation. You get the evidence. This one was handled no differently and no matter what the investigation is about. So now, the important part is to present the pertinent details and the executive summary of our analysis. I'm going to turn this over to Mike Zullo, who dedicated 5 years of his life, 5 years of his life, taking this mission on, which I asked him to do 5 years ago. Mike, come on up and give your thoughts.
Thank you, Sheriff. I want to start by trying to give everyone here, including the media that's been viciously against us from the beginning, an understanding of how I tried to conduct this investigation. I believe in 2012 we did 2 press conferences. In those press conferences, I had made it clear that Sheriff Arpaio's original mandate to me was, Mike, take a look at this, clear this document, because I want to be the guy that clears this document and moves this country forward. This is no good. That was the mandate. Unfortunately, it didn't work out that way. Like the sheriff just told you, when you conduct criminal investigations, you have to let the evidence lead you. You never lead the evidence. And in doing this, my motive was to clear the document. Because to be quite honest with you, I didn't believe it. I didn't believe this was possible. I didn't think this would ever happen in this nation. I didn't believe it. Back in 2012, I told you about Reed Hayes, a document examiner. Let me tell you about Reed Hayes, a man with 40 years, since 1974, 40 plus years of experience in examining forensic document, handwriting, a man who's well respected in his expertise, a court-recognized expert, a document examiner. He is the man you go to when somebody gives you a bad check with a bad signature. This is the guy you run to. Law firms use him all the time. He's been maligned. And let me tell you something about Mr. Hayes. When I contacted Mr. Hayes told me right off the bat, I'm an Obama supporter. I voted for him twice. He goes, and I will never do anything to hurt the President of the United States. What I had said to him was, Reed, I am not asking you to hurt the President of the United States. I'm asking you to take a look at this document and clear it and tell me there's nothing wrong with it. Would you at least do that? And he took a look at it. And when he called me back, he told me, Mike, I can't clear this. There's something wrong with it. And I asked him, I said, Reed, would you continue? I said, I know your position, but would you continue? And his answer to me was, this is what I do. I'll look at it. I'll do it. That's a man of integrity, respecting what his ability is to get to the truth. Because for Sheriff Arpaio and myself, this was never about Barack Obama. This is about a document. You take that document and you remove the name Barack Hussein Obama and put your name on there. If it was your document and it was brought to us, we would do the same thing with this document. This document was being investigated from the only way that I ever knew how to do it. You look to prove the guilty party innocent, the one you suspect. If you can prove him innocent, you don't put the wrong guy in jail. But when you try to prove him innocent and the evidence starts to stack up, now you change because the guilt is coming to the top. That's the way this was done. Jerry Corsi and WND. I grilled Jerry Corsi for 16 hours. This is no joke. I didn't believe anything he was showing me until he showed me one document. Everybody thinks it's the Obama document. When I had said that in the past, it wasn't. Jerry Corsi and WND, they were onto something. I'm not so sure they knew it was going to go the way it's going now, but they were onto something. And what we're going to show you today is information that you have never seen before. It was information that was developed by the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office in assistance with actually the gentleman who makes my videos, Mr. Mark Galar. Mark Galar has a unique ability when it comes to digital software and this whole video thing that he does. And Mark Galar and I were on a Skype call. Felt like years. We would go back and forth for years. And at one point, I did alert Mr. Galar to what I was suspecting, and we began to work at it together. What I'm going to do right now is I am going to let the video play in its entirety. Then I'm going to stop it, and I'm going to clear some things up. And then I'm going to let it play one more time, and I'm going to stop it periodically and address some things. I really want you to sit back and have an open mind, because what you're going to see is we utilized forensic document examiners Reed Hayden in Hawaii and a company named 4Lab in Italy.
What's going on, YouTube? Welcome back to my life. So, we'll give it a second for everybody to kind of show up. You guys are going to love what happened next. You're going to love it. Fort Collins police going out of their way all over again because they're big mad. They can't stop an American. They don't want to talk to me. So, here's what's going on, folks. We went to Wyoming. I got the title. By the time that I got back to the tow yard after I had already paid them, Fort Collins police had showed up at the tow yard and wrapped crime scene tape on my RV and told them not to let me take it. So, because I got into my RV and got just a couple of things and paid for it before they thought I was going to be able to, and I posted the video because the officer, was talking about seeing the video from earlier, she went and put it on there, so I can't get into it. It's a little weird to me. I was daring them to keep on playing games. And not only did they manage to succeed in playing more games, but now we can't even get our home that we paid for, that they told us that we could have, because they're mad at my YouTube video. I don't know when we started punishing people for what they put on social media like this. I haven't said anything illegal. I haven't threatened anybody. Now, I did talk about how Sergeant Annie Hill and Bailey Stein, Officer Bailey Stein, are a danger to themselves and the people that they work with because they're personally involved in this. And because they're going out of their way to fuck with me over nothing. I ain't done nothing. There ain't no criminal charges going on. You guys know there ain't no drugs in that car. So go ahead. I know you guys are watching my video. I know you guys are here right now. Hi, Officer Bailey Stein. How are you? You still have an issue keeping yourself and everyone else around you safe. You risked my wife's life in my daughter's life yesterday, Bailey Stein and Annie Hill. And now, because you don't like me, after you told my wife and I that we could get our home back and go out of the city, you're gonna go out there and you're gonna tape it so I can't get into it. That's the plan. That's how you guys want to do this. Okay. You're not gonna drive me crazy, guys. You're not gonna make me angry. You're not gonna get me to flip out, Fort Collins. That's what this is. How are you gonna justify taking guns when you went looking for drugs? Fruit of the poisonous tree. I know you're watching Annie Hill. And I know you're watching other chick who I don't have your name. Hang on. Hold up. I'll tell you her name. Bailey Stein. Now, it was Bailey Stein who went out and did this. He was all offended because she's a female that works for the police force. Bailey Stein is. And she's probably put in an awful lot of work to, be able to look pretty and still get respect from her coworkers. It's just my guess. But people don't treat her very seriously usually. And so because I don't treat her officers very seriously, she is going out of her way to make my life hard, to try and get me to flip out. She's probably telling her officers when they're not recording, they hope that I'm gonna lose my shit. Well, Bailey Stein, don't touch this face. Y'all might have touched my wrists. But what are you gonna do now? You gonna go get a warrant for my arrest because I made a YouTube video? Huh? What are we gonna do? Are you guys gonna show up 18 deep and use physical violence against me for not breaking the law and talking about how you suck at your job in public? Is that how we're gonna work this? I just want to know, Bailey Stein, because I know you're on shift right now. You might not want to answer your phone because you already know that you fucked up. You've been fucking up. How are you gonna justify all this? I really hope you got a good plan. You still haven't gotten me angry. My support system is big. How do you think I got that RV, Bailey Stein? What, because I don't have any support? I know, we're gonna go in just a second. Mom's getting stuff. So, no big worries. But they made it to where after I paid for my house, I can't get my house. And that is kind of frustrating. Not mad, you know what I mean? I dared you to do it, Miss Bailey Stein, and you did it. I respect that, you know what I mean? But if I dare you to do something, it's not because you're gonna get away with it. You might hold my van or my truck for the next 3 days, but as soon as I get you in court, it's all over. It's all over. Fruit of the poisonous tree. You threatened a woman with arrest to illegally search her home, and then you didn't even go looking for what you said you went looking for. I was in my RV. I took video. You weren't looking for drugs. You ran that dog around. The dog probably hit on weed, and then you thought you were gonna go in there and just take guns under the guise of a drug search. I know what it is. You guys don't want me to have these guns. You're not the fucking ATF, bitch. You want to come play ATF agent? I'm back in Fort Collins. I don't mind. Use the violence against me. Still not angry.
Okay, are the dogs okay? Okay.
Still not even a little angry.
So I just leave a message with my name and phone number? Okay, thank you so much.
Bam. What's going on? Ellie.
The supervisor's talking with the officer about canceling the fees for our dogs.
Okay, cool. Canceling fees to get the dogs back. So, if you all want to redress your government, if you want to, I'm not telling you to, but if you guys want to redress your government for doing all this janky shit, right? Like, you feel free. Fort Collins police are the ones participating right now. You guys need a potty? Is that what's going on here? Oh, poor girl. So, in Fort Collins, I know that you're watching. I know that you're watching.
For 720-779-6171, and I'm leaving this message concerning my 5 dogs. This is
Go potty. So, Fort Collins, North College, Burger King. Oh, hang on. I'll call you guys right back.
Just sit back and have an open mind, because what you're going to see is we utilized forensic document examiners, Reed Hayes in Hawaii, and a company named 4Lab in Italy. And I have 2 different disciplines. I have Reed Hayes, a document examiner, 4Labs, forensic digital technicians. 4Labs trains law enforcement throughout Europe. 4Labs specialty is child pornography cases. 4Labs, everybody in that building is a PhD with math equations that, my God, I've never seen in my life. These guys know their stuff. And I'm going to tell you what I respect about both of them. Both Reed Hayes and Marco at 4Labs stayed true to their discipline. One of the tests you do when you have an expert, you want to make sure your expert isn't trying to run you for the money. If I can push the expert, that's not a guy I want. These men could not be pushed. This is their findings, this is how they see it, and this is how they're calling it. So I'm going to run this video for you, and I want you to understand this has nothing to do with anything we ever did before. It doesn't negate what we did before, and I'll explain that. It is new and it's profound, and it's quite disturbing. So let me play the video for you now, and then we'll move on.
You are looking at 2 long-form birth certificates from the state of Hawaii. According to the dates on the certificates, these births took place in Honolulu during the month of August in 1961, just 16 days apart. The birth certificate on the left belongs to Barack Obama. The birth certificate on the right belongs to Johanna Ani. After 5 years of intense investigation, which included consultation with one of America's most respected forensic document examiners and a team of European media forensic experts, the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office has reached a conclusion utilizing forensic techniques both old and new. It is the opinion of the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office that the birth certificate on your right, belonging to Johanna Ani, was in fact used as a source document in the digital creation of Barack Obama's long-form birth certificate. 9 points of forgery in which words, letters, and hand-placed date stamps have been digitally copied from the Ani long-form birth certificate and pasted onto Obama's long-form birth certificate. We'll look at the first 5 points of forgery together, since they were brought over from the Ani document in one group. Now let's drop out the on-need document as a background and view that again. Now let's look at the date stamps in box 20 and 22. In this case, the stamps were brought over one at a time. But as we do this experiment, ask yourself, what are the odds that two stamps in two separate boxes, stamped by hand 16 days apart, would have the exact same angle in box 20 and the exact same angle in box 22? First, we'll look at the left stamp. Now the right stamp. It should be pointed out that these stamps were looked at by two separate document examiners who specialize in two separate forensic disciplines and who reside on two different continents. Both agree that these angles are identical on both the Obama document and the Ani document. Let's watch that again without all of the background clutter. It should be noted that Susan and Gretchen Nordijk were born 5 minutes from each other and have consecutive serial numbers. Therefore, their date stamps ostensibly would have been put on back-to-back. But as you can see, looking at the leftmost date stamps underlined in red, and looking at the rightmost date stamps underlined in blue, there is no similarity in terms of the angle of the date stamps. How ironic that Barack Obama's birth certificate and Johanna Ani's birth certificate, which were stamped 16 days apart, are identical in angle according to two separate disciplines within the world of forensic document examination, and yet the Nordijk twins, born 5 minutes from each other, stamped back to back, don't show any similarity in angles. We've made a number of references to angles so far. The reason for that is if you're going to take an item off of one document and place it onto another, the angle is going to remain the same unless you intentionally alter it after you place it on the second document. Watch. When you have two separate documents with two hand-placed date stamps at the same angles, it should be obvious that a forgery has taken place. For the next example, we'll need to zoom in a little bit. Now we're going to focus on boxes 6D and 6E within the Obama PDF. Both X's were taken directly from box 6D in the Ani long-form birth certificate. In fact, not only was the X pulled over, but the box itself was pulled over, and various parts of the line on top of the X were also pulled over, according to forensic document experts. Next, we'll drop the IE document out of the picture, except for the items that were used to create the Obama birth certificate.
Now, I know when you see that the first time, kind of looking at it, trying to figure out, okay, what does all this really mean? The date stamps that are at the lower angle of the document, let me try to start this again if I could freeze it.
You are looking at two long-form birth.
You're going to see the date stamps that are in the lower corners of both documents. Now, yes, they have a different date, but the month and year is correct. That document has been in Maricopa County Sheriff's Office possession since the end of 2011. Actually, I took it from Jerry Corsi. Those stamps on those lower left and right corners, we had made a transparency after we got the document and we laid those stamps one on top of the other. They were close, but not an exact match. And in what we do, close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. This needed to be an exact match, and it wasn't. And we had looked at this and looked at this on and off for a couple years. In the meantime, there are operatives, paid operatives, that do anything they can to undermine this investigation and anybody that comes in favor of this investigation. Started throwing out this notion that a 7655 Xerox copier was the forger. Well, newsflash for them, it's not. The 7655, while it does have an ability to replicate some anomalies, it does not do it as presented in the Obama document. We purchased a 7655 Xerox copier. It took us over a year and a half to find someone who still had the correct software from 2011 to install in the machine. 4 labs determined what are called quantization settings in computers, mathematical algorithms. They could get very close to that 2011 software, but again, it wasn't exact. We needed to find the software. We located the software. We loaded the software in the machine. We initiated scanning campaigns, 70, 80 different ways to run the document. In every one of those campaigns, we could not exactly replicate the number of layers, the number of links, and the way information comes over. But these findings that I'm presenting you today have something different than every other circumstance. My goal at that point was we needed to get away from this 7655 copier and these digital forensics problems, these computer-generated issues, and I needed to look at this document completely different. In doing that, I contacted Mark Gallar again, and I asked Mark if he would do me a favor. I said, Mark, would you please make me an overlay video so I can show this to the sheriff? I know there's something here, I'm just not finding it. Mark agrees to make the video, and as Mark is doing the video, he contacts me and he goes, I figured it out. Now, I want you to understand something. I have to stay as neutral in this as possible. I did not want to be the guy that ever figured anything out. I wanted to be the clearinghouse, because what I was going to do was send whatever we found across the globe to Hawaii and Italy and have independent forensics examiners from two different disciplines either conclude or completely disagree with each other. That was my methodology. That's why I'm telling you, the evidence took us, we didn't take the evidence. When Mark calls me, what he realized was the Ani original certificate that was issued in 1995 by the state of Hawaii had been put on a copier at the Department of Health in Hawaii, and it was a little offset by like 1.5 degrees. And when Mark made the adjustment, those date stamps lined up perfectly. So we stopped, and I sent it to Italy, and I sent it to Hawaii, and I waited. And Italy did all kinds of mathematical formulas, and that's all going to be in their report that's going to get turned over somewhere else. And they called me up and they told me that those stamps match exactly. And in talking with Marco, I asked him, I said, Marco, look, I gotta talk to you now, not like a scientist. I talk to you like an investigator. In my mind, you can't have the same corresponding date stamp and the same corresponding box at the same corresponding angles on two separate documents that if we believe the Obama certificate is real, they're 16 days apart in creation. And if we don't believe the Obama certificate is real, I have a 54-year-old copy of an original document that was created 16 years ago. I don't think you can do that. And Marco told me that he didn't think you could either because he tried and he was unable to. Waited for Reed Hayes. Reed Hayes contacts me and he tells me, this you can't do, this is impossible. Reed Hayes, who is an educator in his field, told me he tells all his students you will never be able to replicate something exactly by human hand. If it's replicated exactly, there's going to be some other kind of intervention. It's not by human hand. So now I have two document examiners telling me the same thing. Italy has a scientific protocol. They can only gauge probability by the amount of source documents that are provided to them. We only had 9 real birth certificates. I mean, you just can't go out in the street and get Hawaii birth certificates. So they were hindered by 9. Examining those date stamps, and when I tell you about the other issues in the document, they concluded that it is 1,000 times more probable that the document is inauthentic. They also concluded that if they had a greater sampling, that number would be higher, because they have concluded that that document, it is highly improbable, next to impossible, that you will find another document with every anomaly we just showed you. And I'm going to read you some of their quotes in a minute. Reed Hayes, on the other hand, Reed Hayes said, that's forgery, because that's impossible. I called Mark Galar back. I go, Mark, now that we got the date stamps, we need to start looking at the document. We're both looking at the machine at the same time. He's in Texas, I'm here. And he starts to line up the 6-1 that's on the top by the serial number of the birth certificate. And as he does that, all of a sudden, the word Oahu in the center of the page lines up. So I was like, wow, that's strange. I said, Mark, do me a favor. I want you to please go down this document and start matching up every letter and every word, because I think it's going to unlock. And that's what he does. And he calls me back, and he had found those matches that you've seen from the Ani certificate matched exactly to the Obama certificate. It's called textual juxtaposition. In other words, they are in the same relationship to each other no matter where you put them. In other words, somebody took that little X in that corner box. When I play this video again, you're going to watch it differently now. You used that as a point of reference and picked up 3 or 4 other words and moved them over. Sent that to Reed Hayes. Sent that to Italy. Italy concludes, yeah, you know what? You can go to a document. You might find a word that might line up like that. Improbable that you're going to find the number of words that line up like this. Reed Hayes. Reed Hayes is different. Reed Hayes is an old school document examiner. Oh, that's impossible. That can't happen. He goes, but Mike, I found something else. Reed Hayes discovered the little X's in 2 other boxes were identical to an X in the Ani certificate. Not only was the X identical, but the X, the box, and the word above were all taken at once because you couldn't just take the X. Reed Hayes, to me personally, said, Mike, that's like you getting a fingerprint. He said, that's impossible. Reed Hayes also focused on the signature of Stanley Ann Dunham in the Obama certificate. Reed Hayes doesn't believe that's an original signature. He believes it's been piecemealed together. And I'm going to do this. You know, I was going to read a lot of stuff to you, but I'd rather you see the video. I want to read to you Reed Hayes' conclusion this time. Reed Hayes, 40 years, a true professional. The man's a professional. The evidence noted herein is clear and convincing proof that the Obama certificate of live birth posted on whitehouse.gov on April 27, 2011 is a fraudulently manufactured document. Evidence indicates that this certificate of live birth of Johanna Ani is one source utilized in the construction of the certificate of live birth. Reed Hayes' own words, the parentheses, nail in the coffin, close parentheses, that provides the certificate of live birth is inauthentic, is the exact lineup of numerous entries on both the certificate of live birth and the Ani certificate. That's a fraudulent document. You don't get a clearer definition than a fraudulent document. This has nothing to do with the 7655 copier. That copier is irrelevant to our information. The Maricopa County Sheriff's Office in 2012, twice, did not divulge to you everything we were working on, but I did give you a hint. I told you I went to Sheriff Arpaio and I said, Sheriff, there's another way at this thing. There's something wrong here. This information that we've just shared with you is evidence. We are in possession of the certificate. Now, going back to Hawaii, and I want to clear something up because I said it in 2012, and I'm going to say it again. This office, the county, was going to be reimbursed for the expenses of Deputy Brian Makowitz to the tune of $9,600, I believe. We presented a check. Politics got involved, and trying to shame this sheriff decided not to take our check. This sheriff didn't spend the money. We were prepared to reimburse the general fund for whatever the expense was, and we had a check in hand. So I really want that corrected on the record. This sheriff held true to his word. So true, bear me out. I couldn't get a paper clip out of this office. I was lucky I got 2 letters on stationery because I had to make him sign them. But that was it. So he was true to his word. No matter how many times I say that in the media, they try to hang that on him. That was politics. We were prepared to pay it, and they refused to take our money. That's on the county. That's not on us. In Hawaii, we went there for 2 purposes. Again, our intention was to clear the document. And I am going to be really candid with you. I am not a Democrat. I am a Republican. I'm a conservative. I'm everything a lot of people hate. I would have loved to have been the guy to clear this document and take this weight off of the president, off of the country, and off of the sheriff. I could not do that. And you're faced with a dilemma because about half the country is going to hate you. The other half might think you're a hero, but you know what? That doesn't matter because the half that hates you hard. But you have to be true to your discipline. You have to be true to who you are. This is about the truth. And there were a couple times I went to the sheriff and I said, you know, Sheriff, we may find out that we're wrong on this, First thing out of his mouth, well, we're all at the press conference, we're going to tell the world we were wrong. You're right, we are. And there were a couple times I started to question this. I don't question it anymore. The only time I question it is as I'm writing up report after report, I still question, did this happen? Did this really happen here? When we were in Hawaii, Detective Makowitz and I, for the purpose of trying to clarify the issue, we did go to the Department of Health in Hawaii. Yes, they did call the police on us. Yes, they didn't want to talk to us, but we did sit down. And we sat down with Jill Nagamini, a deputy attorney general for the state of Hawaii. And I told this story once, but I'm going to tell it to you again because it's got great importance. In the dialogue that went back and forth, it was very clear to Detective Makowitz and I that this was a no-go topic for them. And in that dialogue, I proposed in the exchange to an attorney. I said to her, if I gave you a copy of my driver's license, because for some reason it needed to be displayed across the World Wide Web, and you took that driver's license and you made a photocopy of it, but you changed some stuff around and you put it on the web, have you displayed my driver's license? Now the proper answer is no, that's an altered document. Her answer to me was, but you still have a driver's license. That was alarming to me. That was alarming to me. The next follow-up from her was, does the public have a right to see your driver's license? Which I responded, if I say I'm going to proffer it publicly, they most certainly do. And they most certainly do be assured that it's mine. Those set off alarm bells. Both Detective Makowitz and I walked out, walking on the sidewalk, thanking God we didn't get thrown out with the cops because they were the biggest two cops I'd ever seen in my life. And we both concurred, there's something wrong here. They're avoiding what we were asking, and what we were asking was this. We already knew that they had released this verification. This verification and other verifications like it are cleverly worded to give you the impression that the verification is verifying the image that you see up here. That is not the fact. They are verifying the information in whatever you show them. They are verifying that there is a birth record on file that has this information in it. Well, when you start to study the Hawaii statutes, you realize there are ways to amend a certificate that turns the real certificate into a sequestered record in another file, and the amended information now becomes the original birth document. And that could happen 54, 64, 100 years later. So what they're saying to us is, we're not validating that image, we're just validating some of the stuff in it. Legally, truthful answer, but also misleading. Because you have no way to determine, was this an amended certificate? I want to jump real quick to the birth announcements that are in the paper. I contacted the microfilm company that has them. I have them in microfilm. There is an oddity. I will grant you this. There is an oddity. In that section of the paper, those birth records from one newspaper to another are completely identical in positioning. They're identical. And in the other sections of the paper, they're not. That honestly is suspicious to me. It truly is. But the other thing is, there's been no paper ever surface. No hard copy Arizona paper from the time period has ever surfaced. We can only go by the best evidence we have, and those look good. When I was in Washington 4 times, I went to the Library of Congress, checked those out. They're in there, but here's the problem with those. They don't tell you anything. Hawaii law says that the Department of Health in Hawaii must create a birth certificate merely on the representation from anyone that a birth has taken place. It doesn't tell you anything. Somebody just reported it. So let's give that benefit of the doubt. Let's say that's true. Now you run into Kapolani Medical Center. Kapolani Medical Center we visited. I would have rather been thrown out by the cops than a Kapolani Medical Center because they told us to get out. They told us they're not going to deal with this. This is nothing that they have to do. We're a private organization, and we have no authority there, and we're not going to help you. Okay. We've gone to 2 places that could have cleared this issue up. I tried. Nobody would cooperate. We come back. We're still sitting here now with this document. We interviewed Johanna Ani twice. In both those interviews, I'm not going to go into the details of those, but I'm going to let you understand that Johanna Ani maintains that her birth certificate was in her possession since 1995 in her locked file cabinet, and the only time she took it out was at a request of a friend to show it to Jerry Corsi. Jerry Corsi does confirm he took possession of her document, but it was about 10 days after the release of the Obama certificate. Now, obviously, I'm not in Hawaii, and I can't pursue this any further. So Johanna Ani is not a suspect. There's another woman, Mickey Booth, who's been labeled a suspect. She was the friend. She's not a suspect. These people that go out and say these things should really watch what they're saying. Those people are not suspects. However, Johanna Ani is still an investigative lead as far as we are concerned, because I can't validate the rest of the story. But we're in possession of the document that is a source document as far as this is concerned. I'm going to play that video one more time. I think I'm just going to play it one more time in its entirety. Then I'm just going to show you the conclusion in our video, and I'm going to turn this back over to Sheriff Arpaio. But what you're seeing here is the information is taken, the stamps were taken, the X's were taken, and I've got 2 different forensic examiners concurring that it's fake. It's a fabrication. This carries federal penalties. And understand one other thing. The state of Hawaii has done everything they can to stay away from validating that image. Oh, let me back up. I went and spoke with Secretary of State Bennett back when the ballot challenge was going on. And if I remember right, he was in that challenge before we even got involved. We had nothing to do with this. And I do believe he was trying to do the right thing. But he sent a number of letters back and forth, and they kept stonewalling him. And then he got a phone call. And according to him, from Hawaii, he was told how to reword his request. Well, what that does is that takes the request and puts it in the category of a validation of a birth event in lieu of issuing a certificate, which made it easier for them to validate it. And when you read these validations, you got to read through them. There's another validation out there, I think it was in a Mississippi court case, where in the validation, it even puts the White House website address in it. But you got to read what it says. They're not validating the image. They're validating the information. And we have no idea how that information got there. Simple to understand, the dilemma, because the Director of Health previously says she saw the record in a bound volume sitting where it should be on a shelf. The incoming governor can't find it. And they look for it. And now they can't find it in this bound volume. Now they find it in the state archives, half typed, half written. Well, which was it? Was it in the bound volume? Or is it sitting in a pile of papers? And then all of a sudden, it mysteriously makes its way back to a bound volume. We have no idea what's on that birth certificate. We have no idea if there was a birth certificate. We have no idea if somebody just wrote something down and through some nice legal maneuvering created a birth event. We don't know. We just simply don't know. We don't know where Mr. Obama was born, nor that was not something we're here to find out. We don't know that. We don't know if he's a natural born citizen or not. I don't think the country knows what the definition of that is anymore. That wasn't anything that we were pursuing. We're pursuing the document. So let me play this one more time for you because it's getting late. I want to show you this evidence all over again. And I really want you to sit back now, think about what I just shared with you, and see how this comes.
From the state of Hawaii. According to the dates on the certificates, these births took place in Honolulu during the month of August in 1961, just 16 days apart. The birth certificate on the left belongs to Barack Obama. The birth certificate on the right belongs to Johanna Ani. After 5 years of intense investigation, which included consultation with one of America's most respected forensic document examiners and a team of European media forensic experts, the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office has reached a conclusion utilizing forensic techniques both old and new. It is the opinion of the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office that the birth certificate on your right belonging to Johanna Ani was in fact used as a source document in the digital creation of Barack Obama's long-form birth certificate. 9 points of forgery in which words, letters, and hand-placed date stamps have been digitally copied from the Ani long-form birth certificate and pasted onto Obama's long-form birth certificate. We'll look at the first 5 points of forgery together, since they were brought over from the Ani document in one group.
I really want that to sink in. These were taken as one group. That's why relationally they are proportionate to each other. That's a key factor here.
Now let's drop out the Ani document as a background and view that again. Now let's look at the date stamps in box 20 and 22. In this case, the stamps were brought over one at a time. But as we do this experiment, ask yourself, what are the odds that 2 stamps in 2 separate boxes, stamped by hand 16 days apart, would have the exact same angle in box 20 and the exact same angle in box 22? First, we'll look at the left stamp. Now the right stamp. It should be pointed out that these stamps were looked at by 2 separate document examiners who specialize in 2 separate forensic disciplines and who reside on 2 different continents. Both agree that these angles are identical on both the Obama document and the Ani document. Let's watch that again without all of the background clutter. It should be noted that Susan and Gretchen Nordijk were born 5 minutes from each other and have consecutive serial numbers. Therefore, their date stamps ostensibly would have been put on back to back. But as you can see, looking at the leftmost date stamps underlined in red and looking at the rightmost date stamps underlined in blue, there is no similarity in terms of the angle of the date stamps. How ironic that Barack Obama's birth certificate and Johanna Ani's birth certificate, which were stamped 16 days apart, are identical in angle according to 2 separate disciplines within the world of forensic document examination, and yet the Nordijk twins, born 5 minutes from each other, stamped back to back, don't show any similarity in angles. We've made a number of references to angles so far. The reason for that is if you're going to take an item off of one document and place it onto another, the angle is going to remain the same unless you intentionally alter it after you place it on the second document. Watch.
Here's what we think we know about that. Whoever created this document wasn't thinking about angles or relationship to other things. That was the giveaway in the date stamps. What that is telling you is no matter where you place that date, its angle of trajectory will be identical. It will be the same unless you manually go in and change it. This was one of the things that began the free fall of this document collapsing upon itself. The position of words, by using a small X as the point of reference and dragging them all over, this individual wasn't thinking about their relational positions.
When you have two separate documents with two hand-placed date stamps at the same angles, it should be obvious that a forgery has taken place. For the next example, we'll need to zoom in a little bit. Now we are going to focus on boxes 6D and 6E within the Obama PDF. Both X's were taken directly from box 6D in the Ani long-form birth certificate. In fact, not only was the X pulled over, but the box itself was pulled over, and various parts of the line on top of the X were also pulled over, according to forensic document experts.
Those little X's, one of those X's was used twice. That's why they appear twice on the Obama certificate. It was the same X from only one box in the Honey certificate. What the document examiner Reed Hayes noticed was the X was above the box, but the ink was bleeding into the word on top of it. That's why they had to take the box, the X, and the word, because she couldn't separate it. So obviously, this document was a template of some sort or a source. We're not entirely sure. I don't believe it was a template because of the positioning of these things. What they did on the date stamps, they didn't change the angles, but they just merely set them a little higher in the boxes. That was how they thought they were concealing it, but it doesn't change the angles. So I'm not sure what the document was. We know it's a source. We're a safe bet on that.
Next, we'll drop the ID document out of the picture, except for the items that were used to create the Obama birth certificate.
And that would have been the X utilized again. Again, this has nothing to do with any kind of computer forensics that we previously encountered. This has nothing to do with a 7655 copier. This has something to do with somebody that had a knowledge of cut and paste and Photoshop and God only knows what else. But unfortunately, those items, by forensics determination, 2 different disciplines, 2 different continents have come to the same conclusion. I guess that's a meeting of science. I guess that's something you say. I don't even know. But it's like a meeting of 2 minds. They both concur. And they came to that conclusion with different scientific principles. we're pretty confident in these results.
Now let's take a look at all the items that were taken from the ID document and used to digitally create Barack Obama's long-form birth certificate. Here's Honolulu. We're in Oahu. Oahu the second time. 3 different Texas. And this is very significant because they would have been put in by sliding the carriage and adjusting the road. The left date stamp and the right date stamp, which are both at the exact same angles as their counterparts on the ID document, even though they were stamped 16 days apart. Doesn't it just make sense that Alvin Onaka's stamp and the April 25th date stamp were listed someplace also? Ask yourself this question. If anyone presented you with a document in your life that was this suspect, would you readily accept it, or would you begin an intense vetting? Be it a house title, a car title, a piece of currency, anything. Would you accept something this suspect if presented to you in your life? If you answer no, then ask yourself a second question. Don't the American people have a right to vet the documents that they are presented by public officials? The following experts were consulted in preparation for today's report. Reed Hayes is a court-qualified handwriting and document examiner whose business is located in Honolulu. He has nearly 40 years of handwriting-related experience. Reed is a board member of the Scientific Association of Forensic Examiners and has co-authored 5 books. We also consulted 4 Labs, a modern-day multimedia forensics team in Italy that specializes in analyzing data retrieved from multimedia files. We had 2 experts in 2 continents from 2 separate disciplines of forensics that came to one conclusion. Barack Obama's long-form birth certificate is not authentic.
I want to point 2 things out before I turn this over to Sheriff Arpaio. Here and here. The presumption has to be that the state of Hawaii did not create the PDF file because they don't create PDF files. Legally, they can't create PDF files. It's also been said by the governor when these documents were purportedly released that these were handled in no different fashion than anything else. Yeah, okay. Those 2 stamps have to have been brought in either by a lift or by a stamping themselves, like a stamper. And we actually did go out for $25. We had a Kiko's make us Alvin Onaka stamp, no questions asked. We got a Bates stamper. The safety paper background, this green background. During this investigation, I interviewed a number of different states' vital statistics directors and their fraud investigators. We identified the safety paper used. I called the manufacturer. They confirmed for me that they are the manufacturer for Hawaii safety paper. To put this in contrast, the safety paper you see on the Barack Obama certificate could actually be replicated by what's called a swatch and replicate pattern. And we did that. We're not sure if that's what happened here or the safety paper was just scanned in and used. We're not sure. However, in talking with Department of Health officials, 2 things came to light, and I'll use Arizona as an example. Arizona's safety paper, back in 2012, so maybe it's 10 cents instead of 7 cents a sheet. But Arizona's safety paper has a plethora of security threads and controls built into the document, including every sheet of paper is individually serialized. So that means that serial number of safety paper has to correspond to the registration number of that birth certificate. Arizona safety paper, I was told by their fraud investigator that if you can get that for 7 cents a sheet, but on the black market, 1 sheet of Arizona safety paper costs $500 because of the way it's protected. Comparably to Hawaii, we bought 500 sheets of this particular safety paper by the same manufacturer for $52, and then I really got mad when I went on eBay and found the same stuff for $11. You can buy this for 500 sheets for $11. I'm going to tell you this, and these professionals did agree with me. The safety paper problem, the lax birth certificate protocol that's uniformly followed throughout the country is severely lacking. This document, you could not have seen it in this fashion had the safety paper in Hawaii just been comparable to Arizona's. So something that we are going to ask for going forward, and we're going to pursue this politically, is we would like to see at least a standardization of security paper for birth documents that meet at least the standard of Arizona. If not, they can come up with something better. Because birth documents, to make a birth certificate, it is insanely easy. Trust me, we were fabricating them for 5 years. A printer, some paper, a template, Microsoft programs, a couple stamps. And let me tell you one other thing. The hard raised seal on the Obama certificate that the only person in the world said was Savannah Guthrie, who was ushered into a dark room to behold the certificate and felt the raised seal. There's a problem with that. That's okay, Bob, I won't hold it against you. There's a problem with that. Our analysis team has looked at that. One of the points of fabrication of the PDF file is a clipping mask that has been manually placed around the document. It's like a border. When you remove that mask, there are 2 pencil markings under the mask that it's been concealing. Also, that document has a very unique ghosting around the letters, which we were not able to replicate exactly in all our tests. The Savannah Guthrie document, not only does it display that unique ghosting, but it does not display the pencil marks that should have been there if it was an original hard copy document, because the pencil marks were applied after the document was scanned in. 4 Labs also concludes that this document started as a PDF file, was printed out, and then rescanned, which is an anti-forensics technique. Additionally, the PDF file has no integrity to it because all the metadata has been erased. The metadata is the life history of building the document. It's missing. The document is utterly unreliable, and the document is inauthentic. We also discovered, and I'm not going to get into this because we really have to go, AP distributed White House photos of the birth certificate, purportedly that they took while they were there. Those are not AP photos. They are White House handout JPEG images created by the White House. That means the White House has the ability to create JPEGs. In those files, those JPEGs were altered by Photoshop. Why are you creating Photoshopped enhanced JPEGs when you just have to take a picture of the document and put it up on the web? This document has been created. It's digitally been created. It is not real. The biggest question is, why? So that concludes where we are in this, and I'll bring this back to Sheriff Arpaio. Let him tell you where we're going from here, and we'll go from there. I'm going to shut this down for you, Sheriff.
You know, I listened to this 5 years ago. I said one thing: show us the microfiche, show us the birth certificate, and we'll all go home. Where is it to this day? Very interesting question. I don't have the answer, but somebody should have it. So I plan on turning over this investigation this month to the federal government and Congress, and hope that Congress, number one, will pass the law that presidents should be vented. Common sense. I think what's happened in the 8 years will kind of prove what I'm trying to get should be passed. Maybe some members of Congress will hold some hearings open to the public regarding this matter. You know, I kind of look at this, being a federal guy for 30 years, if they can hold hearings. I'm not trying to be sarcastic. I'm just trying to send a message to Congress. If you can hold hearings on underflated footballs, why can't you hold one on this? I can't believe it. So, and look at our evidence. Look at it. Just look at it. This is tough for me to say, believe me, all you media know me. Sometimes I get diarrhea of the mouth. But I'm telling you right now, we're not going to answer any questions. There's more sensitive information that we have regarding this matter, and I'm not going into it. So I want to thank all the media for coming here. I hope we enlighten you of what the real story and evidence is all about regarding this fake birth certificate. Thank you.
This morning, the U.S. Embassy in Sudan has been evacuated as thousands of Americans are still in the African nation as brutal fighting enters the second week. ABC's Allison Kosick has the latest from overnight.
As the conflict in Sudan intensifies, a Pentagon official says the Department of Defense is considering using drones to oversee land routes to Port Sudan and possibly sending Navy ships to evacuate any Americans who make it there. That's as an estimated 16,000 Americans remain in Sudan, including about 70 U.S. Embassy personnel. Though the State Department says a larger scale evacuation isn't on the books, President Biden confirms the U.S. military has evacuated and closed the American embassy in Sudan. Senior administration officials called that a difficult decision and said efforts would continue to assist Americans still trapped in the country. Tamir Mohammed's two children are dual Sudanese-American citizens currently stranded in Khartoum with their aunt.
We try to contact with the embassy. We send them many emails. We try to call. There is no answering sometimes.
The family of a mother from Massachusetts frustrated. Tryin Clifford and her 18-month-old daughter moved to Sudan less than a year ago to teach at a school in Khartoum.
As a U.S. citizen who works abroad, she's always been told, the U.S. Embassy has her back. And it's very clear that they don't.
U.S. troops have been deployed to the region, but the State Department reiterating a warning to Americans.
We have been clear-eyed about how American citizens should not travel to Sudan for months now. We have communicated to American citizens in the country about safety and security measures and precautions that they can take.
This as a 72-hour ceasefire announced by both sides Friday deteriorating. At least 400 people have been killed in the violence, including one American. Allison Kosick, ABC News, New York.
Because I'm scared to death of you. I don't know why, sir. Because you're a police officer and you'll kill me. Please get your sergeant and your lieutenants out here. Yes, there is. I'm scared to death of you. I haven't done nothing. I haven't done nothing. I wasn't speeding. I didn't do no driving infraction. And this is an unconstitutional stop. And if you do something illegally, I'm going to hold you accountable. Constitutional stop. No. And when it's not, I stand on my ground.
You enjoy the rest of the day.
You too.
Happy Easter.
Thank you.
I hope everything works out.
I hope it's all, yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Good day, sir.
We have an exclusive video that might just be one of the best traffic stops ever recorded. You're not going to see this video anywhere else, so make sure to subscribe to our channel. This man sent me an email and this exclusive video. Let's read what he wrote. Salute to San Joaquin Valley Transparency. Let me humbly start by saying thank you for all you do to contribute to life, liberty, and freedom. Your channel has taught me so much about my rights by watching you every day. Keep up the great American work you and so many other great channels do. I want to shout out all the channels, but here's my favorites. San Joaquin Valley Transparency #1, Jersey Watcher, Press NH Now, Bay Area Transparency, Rights Crispy, Pigs Under Pressure, Jay's Surreal Camera, Accountability for All. Can't mention them all, but much respect for Ely the Good Guy, Brooklyn Audit, and Good Guy Audits, because these auditors are in NYC area where I live. This is truly needed because the NYPD are all tyrants. No good police in the NYPD. Much respect to all the auditing community. With all that being said, here's my exclusive San Joaquin video again. Thank you for all you do. Send me an email if you should decide to air it. I want to watch.
What you guys are doing is much needed. We appreciate it.
Gracias. Thank you.
Watching those videos. I probably saw yours.
You probably see mine for sure.
Bing bong. Bing bong.
Excuse me? There's nobody back there, sir. I'm right here. I'm right here, sir.
Sorry, I can't see.
There's nobody back there, sir.
Sir, can you please put the window down?
No, sir. No, sir. There's no reason to put my window down. I'm right here. My hands are right here. My hands are right here, sir.
Okay, sir. Officer Lynch, Village, Montgomery.
Yes.
How you doing today? License,
I'm all right.
registration, insurance?
What's the problem, officer? Because I was not speeding.
Oh, sir, license, registration, insurance. Please.
I was not speeding, sir, so what is the problem?
Sir, I don't want to argue.
I don't want to argue either. So I'm trying to find out what the, is your body camera?
It is on, sir. It's on.
Okay, please.
So license, registration, insurance.
I'd like to understand what am I being stopped for? No, sir. No, sir.
Sir, this is how we're
sir,
going.
no, it does not go that way, sir. You introduce yourself as an officer. I respect that. Please let me speak. I respect that. You tell me why you stopping me because I was not speeding.
Sir, I'm not going to get into an argument.
Oh, we're not going to argue. I just want to understand why. Are you a public servant, sir? I was not speeding, sir. I slowed down. I slowed down.
You did. I told you, and you're still arguing.
Okay, I'm telling you that I was not speeding, sir. Do you see this?
Sir, in this great state, you can plead guilty or not guilty.
Do you see the speed camera right here? Sir,
I believe you, sir.
Okay, so I've been doing my speed. Let me let you speak because this is totally unfair. I was not speeding. I was not, sir. I was not, sir. I slowed down the speed, sir. It went down to 30, and then I slowed down, and then it went down to 20, and I slowed down even further. Sir, no, sir. I'm going to give you my license, my registration, and insurance, but you're absolutely wrong, sir. I was not speeding because I'm so conscious about coming through these towns, going to see.
This is a village.
Yes, whatever you want to call it. Whatever you want to call it, city, village, town, whatever you like to call it. I'm so conscious about coming through here for those specific reasons that I would make sure I was not speeding.
Yes, sir.
Yes, so when I saw the speed limits, I made sure I adapted my speed to the front. So because I know I wasn't speeding, sir.
Sir, I believe you 100%. You have a right to believe that.
Yes.
Can I just have your license, registration, insurance?
What do you need my license, registration, insurance for? You just said I wasn't speeding, so what?
You say you're not speeding. I'm not going to argue with you, sir. In this great state, you can plead guilty or not guilty if you get a summons. I don't know. Can I just have your license, registration?
No, sir. I don't think that I have a right to give you my license, registration, insurance because
So the license doesn't belong to you. It belongs to the issuing state.
Sir, it is constitutional. It's constitutional. I don't want to argue with you either because it's a Sunday morning and I'm going to go see my son. So I am so conscious about coming through these towns because I know how these towns are. I'm so conscious.
Sir, I just need to have your license.
Sir, I was not speeding.
And sir, and I believe you. If that's what you believe,
can you prove I was speeding, sir?
I have you on my radar screen.
You have me. Can you show me your radar, officer?
Sir, you're not radar certified. It doesn't make a difference.
Sir, I can understand a radar, and I'm not trying to be belligerent with you. I'm not trying to be confrontational with you, but I haven't done anything, officer, and I haven't done anything, so I'm going to stand on my rights.
Sir, but you have to produce.
I haven't done anything, sir. Because you say no, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Can I see your sergeant, please? Can I see your manager, please? Because whatever you want to call them, sir, I respect them, but you have to be by the law, sir. I abide by the law. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I was not speeding, and I came through this town, village, city, whatever, and I seen your speed limits. I slowed down accordingly. Because I'm scared to death of you.
I don't know why, sir.
Because you're a police officer and you'll kill me.
Oh, sir, that's not.
That is so true. It is so proven. I'm scared to death right now.
Well, you shouldn't be, sir.
I am. I'm shaking inside myself right now. No, you're not protecting me. You're not protecting me. You're not protecting me. Someone please record him. Please record him, because don't kill me. Do not kill me. Do not kill me. I haven't done anything, sir. I haven't done anything. Get your supervisor, your lieutenant, or whatever. Get anything you need out here. Do not kill me when they get here. When they get here, do not kill me. Please do not kill me. I'm sick because I'm scared to death of you. I haven't done nothing, and you're coming at me for no reason. Yes, I'm scared to death. I am scared to death. You're gonna kill me. Please, he's gonna kill me. Yes, there is. I'm scared to death of you. I haven't done nothing. I haven't done nothing, officer. Please get your sergeant and your lieutenants out here. I haven't done nothing. Please record this. Please record this. Please record this.
So again, may I have your license?
No, sir. Get your lieutenant and your sergeant. I haven't done nothing, and I was not speeding. And I'm gonna stand on my rights. And I'm gonna stand on that. And if you're gonna kill me, because I haven't done nothing. You see this? You see this? I was not speeding. I'm so conscious about coming through this town. I know how they get down. I know how they get down. He sits right there. He saw me coming, a black man, and everybody else went past. He didn't bother them, but he bothered me. And I was not speeding. I slowed down even when it got down to 30. I slowed down when it got down to 20. I got even slower. And he's still talking about I'm speeding? No way.
So everything's being recorded.
I don't trust you. Yours will disappear.
No, sir.
Yes, it does. It disappears. I see it every day. I see it every day on the news. I see it every day. I see you kill black. I see you kill us every day. Every day I see it.
So I just want your license.
I haven't done nothing. You just can't pull me over because you want to see I'm black. No, that doesn't work that way, sir. It doesn't work that way. I have to be doing infraction, and I did not, sir. I did not. And what's your name and badge number? What's your name and badge number? May I have your name and badge number? Please write it down.
I'm Officer Lynch.
Uh-huh.
Field 18.
Uh-huh. And you from where?
The village of Montgomery.
The village of Montgomery? Okay, I'm scared to death of you, and please do not put your hands by your gun.
Sir, my radio's in my right hand.
Do not put your hands by your gun, sir. I'm not making no scene. I'm scared to death of you. Yes, sir, because you're trying to kill me. You're trying to kill me. You know you're trying to kill me. You're stopping me for no reason. I haven't done nothing, and I'm afraid to death of you. Please do not kill me.
So are you the registered owner of this vehicle?
I don't answer questions.
Is there any way I can have
I don't answer questions.
Can I have your name?
I don't answer questions.
Can I have your name?
I don't answer questions. Please get your supervisor here. Now your boys gonna come and y'all gonna jump on me now? Y'all gonna jump on me now? Y'all gonna jump on me now? Yeah, y'all coming in hot. Y'all gonna jump all over me now? Y'all gonna jump all over me now? Now they gonna jump all over me?
I'm just trying to be nice to the guy. He won't give me anything.
Now here they go. They're gonna jump all over me.
Sir, we're not here.
Yes, you are. You are.
Oh, yeah.
You.
I'm Officer Breer. Nice to meet you.
What's your name?
Officer Breer.
And what's your badge number?
13 from town of Montgomery.
Uh-huh.
What's going on?
This officer stopped me illegally. Was not speeding, and he wants about a license registration and haven't done nothing. I haven't done nothing. I wasn't speeding. I didn't do no driving infraction, and this is an unconstitutional stop. And if you do something illegally, I'm gonna hold you accountable. I'm scared to death of you. I think you're gonna kill me, and I'm scared to death. I do have to yell. I do have to yell because somebody else has to hear me. Somebody else has to hear me and witness you how you're going to do your tyrannical atmosphere on me. I'm not with it. I'm scared to death.
There's no reason to be scared. Nothing.
What? You kill us every day. Every goddamn day. And I don't want to be one today.
I can tell you that I'm not going to do
Oh, I don't know what you're going to do. I don't know what you're going to do. I don't trust you or him.
Listen, that's completely fine. That's your choice.
No.
So, you said you weren't speeding?
No, I was not speeding. I'm so conscious about coming through these towns. When I'm going to go see my son, I know how y'all get down. So I know I wasn't speeding. And I ain't got to answer no questions.
You don't.
All right, so now what are we doing here? Because I wasn't speeding, and I was stand on my ground, officer. No, you cannot. No, you cannot. No, you cannot. Absolutely not.
Just stand by 1 second.
Constitutional stop. No. You're not going to kill me today. I don't answer questions.
Okay.
I don't answer questions.
Okay. So I don't know why you just can't.
I don't answer questions. I'm scared to death of you, officer.
Is that what you do when you get pulled over anyway?
No. No.
Just certain officers?
Your vibe, your energy, and you're lying. You're lying, and once you do that, I know your style already. I know your style. Yes. Yes. And that look in your eye, you trying to be tyrannical to me. Yes, I see it. And I'm scared to death.
Like I said, sir, we're here to protect you.
Ma'am, you're not. Ma'am, can you record this officer, please? He's about to be tyrannical on me. You're not here to protect me.
Okay, sir, normally, I wouldn't let you leave because I guess you pull this when you want to.
I don't pull nothing. I don't get pulled over.
I believe you.
I don't get pulled
So
over.
I believe anything.
I don't
you
get
say.
pulled over.
I believe anything you say.
Yeah, I don't believe
have no
nothing
way
that
of-
you say.
I have no way
I'm
of proving
scared
who you
to
are.
death of you.
Okay, I'm sorry you feel that way.
No.
I have no way of proving who you are. I do have.
I haven't done nothing for you to know who I am.
Plate.
I haven't done nothing for you to know who I am. That's why you can't.
I'm going to make contact with the registered owner. and maybe I can find out who you are from there.
She's not going to tell you either.
I believe you, sir.
Okay?
Well,
so now what we going to do? You're gonna drag me out the car? You're going to drag me out the car? You're going to drag me out the car and beat me up? That's what you're going to do? And then pull your taser and tase me and gun me? I see it every day. I see it every day.
Okay, sir. Well, listen, I'm Officer Lynch. I'm going to let you go. I don't know what your problem is.
I don't have a problem, and there's nothing wrong with me.
I believe you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
I hope next time you encounter another police officer, you don't treat him the same way.
As long as he don't be lying that I was speeding and pull me over unconstitutionally because he wants to because I'm black, yeah.
Just so you know,
And I do know.
You must produce your driver's
I do know. When it's constitutional, I will, without a problem. And when it's not, I stand on my ground.
You enjoy the rest of the day.
You too.
Happy Easter.
Thank you.
I hope everything works out.
I hope it's all, yes.
Okay?
Thank you so much.
Good day, sir.
That's how you handle those motherfuckers. That's how you handle those motherfuckers.
Thank you all for watching. Make sure to subscribe and hit the bell. You too can learn your rights and stand on them like this man just did. I would like to include this man at the list of all the great auditors he mentioned. This video was masterfully executed. Let this video be inspiration for all men and women to record police interactions. Our email is recordpolicenow@gmail.com. Send your videos for us to highlight. Let us know if you'd like to stay anonymous. Keep your camera.
Now, we know that councils are often havens of brain-dead thought, and I spent a lot of time in Adelaide as a young reporter covering councils, so I should know. And there are a few things that councils need to deal with: roads, rates, rubbish, and one of the other things has always been planning. So when you go and lodge a development application, they always look at how many car parks you include in, for instance, an apartment building. Because if you expect people to live in that building, they're probably going to have cars, so they say you need a requisite number of car parks for the people who live there. Not anymore. North Sydney Council says, no, who needs car parks? Who even needs cars? We're going to change the planning rules so that if you live near a bus stop or a train station or the future metro rail line they're going to put through Sydney, you don't need a car anymore. You can go everywhere on public transport. This is the Mayor, Zoe Barker. She says, quote, "This is the 21st century planning for the 21st century living. The best practice around the world is not to have high levels of residential parking 400 metres around transport hubs. They know you do not want to give up your car, so they're going to force you to. They're not going to let you buy apartments that have car parks so you can put your cars in them." I mean, this is just the ultimate social engineering. We live in a very big country. If you want to go out into the country on the weekend, you need a car to do it. If you want to go more than 50 minutes from your house, you need a car to do it. But oh no, sod that. You can get rid of your car and live your entire life on public transport. No, I don't want to.
The question I've got, Caleb, is how many of those North Sydney Council members took the bus to the council meeting in order to vote on this legislation? I'd love to know that.
The Mayor, Zoe Barker, I'm pretty sure, would be drawing a car allowance. And Zoe, please write to me and tell you if you do not. I'm pretty sure you're entitled to one. If you don't take it, then good on you. But if you do, you're a hypocrite.
One of the reasons that the Mayor gave for this law is to reduce residents' reliance on cars. Now, I don't believe that's in the council's purview. It's not the council's job to tell me whether I should or should not have a vehicle. These guys have gone way beyond the bounds of their authority, which councils are wont to do these days. Absolutely, just like teaching your kids drag queen story time. But notice the concerted effort. It's a group effort. We've now got state government measures, federal government measures, whether it's pushing EVs, whether you like it or not, banning petrol cars, the sale of them by 2035. Yeah. The petrol prices alone are trying to put people off nowadays. And now it's, well, you're not going to have any place to put it, so do you really want one?
It's just another measure that is already onerous. Car ownership, you got to pay your rego, your green slip, your pink slip, the worst system ever here in New South Wales. And at this point, all I'm saying is anyone who doesn't believe in this idea of 15-minute cities, Dr. Jordan Peterson, titan of intellect, recently said if you still don't believe that this is a very real thing, a very real plan that they're looking to roll out, read the source documents. They're dead serious about it, and it may take a while, but it's in the plan.
Well, the other stupid thing about this is they said, well, we want to reduce road congestion. So if people don't have cars, then there'll be less congestion. But of course, people who do have cars, but they have no car park, where are they going to put their car?
On the road.
On the road.
You got the lane.
It doesn't even make sense.
How's Whoopi Goldberg going to take down Fox News?
This should be against the law. You should not be able to lie to the American knowingly. And, you know, it's one thing if you made a mistake and you didn't know, but we heard for 5 or 6 years how, you know, the media was lying, sackadoo, they were fake news, they were this. So how come? What do we do as Americans to say this is not okay?
You'd have the First Amendment.
I think you, the First Amendment doesn't allow you to willingly lie.
Can I just say one thing? I think Tucker Carlson is more destructive to American political discourse than Donald Trump, and I think he's more powerful.
I think they're all destructive because they lie willingly.
I don't think Whoopi Goldberg could take down anything but the buffet at Golden Corral at this point. I mean,
I was thinking it. You went there. God love you.
I don't know what is going on that show. I really don't. It is so crazy to watch that show and watch what were once, you know, sane, decent people. Nobody, if you asked anybody 10 years ago, anyone in America, if you said Whoopi Goldberg, people would go, I love Whoopi Goldberg. Everybody loved Whoopi Goldberg. You didn't know what her politics were particularly, but you knew she was funny as hell. She was a great actress. Then she goes on this View show, you know, whatever it is. Now it's been almost a decade, if I'm not mistaken. She's been on there. It's been quite some time. And she has just completely exposed herself as someone who has no idea what they're talking about and who doesn't mind showing up to work every day in front of millions of people, proving that they don't know what they're talking about. I mean, that seems oddly depressing to me, but, you know, I guess it pays all right.
You bitches got some nerve talking to me.
A high-ranking Boise police officer is wrapped up in allegations of racism by California cops that were under his command. BPD Deputy Chief Tammany Brooks is being sued in federal court for something he did or didn't do back when he led a Northern California police department. Brooks was chief of Antioch Police Department from 2017 to 2021, which he came to Boise PD in October of that year. That's 2021. 6 people who dealt with law enforcement in Antioch have sued Brooks and 8 other officers, as well as the city of Antioch, for civil rights violations. The suit comes after a district attorney's investigation found these California officers sent derogatory and racist texts about people who live there in the town, in the city, between 2019 and 2022. The lawsuit filed in federal court Wednesday alleges police shared, quote, homophobic and sexually explicit language and photographs, end quote. It also alleges officers celebrated the targeting of black people. The federal lawsuit claims Brooks was aware of officers' openly racist misconduct and alleged excessive force. It also claims Brooks didn't do anything to prevent any of it. Meanwhile, the Boise Police Department celebrated his diversity, or their diversity, when they hired Brooks back in August of 2021. In fact, 2 months ago on Instagram, BPD said Brooks is the first black deputy chief in the department, and his bio, meanwhile, says he prioritizes strengthening the relationship between the department and the people it serves and working to make Boise a safe and welcoming community for all, which is, by the way, what the Boise City said when they hired him, which is what they said Brooks brought to the Department of Antioch. Well, we reached out to both looking for comment, but they have not gotten back to us yet. Neither has the Antioch Police Department. So we'll stay tuned to this because obviously this is a developing situation with a lot of players involved, and we'll see what they may have to say about it.
Hatred. Very interesting how Twitter, as an example, is a perfect platform to provide all of those things in a purely data-driven form. Here's another one. This one, Artificial Intelligence for Mental Health and Mental Illness, an overview, 2019. Yeah, empathy, absolutely. Absolutely. Something a lot of these social media platforms lack. Because I think humans are essentially, by our fallen nature, we're driven to the negativistic. We're driven to the darker aspects. It's harder to work towards the empathy and the positive. I think that's what that describes our need for a savior, our purpose in this life of coming to the truth and reuniting ourselves with the Most High God through Christ and being real and true and transcend this flesh and these ways that we're accustomed to, which tend to be the darkest if you pay attention. It isn't to say we're purely bad in some Gnostic sense, but it is to say we're predisposed to those of the uncomely, those of the dark, those of the unbecome, should we say. We reviewed 28 studies of AI and mental health that use electronic health records, mood rating scales, brain imaging data, novel monitoring systems, and social media platforms to predict, classify, or subgroup mental health illnesses, including depression, schizophrenia, or the psychiatric illness, or other psychiatric illnesses, and suicide ideation and attempts. Collectively, these studies revealed high accuracies and provided excellent examples of AI's potential in mental health care. But most should be considered early proof of concept works demonstrating the potential of using machine learning algorithms to address mental health questions and which types of algorithms yield the best performance. As AI techniques continue to be refined and improved, it will be possible to help mental health practitioners redefine mental illnesses more objectively than currently done in the DSM-5. Wow, you know how disturbing that is? Because the DSM-5 is extremely flawed, and there cannot be any objective understanding of the subjectivity of human behavior in the type of standardized way that the DSM attempts to do. Imagine them want to ramp up that standardization that DSM already fails at through artificial intelligence. That's insane. Imagine the consequences of that, especially when they redefine what mental illnesses are. Imagine when they start to put things that clearly aren't mental illnesses as mental illnesses under, or should we say subject to, a type of standardized algorithm. Crazy. Absolutely insane. Identify these illnesses as at an earlier or prodromal stage when interventions may be more effective. Prediction. Predictive models. And personalized treatments based on an individual's unique characteristics. However, caution is necessary in order to avoid overinterpreting preliminary results, and more work is required to bridge the gap between AI and mental health research and clinical care. This was 2019. Several years ago, man. AI has developed much more since then. And as they say, it's at its worst right now. Now, I don't think it ever will be accurate in this sense. I don't think you can apply standardized objective systems of efficiency to ephemeral, subjective, and relative dynamics of human behavior. It's like trying to say a machine is conscious. It doesn't work. But that's beside the point. Again, it's not about what's true in this world, in their eyes. It's about what you believe. It's about what they can get you to accept and comply to, as well as as well as the technology that they can develop and implement in pursuit of a type of sterile, universal, digitized, efficient system of man, machine, industry, institution. And the only way to conquer this, of course, through the environment, we see that through the sustainability efforts, but more importantly, through human behavior. And this is done through attacking and controlling human action, body, human behavior, mind, brain. The brain, body, final frontier. This is the next stage And it seems like right now they're presenting us silly and sensational conflicts and problems to create reactions so that policies can be developed. And these policies will be stretched and extended more and more and applied to areas they don't belong. And in the process, artificial intelligence will be as well. And it will come to a point, as I've said in the past, where the truth, those of faith, the philosophers will be at war with the technicians and the engineers, while the rest of society sits and waits for the outcome. It's going to be an interesting time, no doubt, but I think there's much we can do with the knowledge and the awareness, and also the appreciation of where we're at. And how, though I'm very optimistic about its success, in that I think things will fail for the most part, we have to protect the children. AI will fail. I agree, Kyoko. I agree 100%. And the reason, I've explained why, of course, designer fallacy, of course, and just this naive optimism and just the uncertainty of technological use and consequence. But I do understand that there will be a lot of hardship through the process, because we're going to have to deal with, if not us, our lineage is going to have to deal with the fallout, the failure. The failure is going to consist in cultural disruption, socioeconomic struggle, possibly famine at some point. What Ogburn would call cultural lag, in that the culture, the experience in life can't keep up with the speed and velocity at which the technology is developing. And we're already experiencing that now, specifically with AI. For instance, the musical industry can't catch up with the degree of AI usage. And now this will call on new policy as well. We're going to see a whole new realm of policy to stave off this artificial intelligence takeover. But it's interesting to me how they're putting it in the hands of average man, knowing the potentials of these consequences. And again, I think that's by design as well. I didn't hear about that expired himself because of AI. I didn't hear about that, but I wouldn't be surprised if you see a lot of that, because again, as I showed you the TikTok of the girl that says a reality is an illusion. When you're in a world where there's no stable belief system, where everything is circular and self-referential and solipsistic, and I create my own reality, there's no longer a true purpose outside of flesh, outside of pure desire, which really just spills into a hedonistic pursuit of death. So at that point, suicide becomes very common and almost rational in some cases. It would be argued as such, and there's already policy in Canada that would suggest this is true. Wow. Fascinating times. Fascinating times. I think we're good, man. I think we did it. A little longer of a show today. Forgive me, guys. I know it's going to be tough to get through all of this, but this was a deep dive. And I had a lot of stuff to present, because I want to get some of these ideas out. I've been working on these ideas for so long, and I'm finally starting to structure things, and the proper policies and the proper articles are starting to come up to give me the opportunity to at least provide evidence, if not prove, provide evidence for this direction of things. So I appreciate you guys being patient with me. Wow. Yeah. So I love you all. I appreciate you all. Please, if you find this valuable, support the work, support the channel. We aren't monetized. You guys support this. This is value for value here. I don't have like a membership thing. I have a Patreon. I suggest you join that if you really want to help produce the show, or just contribute through donation. We have people that weekly contribute through donation, and that's enough for them. And I appreciate that. We can't exist without these areas of support, right? Because this is definitely a all-encompassing, full-time system of work that takes up my days and nights. So I appreciate you guys supporting me and giving me the opportunity to present these ideas, because I think they'll be very valuable tomorrow. And I don't mean Sunday. But I want to thank you all for joining. I want to end the show as always by saying all praises to the Most High God. In Jesus' name, amen and shalom.
Te miro a los ojos, behind the haze, só vejo fumo, still finding your ways. Pedes que eu avance, tu walk on embers, como prueba de amor, but you are the only burn. Este fuego no puede quemarme. No, este fuego no puede quemarme. No, this fire cannot burn me. Isto é o filme da vida, isto é o filme da vida, yeah. Mujer luna llena la creación, siembra mi sangre, mi bendición. Desde la tierra, manos de aire, mi fuego sagrado se quema. Mujer luna llena la creación, siembra mi sangre, mi bendición. Desde la tierra, manos de aire, mi fuego sagrado se quema. En papel escrevi todo, tinta preta como luto. The water falls from my face, limpian todo. El ciclo empieza la combustión. Water fertilizes the new earth. Si eu tiver o sol dentro, amor, queima, queima, queima. Este fuego no puede quemarme. No, este fuego no puede quemarme. No, this fire cannot burn me. Isto é o filme da vida, isto é o filme da vida, yeah. Mujer luna llena la creación, siembra mi sangre, mi bendición. Desde la tierra, manos de aire, mi fuego sagrado se quema. Mujer luna llena la creación, siembra mi sangre, mi bendición. Desde la tierra, manos de aire, mi fuego sagrado se quema. En el fuego me libero de ti. En el fuego el deseo de olvidarte aquí. Mujer luna llena la creación, siembra mi sangre, mi bendición. Desde la tierra, manos de aire, mi fuego sagrado se quema. Mujer luna llena la creación, siembra mi sangre, mi bendición. Desde la tierra, manos de aire, mi fuego sagrado se quema. Mujer luna llena la creación, siembra mi sangre, mi bendición. Desde la tierra, manos de aire, mi fuego sagrado se quema. Mujer luna llena la creación, siembra mi sangre, mi bendición. Desde la tierra, manos de aire, mi fuego sagrado se quema. Mujer luna llena la creación, siembra mi sangre, mi bendición. Pies de la tierra, manos de aire, mi fuego sagrado se quema. Mujer luna llena la creación, siembra mi sangre, mi bendición. Pies de la tierra, manos de aire, mi fuego sagrado se quema.
Bam! Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back.
Don't look, you have a squad.
What is going on? So, just a little update. Can't get the RV. They want to hold it for 14 days. They say it's unlivable. And they want to check stuff that they're gonna hold it. It doesn't matter that social services have been out, seen it, knows that we clean it, whatever. So, that's the update. Now we got to figure out what we're doing for the next up to 14 days because they want to play more games because they keep on calling out for dumb shit. I don't know where else to go with any of it. So, you know, welcome to my life. Still not losing my shit. Really, really frustrated though. So, no big deal, I guess. What's up, everybody? Welcome, welcome. So, can't get the RV for up to 14 days. Don't have enough money for the hotel. Gotta figure some stuff out. And they don't want to give it back to me. They're trying to get me more still again. And then, when I said I was gonna go protest everybody that was involved, they said that I was targeting and or threatening people. And I said, fine, if that's the way that you guys are gonna play it, then no big deal. I'll wait till all this is done. I won't, you know, go out and protest because you guys are gonna say that I'm targeting. So now I can't even go out and protest. Illegal. Under threat of arrest. For a peaceful protest. So, I don't know. Lots of stuff's going on. Threats of arrest, all this other crap. It's really weird to me. Super duper weird to me. But whatever. I just won't do any. I just won't do any. We'll let it all play out. Let these people hit me or try to. And we'll see what happens from there.
Here we go. Hit it.
And it'll be great. Bam. So, that's what we got. There's the update. Not gonna be protesting. I'm not gonna go to jail for everybody's entertainment. So, whatever. We'll work on everything else later. Right now, you can see me clean up a lot. So, thanks everybody for being here. We'll be back. Like and share. You know, whatever.
A Fox News alert: Florida Governor Ron DeSantis hitting back at Disney as the company takes him to court, calling its lawsuit meritless and politically motivated.
They had no accountability, no transparency, none of that. And that arrangement was not good for the state of Florida. We did not think that that should continue. So we now have brought accountability. And so the idea that somehow being pro-business means giving companies their own governments, that is not what a free market is all about, last I checked. In fact, they've been treated much different than Universal, SeaWorld, and all these other places. They don't want to have to pay the same taxes as everybody else, and they want to be able to control things without proper oversight.
Vivek Ramaswamy running for president in the Republican Party, and he joins us now. Great to have you back on the program, Vivek. And we do need to be clear, DeSantis has not launched a presidential campaign. All indications that it will be next month. But he's really walking a tight line on this. 44% of Republicans said they had a more favorable view of the governor because of his battle with Disney, but that's, again, less than 50%. That same poll, Vivek, showing 63% of GOP voters are less likely to support a political candidate who backs laws designed to punish a company due to politics. You wrote a book called Woke Inc. Good or bad move by your likely competitor.
So I think that where Ron DeSantis really messed up here, and I'm surprised nobody in the media has picked up on this yet, is one of those special privileges that Disney had that he rolled back was legislated under none other than Ron DeSantis. Actually, he passed a political anti-discrimination statute saying that owners of websites and internet companies, this includes Disney, could not discriminate based on the basis of viewpoints, except they carved out Disney. They said if you own a theme park greater than 25 acres in the state of Florida, that was carved out. So when Ron DeSantis struck back at Disney, he says they enjoy these special protections. The dirty little secret is one of those special crony capitalist protections was passed by Ron DeSantis himself. I'm surprised nobody's really picked up on this, and that's the essence of what's going on here, is that when people say this is political retaliation and Ron DeSantis says, no, 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 this is just special privileges under Disney, the fact that he's passed into law some of those special privileges is really where people, like his critics, ought to be pointing out. I'm competing against in the race. That's why I just think it's, well, I mostly welcome him. I think he's basically all intents and purposes behaving like he's in the race. I just think it's worth seeing the situation clearly. Interesting. One of those crony privileges was enacted by Ron DeSantis. That was his big mistake.
That is an interesting take on it, but he also said that, you know, he's bringing accountability back to the companies, which, you know, we've said time and time again, Republicans don't like, you know, all these laws and strict measures on companies, but we do like accountability. We do have to get to this, though. When it comes to you're running on this America First 2.0 platform. So I want to run some sound of a panel of voters we had on last hour. They were talking about their fears, basically, of Biden if he does get reelected. Listen to this.
I have a politicized CDC that doesn't care about children's health or children's rights. I'm definitely worried.
What I think is going to happen is more illegal immigrants crossing the border and the breakdown of the rule of law.
Joe Biden and Kamala Harris saying they want 4 more years to continue destroying the country is just a no for all of us.
So, I mean, taking into consideration what they said, that panel, what's your first day in office look like with their concerns?
I think, first of all, we use the military to secure our border. If we can use the military to secure somebody else's border, we can use it to secure our own one. That's how you solve the border crisis and the fentanyl crisis. I'm looking at shutting down government agencies that get in the way. The U.S. Department of Education, to the IRS, to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. We've talked about shutting down agencies and rebuilding them from scratch. That's why we're taking the America First agenda in my campaign further than Donald Trump ever did. We're looking to actually take it the full distance. And I'll tell you this, America First does not belong to Donald Trump. It doesn't belong to me. It belongs to those voters we just looked at. It belongs to the people of this country. And so if we're doing it based on first principles and moral authority, rather than just vengeance and grievance, we can actually go further with the agenda itself and lead a national revival instead of a national divorce. That's why I'm in this race.
Randi Weingarten making a shocking admission on Capitol Hill yesterday. Let's listen to it quickly.
Did you suggest revisions to their operational strategy?
What we suggested, sir, was ideas.
Do you remember how many edits that you suggested?
We suggested concepts, sir.
Do you know how many edits were included?
One.
Do you remember what that edit was?
The reasonable accommodation issue.
You're a Yale law grad. Is this Exhibit 1A in your argument to get rid of the Department of Education and the CDC?
Absolutely. So I would shut down the Department of Education, which creates these toxic policies. Use that money to fund school choice programs across this country so parents don't have to be held prisoners by teachers' unions. The level of influence that Randi Weingarten and the teachers' unions held over the CDC is staggering, and now we know why our policies protected teachers' unions instead of kids. So I say shut down the Department of Education, fund underfunded school choice programs, and then unleash the public schools by abolishing these teachers' unions. That's how we fix education in this country.
His name's Vivek Ramaswamy. We thank him for his time.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. We welcome everyone to the subcommittee's hearing. I'll begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. We'd like to welcome our witness today, the Honorable Christopher Wray, Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Director Wray has served in this role since August of 2000. investigating agency of over 35,000 people, including special agents, intelligence analysts, language specialists, scientists, information technology specialists. The 24 budget request for FBI salaries and expenses is $11.3 billion, with $6.7 billion of that amount, about 60%, designated as defense spending. That's a 6% increase above the fiscal 23 enacted level for salaries and expenses. The FBI budget request includes $196 million in program increases and $409 million adjustments to base, representing the substantial increased cost of continuing the FBI's current activities. The largest program increases requested are for FBI's cyber investigative capabilities, an increase of $6.3 million, followed by an increase of $53 million for DNA lab support. With federal debt surpassing $31 trillion, it's imperative that this committee ensure that every dollar provided to the agencies is spent efficiently and appropriately. Director Ray, we welcome you to the subcommittee. Thank you for giving us this amount of time with you. We look forward to the opportunity to discuss with you today the major cost drivers and threats challenging the FBI, such as the crisis at our southern border and other challenges, such as the erosion of public trust in the Bureau. Perhaps unfairly, faith in the FBI seems to be at an all-time low. Like it or not, many believe the FBI sometimes employs unnecessarily aggressive tactics, doesn't hold itself to the same standards it holds the subjects of its investigations, or targets one side of the political spectrum more than the other. I do not doubt that 99% or more of your agents go to work each day to do exactly what the American public wants them to do: defend the U.S. against terrorists and espionage, help get deadly fentanyl off our streets, rescue child victims, protect the elderly from vicious phone scams, and more. FBI agents risk their lives in pursuit of these efforts, and many, sadly, have given their lives in service to our nation. Americans need the FBI to remain focused on its mission and do all it can to stay above the political fray. I hope to learn more about the FBI's efforts to combat transnational organized crime and the introduction of synthetic opioids to the U.S. market, including fentanyl and fentanyl analogs. I also want to hear about the FBI's efforts to combat the wide range of illegal activities along our southern border. Mr. Ray, once again, we appreciate you being here to answer our questions and your hard work on behalf of the American people. Let me now recognize Ranking Member Cartwright for any remarks he may have.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers, and I'd like to join you in welcoming our witness, FBI Director Ray, to the subcommittee again. We all know the FBI does just an enormous amount of work to help to protect the American people. To that end, FBI employs 37,000 people in 56 field offices, 350 resident agencies, specialized facilities and analytical centers across the country, as well as over 60 legal attaché offices in 80 countries around the world. The FBI works to investigate and disrupt crime, everything from violent gang networks, cyber criminals, white-collar crime, human trafficking, and domestic and international terrorism. Since Russia's brutal and unprovoked aggression, its invasion of Ukraine last year, the FBI has also worked successfully to disrupt criminal, cyber, and hostile intelligence activities from Russia that endanger Ukraine, our partners, and American citizens. This has included investigating and supporting the indictments of individuals and corporate entities, engaging in sanctions evasion, export control violations, and other crimes, as well as identifying hundreds of millions of dollars in yachts, airplanes, and luxury homes belonging to Russian oligarchs, leading to warrants for their seizure. As chairman of this subcommittee in the last Congress, I'm proud of our work to provide additional resources for the FBI, including for its Ukraine-related work and for various other efforts to protect the American people. The Biden administration is requesting funding for further FBI enhancements in fiscal year 2024, including investments to combat violent crime and cybercrime, and to enhance the FBI's counterintelligence and counterterrorism capabilities. At the same time, I must continue to express my very strong opposition to the House majority's plan, as included in legislation that barely passed the House last night and on partisan lines, to implement drastic cuts in discretionary spending. These proposed cuts would translate to the equivalent for the FBI of losing 11,000 positions, or a third of its workforce, greatly damaging the FBI's ability to protect our American people and keep our communities safe. Director Wray, I look forward to discussing these issues and hearing more from you about the FBI's fiscal year 2024 budget request. And I thank you for being here, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Of our witnesses' time, and we'll follow up with you should we have additional questions. Director Wray, you're recognized for an opening statement. Without objection, your written statement will be entered into the record. I would ask that you try to keep your statement to 5 minutes or so we can have additional time for questions. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Rogers, Ranking Member Cartwright, members of the subcommittee. There is no question that today's threats are more sophisticated and move more quickly than ever before. And to stay ahead of them, we've requested important enhancements to our budget that will help us tackle the wide range of threats we face, and I look forward to discussing those with you today. Let me start, as you did, Mr. Chairman, with cyber. Today's cyber threats are more pervasive, hit a wider variety of victims, and carry the potential for greater damage than ever before. You can take China, a key part of the Chinese government's multi-pronged strategy to lie, to cheat, and to steal their way to surpassing us as the global superpower is cyber. The scale of the Chinese cyber threat is unparalleled. They've got a bigger hacking program than every other major nation combined, and have stolen more of our personal and corporate data than all other nations, big or small, combined. To give you a sense of what we're up against, if each one of the FBI's cyber agents and intel analysts focused exclusively on the China threat, on nothing but China, Chinese hackers would still outnumber FBI cyber personnel by at least 50 to 1. But of course, China is not the only challenge in cyberspace, not even close. We're investigating over 100 different ransomware variants, each variant with scores of victims, as well as a host of other novel threats posed by both cyber criminals and nation-state actors. So in addition to China, countries like Russia, Iran, and North Korea. And it is getting more and more challenging to discern where the nation-state threat ends and the cyber criminal threat begins. Recently, we've seen cyber attacks targeting the critical infrastructure and services that ordinary Americans rely on every day. I'm talking about places like hospitals, schools, 911 call centers. And the FBI's got investigations into destructive attacks like these all over the country in communities large and small, which is why In this year's budget request, you'll see our need for 192 more cyber positions and a little over $63 million. We will put those critical resources towards ensuring the FBI remains the world's premier cyber investigative agency by taking the fight to our adversaries through joint sequenced operations and rapid information sharing with the private sector, by building out our model cyber squads, each tackling multiple threats in more field offices, placing investigators, analysts, and other key professionals close to the victims that need us, and by providing our workforce with critical cutting-edge training. Our opponents in this space are relentless, and we need your help to ensure that we've got the resources to keep responding in kind. Switching gears, almost every week, I'm speaking with chiefs and sheriffs all over the country to discuss the threats that we're fighting together. And I can tell you in those discussions, the number one issue is always the same, which is violent crime. Last year, working with our state and local partners through our hundreds of FBI-led violent crime task forces, we arrested more than 20,000 violent criminals. That's an average of 55 bad guys taken off the streets per day, every day. As part of our FY24 budget, we're requesting an increase to build on our efforts to combat the rising violent crime affecting so many communities all over the country. A big part of that will also go towards our investigation of crimes against children and human trafficking. Every year, the FBI and our partners identify and locate thousands of victims of child exploitation and human trafficking. And the enhancement that we've requested will allow us to add even more personnel to that vital effort. Finally, I've described the threat of gangs and cartels moving fentanyl and other deadly substances across the border and into communities all over this country as a threat of epidemic proportion. We're now pursuing investigations against transnational organized criminal groups in all 56 FBI field offices and have more than 300, close to 400 now, active investigations into cartel leadership. On top of that, we're leveraging international partnerships through our legal attaché offices to enhance investigations and gather and share intelligence. And we're actively participating in 6 OCDEF strike forces just along the border. And although we are not the agency tasked with the physical security of our borders, we're committed to doing our part to work with our partners to tackle these very real and very serious threats. As part of that, we've asked for $53 million in part to keep pace with the 7-fold increase in DNA samples from individuals crossing the border that we're testing on behalf of DHS. Over the past couple of years, we've provided critical DNA testing support to 223 investigations, including more than 100 sexual assaults and a dozen homicides, based on matches from DNA samples collected at the border by Customs and Border Protection. And we expect that volume to increase as border crossings increase, and we need your support to continue to process those samples, which so often provide the missing piece of the puzzle to solve serious violent crimes that might otherwise go unsolved if we're not able to process those border crossing DNA samples. I've barely scratched the surface. The breadth and depth of the threats the American people look to us to protect them from is staggering. And I am proud to be here today representing the close to 38,000 men and women of the FBI who work tirelessly and selflessly to meet that challenge every day. Thank you for your support of our men and women in helping us carry out that mission, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Director. We will now proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions for the witness. I'll begin by recognizing myself. The opioid epidemic continues to ravage communities in my home state of Kentucky, of course, and across the country. As you highlighted in your testimony, the FBI is doing extraordinary work disrupting opioid trafficking networks on the dark net. What are some of the most significant actions the FBI is currently taking to curb the deadly opioid epidemic plaguing the U.S.? And are you keeping pace with emerging dealers and marketplaces?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you and I have discussed, this is, I think it's sometimes hard to come up with a strong enough word to capture what a significant crisis this is. Epidemic is the word I keep coming back to, and I really think that's accurate. This is an all-hands-on-deck approach. The FBI is trying to do our part, along with all sorts of other agencies and partners, even outside of government. But I'll list several things that really try to tap into what we can uniquely bring to the table. First, we have a prescription drug initiative, which taps into our healthcare fraud expertise, where we go after pill mills and a lot of the professionals who are fueling the crisis. In particular, in the Appalachian region, we have a significant effort there against providers who abuse their oaths and are a part of the problem. Second, through our Safe Streets task forces all over the country, we target the gangs who are distributing fentanyl and other dangerous drugs all over the country. Third, through our transnational organized crime West programs, we target the cartels, the transnational criminal organizations that are the supply, the source of supply. Fourth, as you referenced in your question, we have a significant initiative called J-Code, which is the FBI-led but involves 12, I think it's about 12 agencies, which is focused on disrupting and dismantling darknet traffickers and marketplaces for fentanyl and other synthetic dangerous substances. We've had a number of major operations. Operation Huntor, for example, was not that long ago, which took down what was at the time, at least, the largest illicit marketplace on the darknet. But we're also doing other things beyond just our investigative work. From an awareness-raising perspective, we've got something called Operation Protector, which is designed to reach out to schools, both middle schools, high schools, colleges, military service members, wellness centers, things like that, to raise awareness about the problem. It follows on the heels of a similar kind of effort that we did jointly with DEA called Chasing the Dragon, which is, again, we're trying to see what we can do, what we can uniquely contribute to kind of hit the problem at multiple levels on the continuum of this really multidisciplinary threat.
Which, if any, of the program increases that you request would be used to enhance or increase your transnational organized crime efforts, including the J-Code initiative?
A number of our violent crime piece would be relevant to that problem, to our efforts there. Some of our technology pieces would be relevant to that. Really, it's kind of across the board, because in some ways the opioid crisis and the organized crime problem that goes with it ends up kind of permeating almost every program that the FBI addresses these days.
By all accounts, the fact that the drug cartels occupy places all across our country, not to mention internationally, what are you doing to go after the cartels?
So as I mentioned, we have about 380, I think it is, investigations specifically into cartel leadership. We are working with our Mexican law enforcement partners through vetted teams and things like that to go after some of those. There have been some key indictments announced recently. We are also trying to cut off sources of funding for the cartels, and then also trying to hit their distribution network here in the U.S. Those are a few things that I would list.
The DEA director testified this morning before our subcommittee and dealt with some 28 people charged from the cartels. And the DEA has an ongoing effort along with you and others. How is that partnership working?
Well, I can tell you, Mr. Chairman, that we have a great partnership with DEA. In fact, when I, having been in law enforcement in and out throughout my career, when I look at the relationship between the FBI and the DEA these days compared to what it was like when I was a line prosecutor, in Atlanta years and years ago, it's just, it's night and day. And I think a lot of that is just a recognition of how significant the threat is and how much more productive we can all be working together as a team. We do it on things like OCDF strike forces, for example. And so it's been a very, I think, effective partnership. And I have a lot of respect for the men and women of the DEA who are just fantastic partners.
What are some of the more troubling criminal enterprises on the darknet that your agents and analysts are working to defeat?
Well, the thing about the darknet that is so challenging is that these marketplaces have become a place where people can come shop for really every kind of dangerous criminal product or service that's out there. So I mean everything from certainly things like fentanyl, as we already talked about, but also all the way over to stolen credentials to log into somebody's network, or you can hire hitmen. We've even had WMD type products, if you will, being marketed on the darknet. So it really is a kind of soup to nuts place of just unbelievably dangerous criminal activity. And the key to taking something like that down is both the technical expertise, which is part of why we have the cyber piece that's so significant in our budget request, but it's also the international piece of it, because we're most effective in order to avoid sort of a whack-a-mole effect when we take down one of these marketplaces. We have to work with our foreign partners. So, for example, we had a very good success against a market called Alphabay, where we worked closely with the Dutch, among others, and we timed it so that as we took down one market, we knew the bad guys were all going to flock to this other market. So we took down one, they fled to the other one. They basically fled right into the arms of the Dutch law enforcement. So we were able to kind of take down two at one time, in effect. It's oversimplified, but that's the basic idea. And we need both the high-tech expertise and the cross-border cooperation with our foreign law enforcement partners.
My time has expired. However, I wanted to re-emphasize with you the utter importance of taking down the cartels. By all accounts, the main vehicle for bringing fentanyl and others to the table. So thank you for that work. Mr. Cartwright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Ray, I want to express my agreement with the chairman about the importance of working together and the importance of having an all-of-government approach to fighting the opioid crisis, fentanyl coming into our country and poisoning our citizens. 107,000 dead last year from this crisis. Working together is what we need to do, and putting aside professional jealousies and envies, we have to do that. Well, here in the House, just yesterday, we passed a bill utterly on party lines and just barely, that would impose significant cuts in discretionary outlays for fiscal year 2024. That's what we're up to here on the Appropriations Committee, funding your agency. And I'm going to ask you, and I'm going to ask you all at once, a bunch of different questions, to illustrate how a 22% cut, that's what this would mean, a 22% cut across the board for non-defense discretionary programs, how a 22% cut would impact the FBI's ability to fight violent crime, to fight the espionage and influence efforts of others such as the PRC, to help fight the opioid epidemic, to enhance the FBI's own cybersecurity, and to fight cyber threats facing our nation, and to help fight transnational crime. What would a 22% cut in your budget do to those things?
Well, so let me, I guess, take those in turn. So violent crime, we, as I said, arrested 20,000 violent criminals last year, dismantled, I think, 370 violent gangs since the beginning of last year. So a 22% reduction would mean hundreds more violent criminals out on the streets, dozens more violent gangs terrorizing communities. I should also say that our violent crime work is also very heavily focused on crimes against children. And we arrested something like 3,000 child predators and saved, I think, about 2,000 kids from abuse and exploitation last year. So a 22% reduction would be hundreds more predators on the loose and hundreds more kids left at their mercy. You mentioned espionage. My principal focus, my priority has been since early during my time as director, the Chinese government and the Chinese Communist Party, which I think represents the greatest threat to our country. And we've grown the number of investigations into the Chinese government and their actors by about 1,300%. And we have well over 2,000 active investigations into that threat as we speak. So a 22% reduction would be scores of threats from China left unaddressed. And I can assure you the Chinese government is not dialing back. So you mentioned cyber. We're investigating 100 different types of ransomware. You could look at just China alone. As I said, their hacking program is bigger than that of every other major nation combined. So 22% reduction would be cutting capacity against more and more attacks which hit critical infrastructure, schools, hospitals, 911 call centers, our innovation, our economic security, cybersecurity, I guess the FBI's own cybersecurity. We block something like 15 million unauthorized connections. In other words, people external systems trying to get into our systems per week. And we know cyber adversaries want to hack government systems, especially ones that have sensitive information like we do. So a 22% reduction would almost certainly mean significantly more of those efforts that we get through. You mentioned opioids and fentanyl. We have, in any given seizure, I can think of just a few off the top of my head, in California, Phoenix, Albuquerque, just individual seizures where we've seized more fentanyl in one seizure than would be enough to kill entire states, including the entire state of Pennsylvania. So 22% reduction there would mean fewer seizures of fentanyl, more fentanyl on the streets, more overdose deaths, I assume. You mentioned organized crime. I think I mentioned to the chairman, we have 380 investigations into cartel leadership. And these are sophisticated, very well-funded, dangerous adversaries that need a team effort and lots of resources to take them down. 22% reduction would significantly weaken our ability to fight back against the cartels. So each one of these things, in my view, we need more money for, not less. And we need to make sure that we're not just doing right by the hardworking men and women of the FBI who are career law enforcement professionals who devoted their lives to serving the public. And the 22% reduction would have drastic impact on them, their spouses, their kids. But it would also have impact on our state and local law enforcement partners who I'm dealing with every week, who are most of them are down significantly in terms of their workforce and their head count, and they're depending on us more and more to fight violent crime and the scourge of drugs. So 22% cut to us means 22% less than we can do to help them in the slew of ways we do that. And then I guess ultimately, at the end of the road, you're talking about the impact on the American people, the public in the neighborhoods that we're protecting from Chinese spies, hackers, violent gangs, terrorists, predators, the cartels. So I guess that's my answer to your question.
Thank you, Director Ray. I will yield back at this point, Mr. Chairman.
Judge
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director Ray, for being here. My first round question is this. The FBI has drifted from its reputation as a nonpartisan federal law enforcement agency. How can the FBI repair their reputation so all Americans see them as an organization committed to law and order? And what standards have you put in place to ensure that the FBI is not used as a weapon for political prosecution?
So, Judge, I appreciate the question. Obviously, this is a subject that is near and dear to my heart. I accepted President Trump's nomination to be FBI director because I believe deeply in the men and women of the agency that I worked with for so many years earlier in my career, and I think are the finest professionals in this space on the planet. And my time as director has only reinforced that assessment. I have been to all 56 of our field offices twice. I've met with law enforcement from all 50 states. I talked to business leaders. I talked to judges. I talked to community leaders. And the FBI that they tell me about, the FBI that they describe is one that is appreciated, trusted, respected, that they describe, and these are exact phrases I hear from them all the time, is better than ever. So I would stack our workforce up against anywhere in the world. And you may be reassured a little bit to know that during the time that I've been director, the number of Americans all across the country applying to join us, to spend their careers working with us, has actually gone up significantly. In 2019, it tripled the pace it had been. And you may be even more pleased to know that we've got more applicants from the state of Texas than from any state in the country, and it's been, I think, an 86% increase in Texans applying to join the FBI since I've been in this seat. I also know that the relationships that we have with our state and local law enforcement partners in Texas are superb. I've visited all of our offices there on multiple occasions, and each time I meet with our partners to try to make sure that we at the FBI are doing right by them, because that's such an important part to me of what I think our role is. As to the question of what I'm doing internally, the message that I have tried to communicate since day one at the FBI is that we're going to not just do the right thing, but do it in the right way, that we're going to follow the facts wherever they lead, no matter who likes it. And the reality, the unfortunate reality of the kind of work we do is that there's always going to be somebody who doesn't like the outcome of what we do. That just comes with the territory.
I don't have an argument with the ranking.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to go into names but for the last 18 months, we've turned on TV about the Russia story, and everybody said, oh, Russia hacked us and this, that, and the other. And then we find out it originated with a couple of FBI agents, okay? And all these things come out across the board. And the question is, those people are out now doing TV appearances on television. They weren't arrested by the FBI. I'm not sure they were investigated by the FBI. They were political appointees working for the FBI. I don't fault you for that. I don't know if you knew about that. That's not my issue. My issue is your reputation is that there are political appointees in the FBI that have been interfering or at least working towards a political agenda in the agency for quite some time. And we need to fix that.
Well, I look forward to working with you. I will say that that there, just to be clear, there are no political appointees in the FBI. Everybody in the FBI is a career civil servant, unless you count me, and I'm a nominee of the Republican president. There are no political. That's different from most other agencies in the federal government. As to some of the individuals that you diplomatically referred to, these are individuals. I've turned over the entire leadership team since I joined the FBI. I've put in place all kinds of new policies, procedures, trainings, systems enhancements, all to reinforce that sort of top-line message that I was describing to you a minute ago, which is that we're going to follow the facts wherever they lead, no matter who likes it. And, individual cases, individual investigations, we could engage on those, but my experience has been that a lot of times, because we're somewhat hamstrung in our ability to talk about some of the things we do, we may not do ourselves any favors in our ability to explain, what's really going on. But I appreciate your concerns.
And I've dealt with the FBI, and I know you don't comment on pending or impending cases. I've heard that many, many times. That's not my issue. And it sounds like you did what I'm just asking about. That's exactly what I want to hear. As you internally looked at this, and you found people caring about politics more than law enforcement, I hope they have found someplace else to hang their hat besides the FBI. That's what the question I was answering. I think you answered it fairly well. And so I've got more to ask you later. Thank you.
Mr. Ruffersberger.
Thank you for being here. Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm going to focus on FISA. It's an important tool that you have. Director Wray, reauthorizing FISA is a top priority for this administration. And from my time as the ranking member of the House Intelligence Committee, I fully understand the importance of this program and the need to make sure we will have the authority available to keep our country safe. At a March 8th Senate Intelligence Committee hearing, DNI Director Haynes reaffirmed that 702's crucial role in mitigating national security, saying Section 702 permits intelligence gathering against foreign targets at a speed and reliability the United States cannot replicate with any other authority. February of this year, a letter was sent from the administration to congressional leadership. Let me read some of those successes, and the letter reads, over the last 15 years, Section 702 has proven invaluable again and again in protecting American lives and U.S. national security. Section 702 has been used to identify and protect against national security threats to the United States and its allies, to include both conventional and cyber threats posed by People's Republic of China, Russia, Iran, and Democratic People's Republic of Korea. 702 acquired information that has been used to identify multiple foreign ransomware attacks on U.S. critical infrastructure. This intelligence has positioned the U.S. government to respond and to mitigate these events, and in some instances prevent significant attacks on the U.S. networks. Section 702 acquired information related to the sanctioned foreign adversaries was used in U.S. government efforts to stop components for weapons of mass destruction from reaching foreign actors. Almost there. Section 702 has been identified as a threat to U.S. troops and disrupted planned terrorist attacks both at home and abroad, and contributed to the state's successful operation against Anwar Sawari. And those of us who have been around know who he is and what he was. Section 702 has resulted in the identification and disruption of hostile foreign actors' attempt to recruit spies in the United States for or send them operatives to the United States. 702 information has identified key economic security risks, including strategic malign investment by foreign actors in certain U.S. companies. Here's my question, and it's in three parts. If the intelligence community, including the FBI, loses access to 702, how would that impact our ability to counter the growing threat from China? Two, also how 702 impacts the FBI ability to fight back against cyber attacks. Three, can you talk a little about 702 reforms have been implemented since the last reauthorization? And four, can you talk a little about the 702 reforms that FBI supports? That's a lot, but that's it.
Well, thank you, Congressman. Needless to say, I obviously strongly agree about what an indispensable tool 702 is. I'll try to answer as quickly as I can. On China, in a world without 702, the FBI would have lost one of its most powerful tools to detect attempts by Chinese hackers to, pre-position on our cyber and critical infrastructure systems and to root out those hackers before they can act or to stop foreign cyber attacks while in progress. Almost every day through our 702 intelligence, we see evidence of China's efforts to surveil and steal information about our military, about our advanced technologies, to hack our critical infrastructure, and even to run influence and intimidation campaigns against Americans and Chinese dissidents here. And so without 702, the intelligence community would be blinded in an ever-evolving digital world. Much of what I just said would apply to cyber more generally, because of course the Chinese, although they have the biggest hacking program in the world, are hardly the only cyber threat. And so it's a very important tool for us against the Russians, against the Iranians, and other dangerous foreign adversaries. As to the reforms, I have put in place a whole slew of reforms, especially on 702, especially over the last 18 months or so. Those include all sorts of new policies and procedures, new training, new systems changes, new oversights, new safeguards, new approvals, new double checks. I stood up a whole new Office of Internal Audit. There was no such thing at the FBI before. We have an inspection division, which does great work, but we stood up an Office of Internal Audit, brought back a retired agent who had gone on to be a partner at a Big Four accounting firm to help us stand that up, and we're working with another Big Four accounting firm to help make sure that the audit program we've built out is best in class, and it is specifically focused on FISA compliance. And the reason I bring those things up is that almost every report the members of this subcommittee would have seen about compliance violations and incidents that we've had in the past, even though some of those reports came out in the last, let's say, 6 months to a year, they all cover time periods that predate those reforms. And so I am confident that the reforms that we've put in place, as we start getting more and more new information, more recent information, will show that we've made significant progress. But I also want to be clear that this is not a one and done for me. This is something I take very seriously, and that this is a long-term project that we're going to be constantly improving, constantly looking for ways to tighten up and improve our compliance, because this is, I think, that's part of being a high-performing organization on a program that is so important. And I just cannot underscore enough the importance of 702 to the American people in terms of foreign threats. As somebody who, in a past life, when I served in the Justice Department in the Bush administration, and was in the FBI headquarters on 9/11 and spent time with the families of the 9/11 victims during my time as Assistant Attorney General, I never want to have to look at families and tell them there was something we could have done that was fully constitutional, we chose not to do to help keep them safe.
Thank you, and I'm sorry about the overage, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director Ray. Again, good to see you. I want to, first of all, thank you for your service and the service of the agents in your department. Very important mission you have. I want to talk about things that are important. For me, national security is important. For me, taking care of our military base pay is important. They make $21,000 a year. I'm pushing to get them to minimum wage of $31,000 a year. Everywhere I go to a member, I talk about this because it's important to me. I give more speeches. I will be doing that again because it's important to me. Every committee hearing I'm in, I talk about military base pay because it's important to me. This is what we do when things are important to us. We make sure that we're talking about them consistently and we're chasing funding for those missions or whatever we consider to be important. I'm concerned that the president, in a year where he is at the top line, asked for about, I think, a 12% increase across all federal agencies, only asked for a 0.3% increase for your budget. That, to me, messages to Congress that he doesn't value the mission of the FBI, frankly, especially relative to other federal agencies. I'm concerned also with regards to this FISA conversation that you haven't mentioned FISA until my colleague from Maryland brought it up. We had Attorney General Garland in a hearing just a couple of weeks ago. He never mentioned FISA until I asked him about it. We've had discussions on the Intelligence Committee about how important it is, and I understand how important it is. But I don't get the sense you said we can't underscore the importance enough of 702, but I actually think you need to underscore the importance of it a little bit more, okay? You can't go to 435 members or 6 different committees and just say it's important. I can guarantee you won't have the votes in December. This policy, this tool turns into a pumpkin in December. It's been in place since 2008. We all understand the value and the importance of it, and I've seen the data that you've shown us in the tank, and it's extremely important. But unless you execute a capture plan, and I've communicated this to Director Haynes at DNI and NSA, as well as your counterparts at CIA, and I communicated this to the Attorney General, this renewal isn't just going to fall into your lap, okay? And it's not our job to be your business development guys on the policy side. It's not the job of the Intel Committee to be your spokespersons on the policy side. We need you to do the following 3 things, and I'm going to lay this capture plan out for you just like I did the other entities I just talked about. You have to educate every member on Congress on why it's important, the different flavors of FISA, and the products that these products feed into. Okay, that's pillar 1. Pillar 2 is what I call repent and remedy. Okay, there needs to be a public acknowledgement that FISA has been abused, and in a either classified or unclassified environment, explain what protocols have changed, what policies have changed, how we're holding people accountable. We've talked about some of these things in the appropriate spaces, but demonstrate to members of Congress that changes have been implemented such that the abuses that we've seen, that we acknowledge, that we admit to, will not happen again. Okay, very important that the second pillar is executed between now and December. And then the last pillar, which I think is just as important as the first 2, is the accountability piece. We need a pound of flesh, okay? We need to know that someone has been fired. My understanding is no one has been arrested for the sort of abuses of, not sort of, the abuses of FISA of any flavor in the past. No one has been fired or arrested because of these abuses. We've had investigations that have been going on for years, and we haven't seen any conclusion of those things. So I'm telling you that if all we do is try to educate members of Congress, everyone will recognize it's important, and no one will vote for the extension of it before December. If you don't also repent and show the remedy and the protocol changes that have taken place because of the abuses, and you don't also demonstrate that people have been held accountable for it, I can almost assure you, as someone who sits on CJS, HACD, intelligence, that you won't have the votes. As much as we try, we won't be able to get to a majority to support the extension. So you feel free to comment on it, take it as counsel. I'm telling you, if it's important to you, you guys need to be proactively bringing this up in every single committee hearing, every single engagement with a member of Congress, to include the Senate, and show us that it's important to you. Otherwise, we're going to be in December telling you we don't have the votes. You didn't make it seem like it was important to you.
Well, respectful of the time, I'll just say that I look forward to working with you and the rest of the members, especially on the intelligence committees. And I appreciate you flagging the possibility that my not mentioning it in earlier exchanges could be misconstrued in some way. Obviously, I was trying to be responsive on questions about fentanyl, which is something I also know is very important to you, and organized crime, which I also know, like me, is very important. And so, it's one of the challenges of time limits in these kinds of settings, but certainly point taken, and look forward to working with you on these.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Trone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for having us here today. And Director, thank you for your service. I really appreciate it. And it's tough sometimes, but thank you very much. Well, Ranking Member Cartwright's already spoke a good bit about the whole issue of cutting 22% back. And when we hear what the talking points out there, it's really 2 things: fentanyl, and then our country's less safe. So on the fentanyl side, 108,000 deaths, overdoses, 80% were fentanyl. Could you talk a little bit about the Jalisco cartel, the Sonora cartel, and talk about how they have infiltrated the U.S. a little bit, which you can say in an unclassified setting, the strength, and how it's gone from end to end in our country, and then what would happen to you with those type of devastating cuts of 22%, and that ability, again, as Mr. Cartwright talked about, to work with local and state law enforcement, as your partners.
So I appreciate the question. I guess a couple things. The first thing I would say, and the chairman and I had a conversation about this point, which is that as alarming as the 107,000, 108,000 overdose death number is and should be to everyone in America, the untold story is that because of greater availability of Narcan and better first response, which is a good thing for America, that number is actually in some ways better than the problem really is, because there's more overdose that are being, adequately responded to, and people are being resuscitated, and that's a good thing. But if you're trying to measure how serious the problem is, how big the threat is, in some ways the overdose deaths, as shocking as 107,000 is, in some ways doesn't quite do it justice. The cartels, obviously, we just had a major indictment. The chairman referenced it related to the Sinaloa cartel. The Jalisco cartel is obviously very significant too. I mentioned that we have transnational organized crime task forces that are focused specifically on that threat. We work on the OCDEF strike forces against the threat. I think part of the reason it's so challenging, what you have essentially are precursors, almost, very heavily coming from China. And there's actors in China who seem all too willing, all too happy to send these chemicals to Mexico, where they're then produced by the cartels, sent across the border, and distributed by gangs here in the United States, all over the country. And one of the challenges about something like fentanyl is that the cartels no longer require acres of farmland or to wait for a harvest or something like that, right? These are things that can be done all year long in very small spaces that are harder to detect, easier to get across the border. And then if you combine that with the potency, the lethality of the substance, and you combine that with the fact that it's now finding its way into all sorts of other drugs, including prescriptions that are essentially adulterated, you start to get a sense of why this is such a almost epically and historically challenging
So
threat.
to kind of sum it up, we've got this product that's 30 times cheaper to make per kilo than heroin, 50 times more potent than heroin. And would you give me a yes or a no answer? These budget cuts, will that mean we have many more dead Americans?
I just don't see how it could be otherwise. As I said in response to an earlier question, we have seizures, especially from our offices that touch the border, but not exclusively, all the time, that in one seizure are seizing enough fentanyl that if distributed would have been enough to wipe out an entire state, in terms of the dosage. So you just take away 5 or 6 seizures and you've got, significant impact.
I think your point about the overdose deaths have been prevented by Narcan is a really good point, because sometimes we're looking at things are trending even and we're trying to declare victory, but if it weren't for the Narcan, wow, we'd be underwater completely. Take for 1 second, I only have a minute left, but during this appropriations hearing, there's been to talk about the budgetary needs. There's been a lot of opportunities to score sound bites on the other side on baseless theories attacking the FBI and our thousands of patriotic agents trying to protect us from all these threats. Talk about morale at the FBI on the unfounded political attacks. How does that affect your ability to recruit and retain?
So, of course, our people are human just like anybody else, and nobody likes to see the organization they've dedicated their careers to, their lives to, their families to, unfairly criticized. But I will tell you that our people are focused on the mission, on the work, on who they serve. And our recruiting, as I mentioned in response to Judge Carter's question, has actually been going very well. It's gone up very significantly since I've been in this role. After the first couple of years where it was sort of flat, then 2019 went up significantly. This year, applications are coming in faster than they did last year. And we're at an all-time high in terms of the number of onboard agents. So in terms of law enforcement professionals, 30 to 40% of them that are former military, former law enforcement, 50% of them have advanced degrees. These are people with a lot of choices in this job market, and they're registering their view of the FBI by trying to sign up and devote their lives to working with us. Inside the organization, our attrition rate, by that I mean people retiring early, is less than 1%, which is better than probably any public or private organization out there. And the number of people applying for extensions past mandatory retirement age, is high. And it's, again, in this pretty competitive job market. So would I wish that we weren't unfairly criticized? Of course. But everybody at Quantico gets asked, what is your why? And nobody's why is, well, I don't want to get criticized. Everybody's why is, I want to serve the American people. And as long as we can keep doing that and working with the great people we get to work with, we'll be okay.
Well, thank you for your resilience. I yield back.
Mr. Clyde.
Thank you, Chairman. Director, I guess this is our first meeting. I hear you're from Georgia, my home state. Regarding the raid on Mar-a-Lago last summer, the Justice Department filed an application for a search and seizure warrant of Mar-a-Lago citing probable cause that additional presidential records and records containing classified information remained in various parts of the residence. The FBI executed this search and raided Mar-a-Lago and has been investigating President Trump for alleged improper handling of classified information and presidential records ever since. Director Ray, are you familiar with the Presidential Records Act?
I mean, only in the most general sense. I'm not a subject matter expert, nor am I currently practicing as a lawyer.
Only in the most general of sense. Okay, the Presidential Records Act, 44 U.S.C. 2201, is the controlling statute for presidential records. And I have a copy of it right here if you'd like to see it. Was the Presidential Records Act referenced in the request for a warrant?
I would just refer you to the warrant.
I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, I don't have the warrant in front of me, so I can't, sitting here right now, tell you exactly which statutes were referenced in the warrant from August.
I mean, this is one of the most historic raids and warrants ever done in this country. Never, ever done before, and you don't know what the warrant says.
I didn't say I didn't know what the warrant says. I don't have the specific details in front of me of exactly which statutory code references are in the warrant.
Okay. Are there any criminal penalties attached to the Presidential Records Act?
Well, again, I think that's a legal question, but my general recollection is not directly, but I'm not certain of
You're
that.
correct. There are no criminal penalties attached to the Presidential Records Act. Under the Presidential Records Act, the president is allowed to have all his records from his time as president. Is that correct?
Well, again, now you're asking me for a legal opinion about the scope of the Presidential Records Act, and I would refer you to the special counsel conducting the investigation on that.
All right. According to statute, presidential records are defined as any document created or received by the president or his staff, for your information. It does not exclude classified documents either. And that's right from the U.S. Code, right here. So President Trump had complete authority to unilaterally declassify documents, correct?
Again, now you're asking me for a legal question, and you're asking me for a legal question in relation to an ongoing investigation being led by special counsel. So I certainly understand why you're asking the question. I respect that, but it's not something that I can answer.
Okay.
Appropriately.
It's my understanding the president has that authority, the vice president and a senator does not. Is that correct?
Same answer.
All right. According to the Presidential Records Act, personal records are excluded from the Act's preservation requirements. Are you familiar with the 2001 sock drawer case in which plaintiff petitioned the court to consider whether tapes found located in President Clinton's sock drawer, many containing conversations with foreign leaders and therefore born classified, were to be considered personal records or official records? Are you familiar with that case at all? I mean, you've been in the Department of Justice for a very long time.
I can't recall a case involving a sock drawer. I know there was a case involving the former National Security Advisor who had served in the Clinton administration, involving some classified documents, but I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to.
This is dealing with President Clinton himself.
Yeah, at least sitting here right now, I don't immediately recognize it. Maybe if I saw something, it would come back to me.
Okay.
Judge Amy Jackson's opinion in that case, citing 44 U.S.C. 2203 Bravo, Judge Jackson ruled that in the court's view, under the statutory scheme established by the Presidential Records Act, the decision to segregate personal materials from presidential records is made by the president during the president's term and in his sole discretion. Considering Judge Jackson's ruling, why do you believe the White House counsel, Jonathan Su, with President Biden's approval, waived President Trump's executive privilege when, according to the Presidential Records Act, only President Trump had the authority to determine presidential versus personal records?
So respectfully, there's a couple things that go to your question. One is, again, you're asking for a legal opinion, and I'm very careful as FBI director to stay in my lane, and the legal questions should be referred to the Justice Department. But second, it sounds like in this particular instance, you're asking me about what somebody else was thinking when they did or didn't waive the privilege, and I can't speak for them.
All right. What did it cost for the FBI to pursue this case and execute this raid?
I don't have a cost figure for you.
Can you provide that for me?
I can see if there's information we can provide you. I'll certainly have my staff follow up with you.
I would
I don't know if
appreciate
there's
that.
information we can provide, but I'll look into it.
All right. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Elsie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Ray, thank you for being here. I'd like to thank your family for carrying the strain for what you do as well. The families of folks like you, the DEA administrator, folks in the military, the families bear the burden just as much as the member does. And in your role for the last 6 years as the director of FBI, you are the target of many, many threats overseas and here at home as well, from organized crime to drug cartels to foreign militaries. I thank you for your sacrifice and your service in that regard. Sometimes I open these questions up because the FBI topic sometimes becomes very popular, and I'll open these questions up to my constituents, see if they have a question for the director when I might be having a chance to talk to him. So I've got one right here, and I really like it. The FBI has properly earned our respect over the years as an honest practitioner of the rule of law. Do you perceive the degree to which many Americans feel that the FBI sometimes casts a negative eye on people and groups for political reasons?
I think the men and women of the FBI are dedicated, principled, objective public servants and patriots. We are a 38,000 person organization. We've been around for 115 or so years. And like any organization, we've had people that have made mistakes. And we've taken action where we can with the tools that we have to deal with those mistakes. I think your constituent's question in some ways goes to a broader phenomenon that I see in today's world, which is that all too often in today's world, people's standard for whether they think something was fair or objective or independent boils down to whether or not they like the outcome or not, whether their side won or lost. That could be a Supreme Court decision. It could be any number of trials around this country. But if we get to a place where people decide that something was corrupt or lacking integrity because we don't like the outcome, then we're in a bad place. And especially when more and more those kinds of feelings then turn into violence, then we got a real problem is why we see so many threats against law enforcement, unfortunately, all over the country. So I hope that we at the FBI, by trying to make sure that we're doing the right thing in the right way, can earn the trust of your constituents.
Thank you. That's a great answer. Let's get something substantive. Title 42 is a rule dealing with the removal of illegal immigrants where an infectious disease is present. It's enforced by the Border Patrol, stops illegal immigrants from entering the United States on the grounds of a public health emergency. President Biden wants to repeal Title 42, and he wants to do so by May 23rd. Now, the FBI handles the collection of DNA from federal criminal cases and is already backlogged as it is. So if Title 42 is lifted, how does that affect the volume of DNA that y'all have to process? That can't be good.
Well, I don't have the figures right in front of me, but I can assure you, although I'm looking, but I can assure you that the sheer number of these DNA samples that we're processing, that CBP collects at the border, that we're then testing in order to potentially solve any number of violent crimes. We're talking about sexual assaults, homicides, So this is important work, and often the DNA is the secret sauce. It's the critical piece that solves the crime. And the number has been going up significantly, which is why we've made the request that we did. I think this year it's up dramatically from last year. And if Title 42 goes the way your question, I think, anticipates, and the way we're anticipating, I think the number is going to go through the roof, hence the budget request enhancement that we've made.
Okay. When we're talking about the border, I'm not going to ask you anything that's not under your purview. But when we talk about the threats that we're facing overseas, the Chinese often come up. Asymmetric warfare is a part of what they are accomplishing here. The cartels don't see us as customers, they see us as the enemy. And they're killing us at a rate not seen since World War II. 287 overdoses a day, 200 coming from fentanyl. 305 Americans lost their lives every day in World War II. So as we talk about China and their threat asymmetrically, in the time I have left, the Chinese police stations, we closed down a facility in Houston, and the Chinese police stations are coming up significantly and a lot. Are y'all working very hard to shut those down where you can find them?
Well, you mentioned two things, and they're both reflections of the Chinese government's, in my view, contempt for the rule of law and international norms. In Houston, we worked with Secretary Pompeo at the time and closed the Houston consulate, which was being misused by the Chinese government for all sorts of activities that we're just not going to tolerate in this country. Then secondly, there are these so-called police stations that have been set up in a number of countries without proper coordination that are, in many instances at least, illegal. And we recently, I called this out in testimony early last fall or mid last fall, we recently were able to conduct law enforcement actions, and one in New York was shut down. We've announced some arrests, I think just last week, I think it was, that included, among other things, obstruction of justice charges. And it's frankly outrageous that the Chinese government would think that it could set up shop here on our soil and conduct uncoordinated, unsanctioned, illegal law enforcement operations. And unfortunately, it fits in with a pattern of the Chinese government trying to basically run willy-nilly, disregard for the rule of law, and threaten, harass, stalk, surveil dissidents, in many cases Chinese Americans here in the United States. And it's not just happening in the United States, unfortunately, which is why the FBI is working closely with some of our counterparts in other countries where the Chinese government has shown a similar contempt for, again, international norms and the rule of law.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. Mr. Chairman, I've gone over. I apologize.
Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director, for being here. Let's talk about that contempt for the rule of law. You know, Americans are willing to accept outcomes that they don't agree with. In contrast to your answer to Mr. Elsie, what they are not willing to accept, what I am not willing to accept, what the American people are not willing to tolerate, and what I am not willing to tolerate are when outcomes are influenced by actions of your agents. They are outraged, and so am I. So let's talk about FISA. In FISA Section 702 at the Senate Intelligence Committee's Worldwide Threats hearing in March, you noted that warrantless searches of Americans' communications in Section 702 data are down 93% year over year. FBI officials told the New York Times that the number is around 204,000 searches per year, compared to as many as 3.4 million in 2021. So let me ask you, did our national security threats drop 93%, or had the FBI been conducting millions of unnecessary warrantless searches of Americans' private communications?
Well, so first I would disagree with you that what was described in the report were warrantless searches of Americans' communications. 702 is a tool that is fully consistent with the Fourth Amendment, and the report in question does not find that the searches, the queries were in violation of the Fourth Amendment.
Okay, well, we'll talk about that.
Else. So, but as to the other part of your question, the biggest chunk of the number of query terms, and again, each of these query terms are not individual people But for instance, for one person, multiple email addresses or something like that were from helping to identify victims of cyber attacks. In particular, that year, an awful lot of the cyber attacks were coming from the Russians, but in some cases it would be the Chinese. And I think the safeguards, the procedures that we've built in have all led to a more surgical use of the authorities that we have. Not necessarily eliminating queries that themselves were violative of any rules, but it does mean that the effect of all of the changes that we've put in place, I think, has brought, again, a more surgical approach to how our people run queries. And I think it's important for people to understand that these queries are running queries through information that is already lawfully collected. It's not unlike, everybody can relate to this, if you have your email inbox.
That's exactly what I want to talk to you about.
And you run a query to find out all emails from Congressman Klein, for example.
Okay,
then you
former
find
NSA
that.
General Counsel Gerstle has been telling the press that the FBI can only do this. There's some foreign connection involved in the investigation, not just for some routine domestic crime. But when asked for clarification, the FBI released a statement saying that generally there must be some nexus to a foreign power or from some factual connection to international terrorism, espionage, or foreign computer intrusions for the FBI to run these searches for evidence of a crime. But the FBI's querying guidance that you released this week doesn't include this requirement. The guidance says that queries related in investigations related to crimes with a nexus to a foreign power or target of FISA collection or crimes that have a factual connection to international terrorism, espionage, or foreign computer intrusions are examples of situations that will tend to qualify. But nowhere does it say that such connections are required for these queries. Can you confirm that the FBI does not require analysts to have evidence of a nexus to a foreign power, foreign crime before searching Section 702 data for Americans' communications?
Sorry, microphone. I think I would have to, in order to give you a comprehensive answer to that question, I would have to have our subject matter experts and lawyers follow back up with you, because I want to be, its precision here is very important. And I don't have the guidance in front of me, but I want to make sure that we give you the complete answer to your questions. I'm happy to follow up with you.
Well, don't you think that they should? And shouldn't Congress codify that nexus? That nexus requirement for these searches in order to protect Americans' Fourth Amendment rights?
I'm not going to get into individual legislative fixes here. I'm going to work with the Office of the Director of National Intelligence and the rest of the intelligence community and the Justice Department and with the Congress on potential adjustments, if any, to 702.
I'm also on judiciary, so I look forward to that. I yield back.
Thank you.
Mr. Adderholt.
Hey, Mr. Chairman. First of all, good to have you here today, Mr. Director. I appreciate the FBI's efforts in addressing illicit activity in the U.S. and the increased emphasis on the adversary's intelligence threat against the United States, namely China. That said, the Department of Justice and the FBI continue to fall short in mitigating our adversary's intelligence threat. In 2019, for example, the FBI estimated that the United States incurs annual losses ranging from $225 to $600 billion annually in illicit activities by China. To put that in perspective, according to the president's budget, all across all agencies, the U.S. invested $142 billion in research and development. So if you look at those numbers, in 2019, China stole at least twice the amount of money we spent on federal research and development. So in looking at your FY24 budget request increase, the counterintelligence budget is increased by $4.5 million. But at the same time, the Bureau requested $14.1 million for zero-emission vehicles. And while I applaud your incredible efforts in addressing the Chinese threat, I guess really what many of us are having a hard time is reconciling these priorities when China steals our entire research and development budget annually. So understanding this is an unclassified environment that we're in this afternoon, can you share your priorities to address these Chinese espionage threats?
So I guess I want to start off by being crystal clear that, as I've said consistently for years now, that in my view, there is no country that presents a more significant threat to our innovation, our ideas, our economic security, our national security than the Chinese government. And that's why we've grown the number of investigations into threats from China about 1,300%. And it wasn't that long ago when I checked, and we were opening a new investigation related to the Chinese government about every 12 hours. So our folks are working hard on the threat, and that is, for me, at the top of the list. I'm talking about with my people every single day. The budget request, there's a little bit of apple to orange there. We have hundreds of millions of dollars in counterintelligence initiatives, and of course, the lion's share of those are focused on China. And as far as the increase, the enhancement, the 4.5 million number that you referenced comes on the heels of last year, which we're very grateful to this subcommittee for, an increase of 34 million and 88 positions. So it's part of a multi-year growth by us. The zero emissions vehicle thing is simply the FBI following an executive order that's been applied to every federal agency. So we had to have that in our budget. But you can be confident that any resources that the Congress sees willing to send our way to fight the Chinese government threat, we will put to good use. Our folks are opening, when I say they're opening an investigation, at least they were last time I checked, about every 12 hours, it sure as heck ain't because they don't have something else to do with their time. Sure. As we've discussed here with all the other threats we're facing. So we are working very hard with it, but the reality is, if there's one thing the Chinese government can bring to the table, it's scale. And then there's a second thing they can bring to the table, it's centralized control. So you put scale and centralized control together, and it's a significant challenge for everybody in the intelligence community. For us, the key to fighting back is partnerships. It's partnerships with the other agencies in the intelligence community, with our foreign partners, our allies, with the business community, because an awful lot of what the Chinese are trying to steal is in the hands of the business community. With academia, they're trying to steal our research, so working with universities. And so the way for us to meet them on the playing field, if you will, is through partnerships. And that's been a big part of our focus, because we're not single-handedly going to be able to investigate our way out of this particular threat. As I mentioned in my opening statement, on the cyber side, the Chinese government, even if all of our cyber personnel did nothing but China, and of course there's a lot else in the cyber world besides just China, the Chinese government hackers would outnumber us 50-1. So it's a significant asymmetric, I think to use the word that was used before, issue. But we are growing, and I wouldn't read too much into the difference between the 4.5 versus the 14.1. The 14.1 is simply us implementing an executive order that we, like every agency, are required to.
Well, certainly I know your commitment, but I do want to stress the importance of that, of really doing everything we can to protect our investments, and yield back.
Mr. Director, we want to be mindful of the demands that face you on time with us, but we have members who would like to ask a few more questions if you are able. And I will open and yield myself time to talk about something you mentioned in your opening statement, and Mr. Elsey came through with as well. And that's the DNA collections. And in 2020, DHS mandated an expansion of DNA collections to all non-U.S. persons detained under the authority of the United States, including individuals detained for removal proceedings, migrants seeking entry to the U.S. for asylum purposes, or individuals apprehended after crossing into the U.S. DHS, I'm told, forwards the collected DNA samples to the FBI, which processes them, stores them the resulting profiles in the combined DNA index system. How many samples is the FBI currently receiving for DHS per month? And how is that expected to change upon the ending of Title 42?
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. These were the numbers I was looking for in response to Congressman Elzey's question, but I've now managed to find them. We, during just the first quarter of fiscal year 23, received more than 130,000 samples collected by DHS at the border. But we expect that once Title 42 is rescinded, the number will jump by around 30,000 additional samples per month. So that gives you a sense of the fairly blistering pace that our folks are having to engage in to test all these samples. And again, time is of the essence, because in many cases, these are leading to and solving sexual assaults, homicides, and other serious crimes.
Does the budget request fully cover the estimated funding needs, assuming Title 42 ends this year? And what will be the impact of the ending of Title 42 on your crime lab capacity?
Well, we've put forward a budget request that will help us meet the need that we're trying to project. It is obviously a bit of an educated guess as to the pace, but we put forward a budget request that is designed to meet that. But I can assure the subcommittee and you, Mr. Chairman, that if whatever resources the subcommittee sees fit to send our way on this issue will be put to good use, because in addition to processing the DNA samples caused by this collection, at the border, of course, our folks are solving crimes left and right from samples that are submitted by state and local law enforcement all over the country, by federal investigations all over the country. So there's always a certain amount of backlog in its own right. And so we are concerned, to the last part of your question, that the effect of Title 42 being rescinded will be a dramatic increase in the number of samples that we'll have to test, hence the enhancement request.
How many facilities do you have for processing samples, and what's the current backlog?
In order to give you that information, I'd have to have my staff follow up with you on that, but I can certainly have them do that.
Please do. Is this situation impacting your ability to timely analyze crime scene samples, and how is processing of those samples prioritized?
I would have to ask our lab director to give you how we handle the prioritization. I think it may be a little bit complicated as to explain that adequately. It is certainly impacting the pace at which we can get through the samples. There's just no question about it. And the number's been growing, and we anticipate that growth to kind of go like this once 42 is rescinded.
Are there any other agencies that could help handle that workload?
I think we're the main answer to the problem. We're the main place in which the samples are tested. There are other labs, of course, around the country that do DNA testing, but I think the lion's share of the work falls on our laboratory division.
Skipping back again to the cartels, what is the answer to the question about the ability to track down, analyze, plot, and diagram response to the huge, profound problem that we face with fentanyl?
Well, it's a multidisciplinary problem requiring multidisciplinary solution. I think it requires not just the intelligence community working together, the law enforcement community, federal, state, and local working together, but also law enforcement in Mexico working with us. We have very good relationships at the working level with our law enforcement counterparts, but let's be clear, I think There's more the Mexican government can and should do to help us with this problem. And we hope that they will. And obviously the flow of precursors from China to Mexico. Every time there's one that gets listed as a controlled substance, there's another one that pops up in its stead. And so that's a part of the problem. And then, of course, we've got the whole distribution network here in the U.S. We're routinely taking down, dismantling gangs, violent gangs, often neighborhood gangs, that are distributing this stuff, peddling this dangerous stuff to communities all across the country. Then at the end of all of that, then you have the sort of the awareness raising piece to try to help deal with the demand side of it as well. So it has grown, hence my use of the word epidemic. It's grown to such a scale that it really does require a whole lot of different tools: law enforcement, intelligence, diplomacy, financial, health, social services, education. I mean, it's kind of the whole waterfront, because that's just how gigantic the problem is.
It's going to take an all-government attack.
More than government, even. It's really a whole society response.
Yeah. But on the cartels specifically, are you satisfied that we have an all-government attack on the problem?
I think the government is, the federal government, I think, is working well across agencies to try to go after the problem, but the cartels are sophisticated adversaries that are well funded from all their illegal activity, and have their own share of advantages where they're located. And so more needs to be done to go after them, but we are constantly coming up with new strategies, ways to try to cut off their funding, to penetrate their organizations, to get information about them, to develop cooperators and sources, to collect intelligence on their activities, to figure out how to maximize impact against them. And we've had some successes, some important successes, and some key extraditions that have occurred that show that they do have to have a credible fear or threat from U.S. courts and U.S. prisons. And there's nothing that makes me smile more broadly than seeing a cartel leader in an orange jumpsuit.
Amen. Thank you for your service, Mr. Director. Mr. Cartwright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I echo everything the chairman just said about an all-government approach. We have to engage in all-out war on this heinous problem that's infecting our nation. And I thank you for your efforts in taking on that war. In fact, in my own congressional district in 2020, under your tenure, the FBI assisted in the arrest and prosecution of a man who was caught selling fentanyl that resulted in a fatal overdose in northeastern Pennsylvania. We understand that, and it's something that goes all over the country. Well, Director Wray, you got a question earlier about political appointees and political agendas at the FBI. Just to make it very crystal clear, how many political appointees are there at the FBI?
One.
And that would be you.
Yes, I don't think of myself as a political appointee, but I guess technically I am the one political appointee since I was nominated by President Trump and confirmed by the Senate.
In fact, what was the name of the president who nominated you to be the Assistant Attorney General for the DOJ's Criminal Division in 2003?
President George W. Bush.
And what president nominated you to be the director of the FBI?
President Donald Trump.
Well, one thing that you didn't get to in your testimony, you gave us a very fulsome written statement before that couldn't possibly be read in 5 minutes. But one thing you didn't get to in great detail was the Hive ransomware. You mentioned there's all kinds of varieties of ransomware. But in January 2023, the DOJ and the FBI announced the success of an FBI investigation against Hive ransomware. Tell us about that.
So the Hive ransomware takedown was a very significant operation for a number of reasons. First, I should say the Hive ransomware hit victims all over the country and to some extent all over the world, and many of the victims were in particular in the healthcare sector, which to me is a particularly pernicious type of ransomware because you're talking about putting not just hospitals or other types of healthcare facilities' finances at risk, but you're talking about putting patient care at risk with ransomware attacks. But the reason the Hive takedown was so important is that we were able to essentially hack the hackers and get into their infrastructure. And while they didn't realize it, we were, every time there was a new decryption key available in their infrastructure, we could essentially take it and then make it available to the victims, which then meant that the ransomware victims to the tune of, I think, something like 1,300 victims. These are all organizations, hospitals, medical clinics, specialty clinics.
Didn't have to pay the ransom.
They didn't have to pay the ransom. In some cases, they had already paid the ransom, and we were able to unlock it. But other cases, we were able to get the key so they didn't have to pay it, and I think ended up saving these healthcare institutions something like $130 million. And some of these are small clinics too. I mean, we had one I can remember where we had a FBI case agent and computer scientist raced out. The clinic was so small that the doctor was also the guy that ran the IT for the clinic. And so we were able to help them. So
this is a very scary problem for American businesses and hospitals and all sorts of entities that rely on computers. We all rely on computers. So the FBI was able to step in and interrupt them being held for ransom, saved $130 million in ransoms being paid. But the problem is not enough businesses report being stuck up for ransom because of ransomware. Something like 75% of businesses don't report it. Why is that? And what can we do about that?
Well, I guess the good news is that more and more businesses are reporting because they're starting to realize why it makes sense for them to do that. But it is true that Hive helped expose that an awful lot of victims were not reporting. And I think in some cases, it's that the organization that's been targeted, whether it's a hospital, a business, what have you, is worried about reputational harm or something like that. Or because they're worried they're going to be in trouble for paying the ransom. And what we say is, look, while we discourage paying the ransom, we understand it's a hard decision. And what's most important is that you contact us as soon as you get hit. And I like to use the analogy we've all seen on the movies, different kind of ransom, like a kidnapping, right? You've all seen those scenes where the parents and the kid's been kidnapped. And they're trying to figure out whether to pay the ransom, and they're on the phone with the kidnapper, and you got the FBI agent there with the headset on and so forth. This is the cyber equivalent of that. We want the company, the hospital, the school, whatever it is that's been hit, whether they're going to pay the ransom or not, to contact the local FBI field office, because there are things we can do in Congressman Clyde's home state of Georgia, and my home state as well, with Colonial Pipeline. We were able to, because Colonial did the right thing and reached out to us early, we were able to work with Colonial and essentially claw back a big chunk of the ransom before it got to the bad guys and get it back to Colonial. And we can't do that in every case, but that's the kind of thing that we can do if we're contacted early. And of course, the irony is that a couple of weeks after we did that with Colonial, and again, they really were stand up and were smart about how they handled it. There was another company that had quietly paid the ransom somewhere and that essentially called us up and said, hey, we understand you can maybe get our money back. That's really not how it works. And we'd like to be able to help that other company, but once they've paid, time is of the essence, and it kind of, it's paid in cryptocurrency and it scatters quickly. So if we're going to follow the money and disrupt the attack, we need to be contacted quickly.
My time is up, but the moral of the story is contact the FBI.
Yes, sir.
Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Judge Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. You're doing a good job, and I appreciate that. One quick question, and then I want to get off to something else. The zero emissions vehicles, I asked same thing of the drug folks this morning. How does that align with the purposes of the IRS? I mean, of the FBI? Is that, those things run out of fuel, electric fuel at about 300 miles an hour, after 300 miles. How does that help or does that hurt?
Well, of course, the whole country is to some extent moving in a direction towards more of these types of vehicles. The reason it's in our budget is quite simply because there's an executive order and we're trying to follow the executive order. But I can assure you that my priority for our people is to make sure that the mission comes first. So they're going to use whatever vehicles allow them to accomplish the mission. Over time, if we have to transition into different kinds of vehicles, we're going to, of course, follow the law and follow the executive order. But our priority is mission first, protecting the American people first, whether that's on the border, whether that's against the Chinese, whether it's any number of the other threats we've talked about here.
I wouldn't expect otherwise. I think they just didn't think through that executive order when it comes to law enforcement. At first of your conversation here, you talked about arrests and indictments and so forth. Not all indictments would end in an arrest, because you indict people that are not even in the country, all over the world. But on the arrests that you make, how many of those arrests are in jail, roughly, and how many of those arrests are out on bond? Because we have a real issue of the debate about cash bond right now in the country.
So I don't have the statistics for you here. I can tell you that on the problem that you're alluding to is something which is violent offenders ending up back out on the streets on bond is something that I hear about from chiefs and sheriffs constantly all over the country. And the only thing more frustrating to the hardworking men and women of law enforcement than arresting somebody who should have been behind bars in the first place is having to arrest the same guy over and over again.
Right.
And on the federal side, happily, we're less subject to some of the things that we've seen going on in communities around the country in terms of the impact on bail and bond and certain prosecution practices. So for the most part, under federal standards, federal magistrate judges were able to detain violent criminals relatively reliably. I don't have the statistics for you, but the problem you're alluding to is a real one. It tends to be more of the state system. And I think that's part of why our budget request on violent crime becomes so important, because what I hear from chiefs and sheriffs all the time is that they need, precisely because of the problem you're bringing up, they need more of these cases taken federal because they feel like they can count on the bad guys staying locked up if they're taken federal.
Good answer. Thank you.
Mr. Ruffensberger.
I want to focus on violent crime and fentanyl and the serious problems that it's caused. Some of us were former prosecutors locally, and when you come from local government, you're dealing with the issues, and then if you get involved and you're not as large jurisdiction, if you don't go to the FBI, you can't follow through with the investigation because you don't have the money. And I think in the last maybe 5 years and under your leadership, the teamwork approach has really made a difference. And that's really important, that we have the teamwork and the trust. And it also, I think, deals with a lot of problems we've had in the past, especially with respect to drugs, but fentanyl, what's going on is a corruption issue. And I think you always have to be aware of that. And if you're going to have a strike force and then federal, state, and local, you need to be able to trust, the people that you're working with. But how can FBI be a force multiplier? Do we need more strike force type of investigations? Because they seem to really work well in the end, as long as the leadership at the top understands that the people on the strike force respect each other. You know, a lot of feds get a lot of good intelligence, but they can't act on it. But if it goes up the chain, where the FBI has the money and state government to an extent too. So how do you focus the head of the FBI, which I think you're doing a good job, by the way, and your men and women that are there also. How do we need? You think we need more strike force? Do you think it would help us better? And again, you have jurisdiction now internationally too. And how would you compare your mission internationally versus your mission internationally?
So I appreciate the kind words, and I strongly believe that partnership is the way to go, really with all these threats. And the strategy that I rolled out for our workforce fairly early on was making partnership with our law enforcement partners, with our intelligence community partners, with the business community, et cetera, is to me the key. We're trying to put our two, the FBI's two, together with somebody else's two. It could be a local police department or sheriff's office. It could be a foreign partner, whoever it is, putting our two plus their two and have it equal 5 or 6 or 7. You know, it's the whole being greater than the sum of the parts. And that's what the task forces represent. On violent crime, we have, I think, something like 300 unique FBI-led task forces with like 3,000 members or something, just on the violent crime side of things.
Would that include gangs and?
Absolutely. Gangs. In some cases, you've also got ones focusing on child predators and that kind of violent crime. We have the organized crime task forces that focus on the cartels. And there are a couple things that come out of that I think are critical ingredients. And so the short answer is yes, we need more and more of that. But one is it's having everybody on one team, one fight. It's using intelligence to figure out where you can make the inevitably limited resources, even when we're all put together, make them count, make them maximize impact. So what you see on violent crime, as you go around the country, is in almost every community, there's going to be some tail that wags the dog, if you will, in terms of driving the violent crime rate and the homicide rate. It could be a particular neighborhood where you got two gangs, fighting with each other. It could be a particular corridor. In some cases, it's like 4 or 5 blocks in some community. It could be a particular set of gang members who keep getting back out on the streets. But if you figure out what's that 2 or 3 things in that community that are disproportionately driving especially the homicide rate, and then team up and tackle that in a disciplined, strategic way, you can have an impact on the statistic that we really care about, which is the actual violent crime rate, especially the homicide rate, and drive it down. And you can use federal tools like RICO, like Vicar, things like that, where you can really dismantle the enterprise. So as happy as I am about the 55 guys a day that our folks were arresting last year, in some ways the more important number is the 370 or something gangs that we dismantled. Because now you're talking about an entire gang. So now you're not just cutting off the tops of the blades of grass. Now you're getting down into the roots of the problem and ripping it out. And so that's what I think is ultimately the key. But and we're very humbled by the task force officers that all of these chiefs and sheriffs all over the country are entrusting to our task forces. That to me speaks volumes about what they think of the FBI, and I want to make sure that that they see the value from it, and that we're worthy of their trust.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Clyde.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, in your written statement here, you say that NICS, which is under the direction of the FBI, National, your 2024 request includes an additional 27 positions and $8.4 million. Now, a NICS check is valid for 30 days, right?
You mean in terms of
The background check.
We have to turn them around more quickly than that.
Correct.
Right,
Once
right.
you turn it around, it's good for 30 days.
Yeah, I think that's right, but I can't remember the exact
Okay,
number.
it is. And you're asking for 27 additional positions, I assume because you see the need for NICS checks going up?
The answer, yes, is the short answer.
Okay.
And the reason for that, in large part, is because we've seen the number of, the volume of background checks coming in from FFLs going up. And then on top of that, the bipartisan community, the BSCA that was passed
Right.
increases the number of checks that we have to do. And
I get that.
Yeah, yeah.
Wouldn't it make more sense to have a background check be valid for longer than 30 days? If you had it longer than 30 days, wouldn't that require fewer background checks and therefore you wouldn't have to expand the NICS section? I mean, 30 days is a pretty short period of time.
I think it's something I'm certainly happy to take a look at the impact that would have.
Okay, I mean, if you look at a concealed carry permit, it's good for 5 years. And the concealed carry permit negates the need for a background check. I just look at the disparity of 30 days and 5 years and go, there's got to be some middle ground here where we can help you out with NICS and not spend more money that we don't have. Just a thought for you.
Well, it's an idea I'll certainly take on and take a look at, and we'll follow back up with you.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for you regarding the 2017 Las Vegas shooting. Did the FBI find any legally possessed or illegally possessed NFA restricted firearms in the rooms occupied by Mr. Paddock during the time frame of the tragic Las Vegas shooting? I mean, you were the director at the time.
Oh, yeah, and I went out, in fact, I went to the crime scene, met with the people on the crime scene, who are working hard,
right,
exploiting the scene, and I went up into the hotel room that he was in and met with the team up there to see kind of the angles that he was shooting from and that kind of thing. As to the legality of the different weapons and ammunition that he had, as I sit here right now, I don't remember the answer, but we can certainly follow back up with
Okay,
it.
great, because everything I've seen, including the Las Vegas police report, showed no National Firearms Act weapons listed whatsoever. But yet in the FBI report, it says Stephen Paddock illegally possessed prohibited firearms in violation of 27 U.S.C. Section 5841, and he used the prohibited firearms in the mass shooting incident. So I'm just kind of questioning the disparity there. Not seeing them on any inventory, and yet seeing the FBI actually, the FBI report itself stating that they were there and they were used.
Yeah, I seem to vaguely recall, but this is now dating me back a ways. I seem to vaguely recall that there was some purchase that ran afoul of one of the various criminal provisions that apply to firearms in this country, because I remember something related to one of the FFLs, but I'd have to go back and figure out what it is they're referring to in the report.
Okay, would you mind following up with,
Sure.
With us on
Sure.
that? Okay, great. And I guess that's all the questions I've got for you. I yield back.
Mr. Trone?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Director, I want to talk some more about fentanyl in the U.S. And what I'm trying to really get at is, can we really stop the fentanyl from coming into the U.S.? When we think about it, with China, you said over and over, no cooperation whatsoever. They're sending over the precursors in the Mexican ports on the west side. If China doesn't get disrupted, if somehow they found the desire to help us, would it not be just as easy to go to India and so many other chemical manufacturers? There's so many chemical companies in the world that my understanding is that those precursors coming from China can be replaced from somewhere else. Is that your understanding?
Well, It's certainly the case that most of the precursors that we're seeing are coming from China, and there are other places that supply them.
It's not a complicated formula.
You will understand why I'm more sanguine about our ability to work with the Indian government than the Chinese government.
Got it. Going to be pretty hard to stop the precursors. There's lots of chemicals out there, and problem is, you mentioned, you can make it an easy chemical to make fentanyl in a small space, no agricultural product needed, really cheap to make. 5 to 7 tons will supply the country for the whole year, the death rate we have. That's all it is, 5 to 7 tons, 73 million cars across that border, 200,000 cars every single day on that border. It's a needle in a haystack. It is a job that's pretty close to impossible. So I guess in thinking about it again, those cartels, they're roughly 1/3 of the gross domestic product of Mexico. The GDP of Mexico is $1.2 trillion. The cartels control through all the other things, tobacco, gasoline, autos, retail, and the illicit piece, roughly $300 billion of the GDP in Mexico. So there's kind of a reason why Obrador chose hugs, not guns. We're on the same page?
I agree with what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Scary thought. He's got 1/3 of my country is controlled by armed cartels that are armed as well as he is in many cases. So, and will use any method of extortion, bribery, and violence, savagery, beyond what anybody would think would be possible. So that's the mentality we're up against, and the profits are so huge. Do we really think that we're going to be able to stop this at the border, or are we better off to start saying, yeah, let's do all we can. Let's not give up the fight. I mean, we're all in, but we got to focus on the demand side. How we work on research on the brain, dopamine, how we work on education, how we work on treatment, and all the prevention pieces on the demand side. Because if we don't slow the demand down, my belief is we're not going to be able to stop the supply. Interrupt it, yes, but stop it, no. Your thoughts?
Well, as I think said to the chairman, I think it's the whole continuum. Certainly, you can't only deal with the demand side, nor can you only deal with the supply side. I do think there is a lot more work to be done on both. I've been down, you mentioned the border. I've been to, multiple locations on the border, talked with the CBP folks, seen firsthand what they're dealing with. They got a heck of a challenge on their hands. But we have to, I think, aggressively take on the cartels. We have to aggressively take on the distribution networks. We have to work with the Mexican government, and we have to do things like work on the demand side. We have to do all the above. And whether we can eliminate it once and for all, that may be a tall order, but we can significantly degrade its effectiveness. I look at some of the work that we did when I was Assistant Attorney General, for example, with the Colombian government, on cocaine. And while, that had its fits and starts too, we were able to have some important successes over a number of years working with the Colombian government at the time. So I think there is a hope for more progress, and more progress is needed.
But with a government that's so infiltrated from the top to the bottom, and so corrupted, and so much power in the cartels of the entire country, I'm with you. Keep at it, but it's a pretty tall order. And we got to think about more and more on the demand side, and that's what we got to get the budget to think about, how we can help folks that have an addiction. I yield back.
Mr. Elsey?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Ray, thanks again for being here today. To the 38,000 folks that work for you, and I think you brought up a good point. A few of them can poison the well, and that has happened in the past. But the vast majority of those 38,000 are people who volunteer to serve in your agency, defending our nation, and have a servant's heart, and for that I'm very grateful. And those who aren't, get rid of them as quick as you can, because they hurt the reputation of everybody else's. Job one of any government, municipal, state, or local, is to protect their citizens. And our government is responsible for the American citizens. So looking at the border, the cartels control everything in Mexico. And everything that comes through our border is controlled by a number of cartels. the illegal immigration in the millions, the human trafficking, which is pure evil, modern day slavery for the sex trade, and finally, the drugs that infiltrate our country. They come from other places too, but from Mexico, the cartels control everything. And as I'm listening to my colleague, Mr. Trone, talk about the government of Mexico, it almost sounds like a failed narco state. Just last year, 70,000 Americans died from fentanyl. Didn't overdose, they were poisoned. And that's what the DEA administrator today said. This is poison, not an overdose. They see us as the enemy. Put another way, if two 737s crashed every day in this country, we would shut down that airline. That's how many people are dying every day from fentanyl. And as a military man, I look at what's going on our southern border. If the government of Mexico has indeed failed and has become a narco state, and I'm not saying that it has, but it almost looks like it. And we're losing wartime numbers of Americans age 18 to 45, the people who should be getting married, who should be finding jobs, serving in our military to defend us against threats overseas, and that pool is shrinking every day with these wartime numbers that we're losing. Would an authorization of use of military force aid you in your effort to stop this poison that's killing Americans every day?
Well, I think an authorization to use military force is probably a better question for some of the agencies that would be designed to implement it. But I do believe that the cartels pose a tremendous threat to Americans, and the fentanyl trafficking that's coming across the border is not just a border problem, it's a threat to everyone in the country, really, I mean, at least every community in the country. And more needs to be done to try to dismantle those cartels. And so I think we should be considering whatever tools may be out there. You will, I think, be hard to find an FBI director who wouldn't welcome more tools in the toolbox.
The cartels do see us as an enemy. They have shown that. They're killing us. We're not a customer. They're killing Americans with their product, and it's being done with chemicals from China. Everything China does is a military operation. Complete control at the top in asymmetric ways. They don't want to fight us on the battlefield. They don't want to fight us on the seas. But if they can diminish our military by killing our young people, they're going to do it. There's not 100,000 other people, other countries dealing with this problem like the United States is. That's because we're their primary threat, and we agree that China is our primary threat. So everything they do is controlled at the top. So if it's being controlled, then they are allowing those chemicals to come to our nation. And we need to recognize that. We need to talk about that more often, because this is being done on purpose. They don't have to fight us on the battlefield if they can defeat us here at home. Young men and women going to school, not trying to take and get overdosed or thinking they're taking something else because this poison looks like other things, to include candy. That's pure evil. So what the cartels are doing and what the Chinese are doing is pure evil. And I'll give up the rest of my time here, but it's time that we stood up a lot stronger, helped you do your job. And the threat of authorization of use of military force with some of my SEAL buddies, ODA buddies, some F-18s, I think would bring the Mexican government to the table to do more to support you in your mission to stop what is going on. And it might make people start to shrivel up a little bit down in Mexico and stop doing what they're doing. So thank you very much for your time today. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Klon, do you have questions briefly?
I do briefly, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Just want to wrap up a couple of questions on FISA. Back in 2021, the DOJ Inspector General conducted an audit of the FBI's due diligence or lack thereof when requesting permission to wiretap or otherwise spy on Americans through FISA courts. That report detailed widespread non-compliance with Woods procedures, which you know are an internal FBI process to minimize factual inaccuracies in FISA applications by requiring the FBI to maintain supporting documentation for each factual assertion in the application. Out of over 7,000 FISA applications approved between January 2015 and March of 2020, there were 183 FISA applications for which the Woods file was missing in whole or in part, correct?
It's been a while since I reviewed the report, but I know there were a number where they were missing. I think we were ultimately, as I recall, able to find all of the documents supporting those Woods applications, but the problem was they were not all in the same file the way they should have been.
Okay, so the report made 8 recommendations for the FBI and 2 for the National Security Division, correct?
I don't remember the number. There were definitely some recommendations. I don't remember the number of them.
Can you give us an update on the status of those recommendations?
I believe we've implemented all the recommendations. I know we agreed to implement all of the recommendations that the IG had. I will say that while we're on the subject of FISA, it is important to know that the report that you're talking about, the Woods file issue, that goes not to anything to do with 702. That has to do with so-called Title I FISA. So these are 2 sort of completely distinct parts of FISA and different processes.
But to confirm, you've located all of the missing Woods files identified in the IG's report?
It's been a while since I looked at it, but my recollection, the last time I did look at it, was that we had been able to find all of the relevant documents, but they had not been kept in the way they should have. That's not acceptable in my view, and it's been addressed.
Okay, moving on. In March, you said the FBI has previously bought Americans' personal geolocation data derived from mobile ads without getting a warrant, but that you don't do that anymore and have no plans to resume. In another CJS hearing back in March, Inspector General Horowitz told me that after the Supreme Court's decision in Carpenter, the FBI should not be obtaining this geolocation data without a warrant. Can you confirm that that's not happening, and would you support legislation codifying that prohibition on the government's purchasing geolocation data or other similarly sensitive data in communications?
Well, as to let me take it in 2 parts because it's a 2-part question. I think as to the first part, I can confirm that, at least as my understanding, and I've asked lots of questions, we do not currently purchase commercial database information that includes location data derived from internet advertising. And we previously, as I testified before, we previously did that for a limited national security purpose in the past. That is no longer true. It's not been true for a while now. As far as the legislative piece of it, as with any legislative idea, I can't propose or oppose legislation, but I'm happy to take a look and give you operational input on how something like that would affect us.
Thank you. Did the FBI purchase or use a commercial license to access phone geolocation data without a warrant after the Carpenter decision?
The specifics of the national security program that I was describing are classified, and so probably the best thing to do there, if you have specific questions about it, is to get the right subject matter experts so that you can get the broader legal analysis and details in an appropriate setting.
Thank you. Has the FBI purchased any other data from a commercial vendor that could reveal private information about individuals? Is it doing so? And if not, how can you reassure us that it won't happen in the future?
Can you just repeat
Sure.
the question?
So has the FBI purchased any other data from a commercial vendor that could reveal, other than internet advertising based, that would reveal private information about an individual American citizen without a warrant?
You're talking about other than location data is what you're talking about, sort of more broadly is what you're. Right. In order to be sure that I'm giving you an accurate answer, let me follow back up with you on that, because I really want to, that's a broad enough category. I really want to be careful on how I answer that.
I appreciate that. I yield back the remainder of the time.
Mr. Director, you've been overly generous with your time and your answers and commentary. We thank you so much for giving us this large amount of time, of your time. We will stay in touch, of course, but thank you for your service to the country. You've given a lifetime of service and a brilliant career, and we thank you for that profoundly. This concludes today's hearing. Without objection, all members will have 7 days to submit additional written questions for the witness or additional materials for the record. And with that, the hearing is adjourned.
The true story of the Nephilim. Origins of the Nephilim. Angels' origins are distinct from those of humans. They were made on different times and for different reasons. However, Scripture indicates a portion of Satan's fallen angels failed to keep their proper domain by materializing and interacting with humans in ways angels were never meant to do. This interaction is depicted in Genesis chapter 6, verses 1 through 4. And it came to pass, when men began to multiply in the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. And the Lord said, My spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them. The same became mighty men which were of old, men of renown. This refers to the unnatural progeny of the partnership between the sons of God and the daughters of men. However, there were individuals of distinctive size on the earth, both before and after the flood. These ones before the flood were notable because of the diabolical element of their parentage. They were the mighty men of old, men of renown. At first glance, there is no indication of angelic or demonic involvement. A passage in Job, on the other hand, provides a better understanding. God explains to Job his omnipotence by recounting his power over creation. Where wast thou when I laid the foundations of the earth? Declare if thou hast understanding. Who hath laid the measures thereof, if thou knowest? Or who hath stretched the line upon it? Whereupon are the foundations thereof fastened? Or who laid the cornerstone thereof? When the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy. Job chapter 38, verses 4 through 7. The morning stars are best interpreted as angels. We also know that mankind had not yet been created when God laid the foundation of the earth. So the reference to sons of God is another reference to angels, implying that the sons of God in Genesis 6 are also angels. The three main perspectives on the identity of the sons of God are as follows. Number 1, they were fallen angels. Second, they were powerful human rulers. Or third, they were godly descendants of Seth, intermarrying with wicked descendants of Cain. The fact that the phrase sons of God always refers to angels in the Old Testament lends support. Genesis chapter 6, verses 1 through 2 contrasts the sons of God with man, implying that these are non-human beings. Genesis chapter 6, verse 1 says that man began to multiply, and daughters were born to them. The Hebrew word for man is the generic term for mankind, as used in Genesis chapter 5, verses 1 through 2. The sons of God are contrasted with man. Thus, the sons of God were distinct from man and married all mankind's daughters. As a result, the sons of God must be non-human beings of some kind. The context implies that the Nephilim were the resulting offspring of spirit beings and humans. The Nephilim, or fallen ones in Genesis chapter 6, verse 4, are mysterious personalities, the mighty men who were of old, the men of renown. The text does not explain how the Nephilim arrived. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward when the sons of God came into the daughters of men and bore children to them. It simply states. But why are the Nephilim mentioned in Genesis 6 alongside the intermarriage of the sons of God and daughters of man? It is unclear how these mighty men of renown came about, if they were not the outcome of intermarriage between spirit beings and humans. Jude likely understands Genesis chapter 6 verses 1 through 4 to refer to the intermarriage between spirit beings and humans. Jude 6 tells of angels who did not stay within their position of authority, but left their proper dwelling. Unless Jude is referring to an unknown event, he appears to be referring to the angels who left heaven to live on earth in Genesis chapter 6 verses 1 through 4. These arguments support the traditional view that the sons of God mated with human women and gave birth to the Nephilim. Though this may appear strange to modern ears, the same could be said for the entire Bible. Truth is stranger than fiction, and the world God has created is far from what we commonly believe. Why would they do something like this? The answer is not explicitly given in the Bible. These sons of God are evil, twisted beings, so nothing they do should surprise us. In terms of a specific motivation, one theory holds that these beings were attempting to pollute the human bloodline in order to prevent the Messiah from appearing. God had promised that the Messiah would crush the head of the serpent, Satan, one day. Genesis chapter 3 verses 8 through 15. Then the man and his wife heard the sound of the Lord God as he was walking in the garden in the cool of the day, and they hid from the Lord God among the trees of the garden. But the Lord God called to the man, "Where are you?" He answered, "I heard you in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked, so I hid." And he said, "Who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten from the tree that I commanded you not to eat from?" The man said, "The woman you put here with me, she gave me some fruit from the tree, and I ate it." Then the Lord God said to the woman, "What is this you have done?" The woman said, "The serpent deceived me, and I ate." So the Lord God said to the serpent, "Because you have done this, cursed are you above all livestock and all wild animals. You will crawl on your belly, and you will eat dust all the days of your life. And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your offspring and hers. He will crush your head, and you will strike his heel." We can deduce why Satan sent his angels to intermarry with human women, directly or indirectly. Satan attempted to pollute mankind's genetic pool with satanic corruption, planting something resembling a genetic pathogen in order to render humans unfit to bear the seed of the woman, the Messiah, promised in Genesis chapter 3 verse 15. The Savior could not be born of a demon-possessed mother. So, if Satan could succeed in infecting the entire race, the deliverer could not come. And Satan came close to succeeding. The people had become so polluted that God decided to relaunch with Noah and his sons and imprison the demons who had polluted it so they could never do it again. God's reaction to this great wickedness: "My spirit shall not strive with man forever." God did not intend for the human race to remain in this rebellious state indefinitely. God will not woo us indefinitely. There will come a time when he says no more. We have no promise God will draw us some other day. Yet his days will be 120 years. This is interesting, as the flood also happened 120 years after this announcement. This violation of God's prescribed boundaries so frustrated him that he immediately sent a flood to destroy the entire earth and all traces of these unholy unions. The Nephilim were one of the primary reasons for the great flood in Noah's time. It Immediately after the mention of Nephilim, God's word says, "The Lord saw how great man's wickedness on the earth had become, and that every inclination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil all the time. The Lord was grieved that he had made man on the earth, and his heart was filled with pain. And the Lord said, I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, and the creeping thing, and the fowls of the air, for it repenteth me that I have made them. But Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord." Genesis chapter 6 verse 6 states, "The Lord was sorry." Other translations use the word repent here. The Hebrew word for feeling sorry or repentance is nakam, and it means to be in mourning, to sigh deeply. To say that the Lord repented is God using human language to help us understand his heart. The verse implies that human sin broke God's heart. God is complete love. He loves us and does not want anything to go wrong with us. It breaks his heart when we sin, and he is broken over our sins when we sin. Genesis chapter 6 verses 11 through 13. "The earth also was corrupt before God, and the earth was filled with violence. And God looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted his way upon the earth. And God said unto Noah, The end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them. And behold, I will destroy them with the earth." Were there Nephilim after the flood? It appears that the fallen angels committed their sin again after the flood. However, it is likely that it occurred to a much lesser extent than before the flood. The Israelites returned to Moses with the following information after scouting the land of Canaan. Numbers chapter 13 verse 33. "And there we saw the giants, the sons of Anak, which come of the giants. And we were in our own sight as grasshoppers, and so we were in their sight." In the Old Testament, giant is most commonly referred to by the word Rephaim. Throughout the entirety of the Old Testament's narrative, the Rephaim serve as a fascinating and significant recurring motif. Where does the Bible mention Rephaim? The Rephaim are first mentioned in Genesis 14. The Bible relates the political situation that led to Abraham's nephew Lot and the people of Sodom and Gomorrah being taken captive. Before that, King Chedorlaomer conquered the Rephaites at Ashtoreth Karnaim. That same king also defeated the Zuzim and the Emim. If we assume that the Rephaim, along with the Zuzim and the Emim, were giants, then the Bible is implying that King Chedorlaomer was a powerful king. He defeated giant armies. As King Chedorlaomer rose to power and consolidated nations and lands, other kings formed a confederation to oppose him. Sodom and Gomorrah were part of the confederation. After the confederation loses in a battle against King Chedorlaomer and his allies, their territory is raided, and Lot is among the captives. Abraham learns about these occurrences from a survivor. Abraham gathers his people's arms and leads them into battle, where they join forces with other monarchs to defeat Chedorlaomer. They are successful in the end. The Rephaim, along with other large people, are mentioned in Deuteronomy chapter 2 verses 20 through 21. That also was accounted a land of giants. Giants dwelt therein in old time, and the Ammonites called them Zamzummans, a people great, and many, and tall as the Anakims. But the Lord destroyed them before them, and they succeeded them and dwelt in their stead. Deuteronomy is a book that contains Moses' final words before Joshua sends the Israelites into the Promised Land, and Moses recounts much of Israelite history. In Deuteronomy 3, there is an interesting story about King Og of Bashan, a giant man who was the last of the Rephaim. The name Rephaim, which literally means terrible ones, gives us an indication of the intimidating and fearsome nature of these individuals. As we delve into the passages of the Old Testament that speak of the Rephaim, we find that the context of these passages describes them as giants. And while the term Rephaim is often used to describe these towering figures, it is important to note that the Hebrew word Rephaim has two distinct meanings. Firstly, in poetic literature, the word Rephaim is used to refer to departed spirits whose dwelling place is Sheol. This meaning is figurative and serves as a description of the dead, like our concept of a ghost. Secondly, the word Rephaim is used to describe a mighty people with tall stature who lived in Canaan. This meaning does not refer to a specific group, but rather serves as a descriptive term for a group of people with a specific characteristic, in this case, tall stature. Og is referred to as the last of the Rephaim in Deuteronomy chapter 3 verse 11, and later in the books of Numbers and Joshua. In the days of Moses, Og, king of Bashan, was a mighty and infamous Amorite king who reigned at Ashtoreth, who fought the Israelites on their way to the Promised Land. As the Israelites journeyed towards the Promised Land, they encountered many formidable foes, and King Og was one of them. He fought fiercely against the Israelites and led his entire army against them. Before the Israelites fought King Og, they also had to deal with King Sihon of the Amorites. But the Lord had already given him and his territory to Israel. So, the Israelites had the victory before even starting the battle. Now, the king Israel had to deal with was King Og of Bashan, who also sent his entire army against Israel. Og was another Amorite king who posed no threat to Israel, because the Lord had already given him and his territory to Israel. Before he even put on his armor, Og's defeat was a foregone conclusion. The Israelites then marched toward Bashan, where King Og confronted them at Edrei. Because of Gog's reputation, the Israelites were terrified. "Do not be afraid of him, for I have delivered him into your hands, along with his entire army and his land," God assured Moses. According to the biblical account, Og was the ruler of 60 different walled cities. Og, like Sihon, marched out against Israel with his entire army to fight. And as in the case of Sihon, God had already decided to hand over the king, along with his entire army and land, to Israel. Israel slayed the entire forces and conquered all 60 cities in the kingdom of Og, which had the same tall walls as Sihon's. In addition to this, Og was a very large man and slept in a bed made of iron that was 9 cubits long and 4 cubits wide, 13.5 feet long and 6 feet wide. The inclusion of this detail draws attention to Og's massive stature. A man in need of this size bed was most likely tall, 10 or 11 feet. According to Deuteronomy chapter 3 verse 11, Og was a descendant of the Rephaites, indicating a man of great stature or giant. His colossal bed had become famous and no doubt had been saved as a memento. Joshua chapter 12 verse 4, "And Og king of Bashan, one of the remnant of the Rephaim, who lived at Ashtoreth and at Edrei." The news of the victory spread quickly, instilling fear in the hearts of those in Canaan. Rahab, a Jericho prostitute, believed the Lord had power even over that heavily fortified city, because she and others had heard of the victory over Sihon and Og. Moses used the victory to encourage the Israelites, as he left them in the charge of Joshua and about to enter Canaan. Deuteronomy chapter 31, verse 4. And the Lord will do to them as he did to Sihon and Og, the kings of the Amorites, and to their land when he destroyed them. Despite King Og's enormous size and strength, God granted Israel's army victory, and they took possession of the land of Bashan. Joshua chapter 9, verses 9 through 10. Perhaps you don't know what lies across the valley, but look at that worry in comparison to the Lord God himself, and say by faith, "The battle is yours, Lord. It is your battle. I lean on you." It is God's love for us that causes him to bring us to an end of our own strength. He sees our need to trust him, and his love is so great that he will not let us live another day without turning over our arms to him. Our fears, our worries, even our confusion, so that nothing becomes more significant to us than our Father. Never, ever forget it. The battle is the Lord's. God does not tremble in the presence of giants, and his children should not either. Og, king of Bashan, was one of the last of this race of giants. Og and his sons all died as a result of their foolish opposition to God's people. Manasseh's half-tribe inherited Og's territory. David battles with the Philistines several times throughout his life, and one famous place was called the Valley of Rephaim, a place southwest of Jerusalem in the land of Judah. Both the Ammonites and the Moabites had a word for giants. The Ammonites named them Zuzim, and the Moabites called them Emim. According to the Bible, the Canaanite word for giants was the Anakim, and all these people groups that lived in the region of Canaan were considered to be Canaanites. The Anakites. Before the arrival of the Israelites, the Anakim or Anakites were a formidable race of giants, warlike people who occupied the lands of southern Israel near Hebron. The Anakim's ancestors can be traced back to Anak, the son of Arba, who was regarded as the greatest man among the Anakim at the time. The name Anakim most likely means long-necked. The Hebrews believed they were descendants of the Nephilim. Fear gripped the Israelites, who saw themselves as grasshoppers in their sight. Numbers chapter 13, verse 33. The 12 Israelite spies and the Nephilim giants of the Promised Land. As Israel reached the Jordan River, Moses dispatched 12 spies into the Promised Land. Their mission was to gather information about the land. One spy from each of the 12 tribes of Israel entered Canaan. These individuals were given the task of conducting reconnaissance. They were tasked with exploring the land of Canaan and bringing a report back to the people of the nation. They were going to find out how to get to Canaan, determine whether the area was suitable for living in, and gather information on the Canaanite people's military prowess. It was a crucial juncture for the Israelite tribes at this time. Given all the experiences that the people have gone through in the previous months of preparation and journey, at long last, it was time to claim God's word, to believe in his power, to march in his name, and to enter his land. All 12 spies were tribal leaders. When they had gone up into the Negev, the south country, they came to Hebron, and Ahiman, Sheshai, and Talmai, the descendants of Anak, were there. Now Hebron was built 7 years before Zoan in Egypt. Then they came to the valley of Eshcol, cluster of grapes. and from there cut down a branch with a single cluster of grapes. And they carried it on a pole between two of them, with some of pomegranates and the figs. That place was called the Valley of Eshcol, cluster of grapes, because of the cluster of grapes which the sons of Israel cut down there, when they returned from spying out the land at the end of 40 days. Numbers chapter 13, verses 21 through 25. The descendants of Anak were there. This is the first biblical mention of these people. They were significant people and thought to be fierce warriors. Deuteronomy chapter 9, verse 2. A people great and tall, sons of Anakim, whom you know and of whom you have heard it said, who can stand before the sons of Anak. They saw the descendants of Anak in Hebron. Instead of looking to the patriarchs and the promises, the spies noticed sizes of buildings and statures of persons. They averted their glance from the tombs of the fathers, and they neglected the promise of God. They were too preoccupied with the sandal sizes of 3 huge men who lived in Hebron. The journey of discovery lasted for a total of 40 days and covered approximately 250 miles, 400 kilometers. The number 40, whether it be 40 days or 40 years, is frequently connected with trials and tribulations throughout the Bible. The returning spies spoke and showed all of Israel what they saw in the land. The spies appeared to have the impression that they were more likely on a mission from Israel than they were on a mission from God. What God had promised concerning the land turned out to be accurate. The fact that they were able to bring back fruits such as grapes, pomegranates, and figs demonstrates how agriculturally productive and blessed Canaan was. If the spies' faith was tested during their 40-day tour of the country, they failed. They didn't believe God could or would keep his promise to give Israel this land, as stated in God's covenant with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Presumably, they left in confidence, with a spirit of divine adventure, but they returned in fear, groveling before men, no longer fearful of God. Numbers chapter 13, verse 30. Then Caleb quieted the people before Moses and said, "Let us go up at once and take possession of it, for we will certainly conquer it." Caleb commanded the people to immediately, at once trust God, obey God, and take the land. He understood that in the Lord they were well able to overcome it. It took great courage for this man to stand against the tide of unbelief and doubt. Caleb had the spirit of Romans chapter 3, verse 4. Let God be true, but every man a liar. Numbers chapter 13, verses 31 through 33. But the man on up with him said, "We are not able to go up against the people of Canaan, for they are too strong for us." So they gave the Israelites a bad report about the land which they had spied out, saying, "The land through which we went in spying it out is a land that devours its inhabitants, and all the people that we saw in it are men of great stature. There we saw the Nephilim, the sons of Anak are part of the Nephilim, and we were like grasshoppers in our own sight, and so we were in their sight." F.B. Meyer compared the perspective of the 10 unbelieving spies to that of the 2 faithful spies, Caleb and Joshua. They saw the same spectacles in their survey of the land, but the result in the one case was panic, in the other, confidence and peace. What made the difference? It lay in this, that the 10 spies compared themselves with the giants, whilst the 2 compared the giants with God. Remarkably, 2 men saw the same things: the identical grapes, the identical Canaanites, the identical land, and the identical cities. 1, Caleb came away strong in faith, ultimately, Faith or unbelief is not rooted in circumstances or the environment, and faith is rooted in a heart that trusts God and His promises. 10 fearful men can outshout 2 brave men. All 12 spies received the same promise. All 12 spies received the same opportunities. However, there were differences. The majority said no, and 2 said go. Their sour mood, pessimistic outlook, and negative reports spread like wildfire throughout the Israelite camp. It was indeed a land flowing with milk and honey, but there were giants in the land, they exclaimed. There is no way we can enter and possess it. Even though Joshua and Caleb made the same journey and saw the same things as the other 10 spies, they returned with an enthusiastic, positive report. They never doubted the Israelites' ability to take the land. They freely admitted the obstacles, but they knew nothing could stop God. They returned saying, yes, there are giants in the land, but they're munchkins in comparison to our God. We can have them and the land. And by the way, Canaan indeed does flow with milk and honey. They rebelled against God. Deuteronomy chapter 1 verses 26 through 28, refusing to enter the land God had promised them. We can infer that they were larger than average in size, because they described themselves as grasshoppers in their eyes. Moses exhorted the Israelites not to be afraid of the Anakim, Deuteronomy chapter 1 verse 19, but they refused to believe God's promises. As a result, God was enraged, Deuteronomy chapter 1 verses 34 through 39, and barred the evil generation from entering the promised land, Deuteronomy chapter 1 verses 34 through 39. And the Lord heard the voice of your words, and was wroth, and sware, saying, surely there shall not one of these men of this evil generation see that good land which I swear to give unto your fathers. Save Caleb the son of Jephunneh, he shall see it, and to him will I give the land that he hath trodden upon, and to his children, because he hath wholly followed the Lord. Many Bible scholars believe that the Anakim's descendants were the Philistine giants that David faced, such as Goliath of Gath. Were the Anakim the giants who roamed in the Old Testament? After 40 years of wandering and Moses' death, it was time for the Israelites' forefathers to enter the Promised Land. The Anakim, on the other hand, remained in the area. Joshua and his army began defeating their enemies to take what was theirs. After many battles, the Anakim were the last people to be destroyed. The earthly giants could not match God's strength. Joshua's army overtook the giants, killing them and taking their land. The only ones remained in Gaza, Gath, and Ashdod. Finally, the Israelites inherited the Promised Land. Caleb recalls God's faithfulness and his promise to the people to inherit the land a few chapters later in Joshua 14. Even though he is now 85 years old, he is adamant about driving out the Anakim himself. After reviewing scripture, we can see that the Anakim and Nephilim are related, not interchangeable. Both beings were tall and feared by the people of the time. While the Nephilim are descended from demons or fallen angels, the Anakim are Anak's descendants with no supernatural ancestry. Both races, however, were evil enough to be exterminated by God and his people. Caleb and Joshua were rewarded for their faith by God. He wishes to bestow blessings on his children. Whatever obstacles may stand in our way, God wants us to believe that he is more powerful and that we can overcome through his strength. God is bigger than our giants. God's power is unrivaled. During the flood, the Nephilim were destroyed by his power. Anak's descendants literally fell with the walls of Jericho. What happened to the Rephaim? In Joshua, the giants make multiple reappearances throughout the book. Joshua and the Israelites didn't slay or remove all the people from Canaan, which creates a cycle of idolatry and deliverance in Judges. It isn't until 1 Samuel that we see giants again. Goliath and his brothers. The most well-known giant in history is Goliath from the Bible. He was a champion from the Philistine camp who fought as an armored charioteer. A champion named Goliath, who was from Gath, came out of the Philistine camp. His height was 6 cubits and a span. 1 Samuel chapter 17, verse 4. We don't know what that information means at face value, because we don't measure things in cubits or spans. We measure them in feet and inches. So let us put it in layman's terms. Goliath was a massive man, standing at least 9 feet 9 inches tall. And when you consider the length of his arms when he lifted them up over his head, you can imagine what an imposing creature he must have been. It wasn't just his size, though. He had a bronze helmet on his head, and wore a coat of scale armor of bronze weighing 5,000 shekels. On his legs he wore bronze greaves, and a bronze javelin was slung on his back. His spear shaft was like a weaver's rod, and its iron point weighed 600 shekels. His shield bearer went ahead of him. 1 Samuel chapter 17, verses 5 through 7. He was dressed in what we'd call a mail coat. The Philistines armed up by donning a large canvas-like undergarment with overlapping bronze ringlets. Goliath, on the other hand, wore a bronze helmet, bronze leggings, greaves to protect his shins, and carried a bronze javelin or spear slung between his shoulders. From shoulder to knee, this coat of mail shielded the wearer from the enemy's weapons. Body armor of this size and type weighed 5,000 shekels of bronze, which equates to between 175 and 200 pounds in modern terms. The head of his spear alone weighed 600 shekels of iron, or about 20 to 25 pounds. According to the written account, he marched ahead of him with a shield carrier. The Hebrew word used here refers to the largest battle shield, which is the size of an adult man. He was unmistakably intended to protect his body from incoming arrows. So, in addition to his body armor, Goliath had this guy racing ahead of him, wielding a man-sized shield for extra protection. Allow your mind to picture such an imposing sight for a moment. Consider how terrifying it would be to take on a giant of this size who was protected by this much armor. Without a doubt, the odds are stacked against anyone foolish enough to confront him in battle. Take note of what this gigantic warrior did. Goliath stood and shouted to the ranks of Israel, "Why do you come out and line up for battle? Am I not a Philistine? And are you not the servants of Saul? Choose a man and have him come down to me. If he is able to fight and kill me, we will become your subjects. But if I overcome him and kill him, you will become our subjects and serve us." 1 Samuel chapter 17, verses 8 through 9. Goliath proposed a popular strategy in Eastern civilization, namely representative combat, or a one-on-one conflict. He'd represent the Philistine army, while Israel's choice would represent the Israelite army. Regardless of who won, his army was victorious, and whoever lost, his entire army perished. There's no reason to involve your entire army in this. Just send a fighter, and I'll fight him. I am the victor. I am the best. Goliath did not issue this challenge once and then disappear. No, his challenge lasted 40 days. For 40 days the Philistine came forward every morning and evening and took his stand. 1 Samuel chapter 17, verse 16. He marched out there every morning and evening for well over a month, flaunting his size and strength, daring someone to challenge him. Meanwhile, in the Judean mountains near Bethlehem, a young boy named David was tending to his father's sheep. He was much too young to join the army. David was most likely unaware of the conflict between the Israelites and the Philistines at the time. He might not have even heard of Goliath. His only knowledge was that 3 of his older brothers were serving in Saul's army. On the other hand, David's father was concerned about his 3 eldest sons. Jesse was getting older and would probably be unable to complete the journey across the mountains on his own. So he called his youngest son and told him, "David, I need you to run an errand for me. Take now for your brothers an ephah of this roasted grain and these 10 loaves, and run to the camp to your brothers. Bring also these 10 cuts of cheese to the commander of their 1,000, and look into the welfare of your brothers, and bring back news of them." 1 Samuel chapter 17, verse 17 through 18. And David rose up early in the morning, and left the sheep with a keeper, and took and went as Jesse had commanded him. And he came to the trench as the host was going forth to the fight, and shouted for the battle. 1 Samuel chapter 17, verse 20. Then, as he approaches the outskirts of the Israelite camp, he notices the troops preparing for battle, and hears the war cry. He simply wants to observe and see what happens. Then David dashed to the front lines to greet his brothers, leaving his luggage in the care of the baggage handler. David left his things with the keeper of supplies, ran to the battle lines, and asked his brothers how they were. As he was talking with them, Goliath, the Philistine champion from Gath, stepped out from his lines and shouted his usual defiance, and David heard it. 1 Samuel chapter 17, verses 22 through 23. Consider the following scenario. While standing there with his 3 brothers, David hears a loud cry from across the valley, and instantly, everyone in his immediate vicinity is sprinting to the back and crawling inside their tents. And all the men of Israel, when they saw the man, fled from him, and were sore afraid. 1 Samuel chapter 17, verse 24. Keep in mind that David has never seen or heard of this Gath giant's challenge. As he looks across the battlefield, he sees a giant of a man covered in armor, shouting threats of defiance and cursing the God of Israel. And David was enraged by this. Remember, this is the 41st day that the Israelites have faced Goliath, but this is the first time it has happened to David. Then David spoke to the men who were standing by him, saying, "What will be done for the man who kills this Philistine and takes away the reproach from Israel? For who is this uncircumcised Philistine that he should taunt the armies of the living God?" And the people answered him in accord with this word, saying, "Thus it will be done for the man who kills him." 1 Samuel chapter 17, verses 26 through 27. David then meets with King Saul. David said to Saul, "Let no one lose heart on account of this Philistine. Your servant will go and fight him." Saul replied, "You are not able to go out against this Philistine and fight him. You are only a young man, and he has been a warrior from his youth." But David said to Saul, "Your servant has been keeping his father's sheep. When a lion or a bear came and carried off a sheep from the flock, I went after it, struck it, and rescued the sheep from its mouth. When it turned on me, I seized it by its hair, struck it, and killed it. Your servant has killed both the lion and the bear. This uncircumcised Philistine will be like one of them, because he is defying the armies of the living God. The Lord who rescued me from the paw of the lion and the paw of the bear will rescue me from the hand of this Philistine. Saul said to David, "Go, and the Lord be with you." Then Saul dressed David in his own tunic. He put a coat of armor on him and a bronze helmet on his head. David fastened on his sword over the tunic and tried walking around, because he was not used to them. "I cannot go in these," he said to Saul, "because I am not used to them." So he took them off. Then he took his staff in his hand, chose 5 smooth stones from the stream, put them in the pouch of his shepherd's bag, and with a sling in his hand, approached the Philistine. 1 Samuel chapter 17, verses 32 through 40. So, here's David, dressed in his most basic shepherd robes and armed with his most basic shepherd weapons, his sling and staff, and ready to fight. Then there's the watershed moment. Meanwhile, the Philistine with his shield bearer in front of him kept coming closer to David. He looked David over and saw that he was little more than a boy, glowing with health and handsome, and he despised him. He said to David, "Am I a dog that you come at me with sticks?" And the Philistine cursed David by his gods. "Come here," he said, "and I'll give your flesh to the birds and the wild animals." David said to the Philistine, "You come against me with sword and spear and javelin, but I come against you in the name of the Lord Almighty, the God of the armies of Israel, whom you have defied. This day the Lord will deliver you into my hands, and I'll strike you down and cut off your head. This very day I will give the carcasses of the Philistine army to the birds and the wild animals, and the whole world will know that there is a God in Israel." 1 Samuel chapter 17, verses 41 through 46. Consider the possibilities. David remained unafraid in the face of this monstrous beast. David's only weapons were a sling and a stone against a giant clad in 200 pounds of armor. As the Philistine moved closer to attack him, David ran quickly toward the battle line to meet him. Reaching into his bag and taking out a stone, he slung it and struck the Philistine on the forehead. The stone sank into his forehead, and he fell face down on the ground. So David triumphed over the Philistine with a sling and a stone. Without a sword in his hand, he struck down the Philistine and killed him. David ran and stood over him. He took hold of the Philistine's sword and drew it from the sheath. After he killed him, he cut off his head with the sword. When the Philistines saw that their hero was dead, they turned and ran. 1 Samuel chapter 17, verses 47 through 51. The Philistines did not return after that. When they realized their champion was no longer alive, they split the scene. Then the men of Israel and Judah surged forward with a shout and pursued the Philistines to the entrance of Gath and to the gates of Ekron. Their dead were strewn along the Sha'araim road to Gath and Ekron. When the Israelites returned from chasing the Philistines, they plundered their camp. Then David brought the head of the Philistine to Jerusalem. David took the Philistine's head and brought it to Jerusalem. He put the Philistine's weapons in his own tent. 1 Samuel chapter 17, verse 54. The biblical story of David and Goliath is one of the most well-known stories in the Bible. It is a lesson in bravery, faith, and overcoming the seemingly impossible. Was Goliath a Nephilim? Some scholars believe that Goliath the Gittite, a Gath resident, belonged to a race known as the Nephilim. Other experts argue that Goliath was a Rephaite because the Nephilim were destroyed in the Great Flood during Noah's time. Only Noah's family survived. Nearly 20 times in the Bible, the Rephaites are mentioned. Some scholars believe the Philistines descended from the Anakim. Goliath's champion status is enhanced by the fact that Gath was an ancient Anakim stronghold. Some scientists believe Goliath has an identifiable family tree, implying autosomal dominant inheritance, which causes familial acromegaly or gigantism. In biblical times, Goliath was a colossal figure. The relations of Goliath. There are also other giants mentioned in 2 Samuel chapter 21 verses 15 through 22 and 1 Chronicles chapter 20 verses 4 through 8, who were related to Goliath in the Bible. This event occurred when David was old. Even a great man of God grows old. As the years went on, David became unable to fight as he once did. In this battle against the Philistines, David's life was endangered when he grew faint in battle against a descendant of Goliath. 2 Samuel chapter 21 verses 15 through 22. Now the Philistines waged war again with Israel. David went down with his servants, and as they fought against the Philistines, David became weary. Then Ishbi-Benob, who was among the descendants of the giant, the weight of whose spear was 300 shekels, 6 pounds of bronze, was armed with a new sword, and he intended to kill David. But Abishai the son of Zeruiah came to David's aid and struck and killed the Philistine. Then David's men swore to him, "You shall not go out again with us to battle, so that you do not extinguish the lamp of Israel." After this, there was war again with the Philistines at Gob, Gezer. At that time Sibbecai the Hushathite killed Saph, Zippai, who was among the descendants of the giant. There was war with the Philistines again at Gob, and Elhanan the son of Jeri-Oregim, a Bethlehemite, killed Goliath the Gittite, whose spear shaft was like a weaver's beam. There was war at Gath again, where there was a man of great stature who had 6 fingers on each hand and 6 toes on each foot, 24 in number. He also was a descendant of the giants. And when he taunted and defied Israel, Jonathan, the son of Shimei, David's brother, killed him. These 4 warriors were descended from the giant in Gath, and they fell by the hands of David and his servants. The Israelites faced the challenge of what they would do when they saw weakness in their leader. Since it was a weakness that could be understood, David's increasing frailty and old age, they needed to rally around their leader and supply what he could not. In his advanced age, it was time for David to retire from the field of battle. His season as a warrior had passed. This description of victory over Philistine giants showed that Israel could slay giants without David. Sibbecai, Elhanan, Jonathan. These men accomplished heroic deeds when David was finished with fighting giants. God will continue to raise up leaders when the leaders of the previous generation pass from the scene. The defeat of these 4 giants is rightly credited to the hand of David and the hand of his servants. David had a role in this through his example, his guidance, and his influence. With 24 fingers and toes, 6 on each hand, on 6 on each foot. This described an unnamed man of great stature from Gath. Since Goliath was from Gath, these were Goliath's sons or brothers. The Philistine warriors are also all called Rephaites, RSV, or descendants of Rapha, giants, NRSV, who were one of the pre-Israelite groups in Canaan and famous for their size. The story of Goliath in the Bible attests to God's mighty power and great strength over his enemies, even in the face of overwhelming odds. The story of Goliath in the Bible teaches us that even if we are currently battling big enemies and giant problems that are threatening our peace and livelihood, our Almighty Creator will protect and deliver us from all the challenges of this life. We should keep in mind that the giants of the Bible were not 40-foot colossi who sat on houses and picked their teeth with elm trees. In trying times, it can be difficult to make the choice to have hope. It is much simpler for us to become crippled by fear and anxiety when we are confronted with very real problems for which there are few solutions. Why is it so difficult to believe that God is greater than every challenge that we face? It's possible that we'll say something like, "I can see my problems, but I can't see God." On most days, it is difficult for me to hear God because my problems are so loud. When faced with challenges of this magnitude, it's easy for me to forget how great and powerful God has been in the past and will be again in the future. Even prophets had times when they needed to be reminded to be still and trust in God's plan for them. What challenges are you up against in your life right now? Is there a large issue coming to attack? There are times in everyone's life when it seems like so much is going on around them that they must be under some kind of assault. Learning how to make God bigger than your problems is about faith or trust in the Lord. Proverbs chapter 3, verses 5 through 6. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and do not lean on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge Him, and He will make your path straight. God doesn't save us from having difficult times. It is imperative that we recognize that God is with us, even amid trials and tribulations.